Anyone else close, might just zero something, let me know. Stand by, I'll be there. 33.
33. Can I let a supervisor know that I have a case report with an arrest attached?
1830.
Is that possible, Sheridan and Wilson?
Come first, stand by.
All right, there we go. Good morning. Good morning. Just give me one moment. I fell asleep through. I slept through all my alarms, and I didn't
Bless
want
it.
to. I didn't want to back everybody up, so I'm like, all right, I'm still gonna finish getting ready while I got the intro. Hold on.
It's all good, CJ. We don't know how you do what you do anyway.
It's all over this morning. It's all over the place. Come on. Oh my gosh, I'm having such a mind fart. Dude, that's a major mind fart. I couldn't find the damn screen. And it's been in the same spot this whole time, and I'm like, which way is it, George? Which way is it, George?
You need to have some espresso.
I know. Yeah, you guys are. I'm literally like woke up for, I don't know. Let's see, 25 minutes or something. I've only been awake. Yeah, something like that. I don't know, 30.
Oh my
man.
goodness. Bless your heart.
Yeah, I meant to start it at 10 essential, but yeah, I don't know. I had like 6 alarms set because yesterday morning I slept through those alarms too. But yesterday when I slept through my alarms, at least I woke up 3 minutes before I was supposed to go live. Today I woke up 10 minutes after I was supposed to go live. So it was worse today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, I had that feeling when it was like time and I didn't get a link. I'm like, and nothing was on the TV, and I'm like, so I put in the mod chat. I'm like, I wonder if CJ's awake.
I woke up, I look at the clock, I was like, come on, man. Like 2 in a row. Normally I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking about, because we're going to Memphis tomorrow, and I was thinking about staying overnight tonight, but I looked it up, and here I was thinking it was gonna be like 5.5 hours, maybe 6. But it's actually not. It's only like 4.5 hours, and I don't end up going through Nashville at all, so I don't hit that traffic. Is my mic sounding weird?
No, it's fine. The only time you had an issue was on last night's show when you were doing something with your earbuds. For a few minutes there, it went to earbud, and I was trying to type in private chat to tell you, and I couldn't see. And by the time I could get it legible where you could understand, you had already fixed it. So
I don't know. It's like StreamYard or something. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. What's up, everybody? Thank you for hopping in. We're gonna be going through that footage, going through ring cams using Google Guide, and photos and such. And then also we're going to be watching that episode with, what is it, Sweetie Pilo or something.
yeah,
I can't. Somebody's been mentioning it, and I know I have it saved in my playlist, but I don't know exactly what
I
it
watched
what it
it.
is.
Yeah, I watched most of it, but I didn't really get a whole lot. And I love Sweetie Pilo. Don't get me wrong; I think she's precious. But I didn't get a whole lot of information really. So
Oh, really?
maybe I watched the wrong one. But it was the one with Donna Serafina, so I don't know.
But what is it? A psychic or something? Or
Yeah.
that's the one with the body of water with like a kid. Hey, does anybody know, like, what's the exact address of that? Where the RV was, where they had their RV.
Let me see.
Part where they had an RV. Then he had to go down to like good. The one that he had to go down when they let him go down there to go back to bring it back up. ticket 4, thank you.
This
Yeah, I
one,
do.
somebody sent me one, but this is something else.
Let's see. Samantha, what's up, everybody? It's not the registering plan. Oh, prayers. Yeah, I know. I do. That's why I'm sitting here today. I'm glad I did, really. I'm serious because, like, last night, I'm like kind of, as I'm driving, that means I'm tired when I start nodding off when I'm driving, and then when I slept through my alarms again, it's like, I'm glad I chose to stay home today because if I would have went out there, I don't know, who knows when I'm coming back home. If I would have been coming back home tonight, who knows?
Yeah.
What, maybe I wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, you got to take care of you, CJ, because I mean, we're all only human. You can push it so far, but then, you've got to take care of you so that you can be here for everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Here we go. Buckle up. What's up, Ella Blue? Thank you. Tina, I can figure out. Yeah, I slept through my alarms. I apologize.
See, now this is okay. We get to see the whole gamut. We get to see the sleepy CJ, and then we get to see the coffee kick in. And once the coffee kicks in, we're gonna see the caliente. And I know it's coming. Once he wakes up, he's gonna be on fire, flailing around.
Yeah. I'm the stovetop popcorn that's still in this little package right here. Right? Once you start adding that flame, all of a sudden.
Exactly. It's coming, y'all. Just hold on to your britches. Let him get some coffee in him, and then the caliente is coming out. I can guarantee you.
It'll be a skosh longer than usual because normally I'm not this close to waking up when I'm on a show. Really, I can literally go lay back down and just go right back to sleep. But I'm like, no, we got stuff to do today. Plus, I'm really wanting to do this vision cone stuff to try and see, like, what is the path that he would have left if he never got caught on camera anywhere else. Like, I feel like when we drove through there and we were pointing him out, I feel like there's only a couple areas that would have only been able for it to happen that way, which I don't think it did. And if you're telling me that somebody that kidnaps children is going on that road to kidnap children, you're out of your damn mind, because the minimal access points, they wouldn't go for something, because if somebody pulled in front of him, they're gonna have to go on the road or the grass to get out of the way or whatever, so it's like it's a cul-de-sac and a cul-de-sac and a cul-de-sac. I don't think they're probably gonna go into cul-de-sacs to do these, typically, especially if it's in the middle of the night. I would see them being on a busy road where they can hurry up and get back on the busy road and not even be noticed, or hey, what's that car going by at 3:30 in the morning? Like, if you're in a cul-de-sac, that's going to be very noticeable. And plus, if you're doing that, it's going to stand out. If it's a busy road, I'm sure it's like boom, boom, you're on a busy road. So I don't think it was a kidnapping either, because I just don't see that happening on that road. You're going onto a road that has a cul-de-sac, that you're got to go to a road that has a cul-de-sac. So it's like, I don't know.
In my opinion, the only way that could have happened is if he had walked off and he was way down the road somewhere, far from there.
If he did, but I mean, if you're gonna run away, if you're a kid, and you're gonna run away. You're gonna, if you are gonna bring it, you'll probably bring a backpack.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have any friends, you don't have somebody to meet that's gonna, have a friend pick you up or whatever.
Right.
If you're a kid that doesn't have any friends, you're gonna have a backpack because you want to bring stuff with you that makes you think of home. If you know you're leaving,
Right.
and you're gonna bring your shoes. I
Yeah.
mean, what?
Of course.
And if it's cold, you're probably gonna bring a coat. Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna do little things if you know that you're leaving or you're planning on leaving. Or even if you are mad and you're going out of your bedroom window, you're still gonna wear your damn shoes. And if you don't have any shoes, you're probably going to wait until you can sneak something into your room if you're locked in, and that's the only way you can get a. You're gonna figure out a way. You're not gonna walk around with no shoes.
Exactly.
No, he no. It just makes no sense.
No. It doesn't. There's a lot of things that don't make sense in this case, and when I think about the distance from Hendersonville to Memphis, I'm like, are they ever going to find him? If something happened, if he is, at this point, and I'm just going to have to say, at this point, you have to assume the worst. It's
I
been,
mean, it's a month.
Yeah, it's a month. You have to assume, but I mean, not necessarily. Other cases have turned out, where something did happen, but um, if you're looking from Hendersonville to Memphis, and that is the case, is he ever going to be found? You have to wonder.
Especially like Riley was different, there was
Yeah.
video, there was things like, that was different. You had some kind of direction,
Mm-hmm.
with this, as soon as they don't even have any hits coming outside the property. So it's like that's the end of your direction. But what doesn't make sense is if you don't have any shoes on, we lose skin cells constantly. That's how they track us.
Yeah.
Dead skin cells fall off of us all day. Um, if there is none of that, then what it says vehicle. And when it says vehicle, it says where the vehicles have been. And that's why I say RV, because
Yeah.
what other vehicle do you think that they had him in the SUV? No.
No.
If he walked away, they would have hit. If and I don't think he was. How do I put this? I don't think he was all the way past when he was in the vehicle either. I think, and this is just my, not based off of anything, but other than what we discuss, I feel like there was, I would say, an accident, but not necessarily an accident, because the people that are doing it to him aren't doing it on accident. Accident as in they weren't trying to do what ended up happening, and it ended up happening because of their problems with anger management, how to care for a special needs child,
Yeah.
and the parenting skills that they displayed, not only there but in previous situations. And I feel like it's not like Letitia where she purposely. I think this was some kind of scolding that went way too far because somebody was pissed off way too much. And unfortunately, I think that I think that bump or whatever, that sound
Yeah.
at night, I think that's what triggered the situation that took place. And I've before I've sat here and I've speculated that it was like a combo, which I think they were doing this to this young child together because the two narcissistic people met each other and fell in love, and they could do it together and feel even more power that they were seeking when they did it on their own.
Yeah.
And I think I think I I just feel like and I hate saying it, but I feel like the mom did something, and the dude that keeps slipping all the time is the dude that is trying to help make sure that she don't get in trouble.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I definitely think that
I think
they would cover for each other.
well, yeah, but I'm saying of I think something happened with her that night, and he
And he
came
came
back
back.
up, and he came back up, and then went back down.
Possible.
Shut your phone off. There's a way. There's a way. Leave your phone at the trailer. They're not gonna. You can do it without a trace. Leave your phone at the trailer. Get it right up there. You already have. Whatever. I'm starting to think that, but I'm still not changing my mind on where I think he is. I know Charlie said he was going to go search a river, I think, or I thought he said a river. Maybe it was
Yeah, he did. I can't remember. Or some he had it.
some water, and
Yeah.
he's thinking
Park.
interstate off to the side, like Letitia as well. That kind of situation off to the side. I don't know. I feel like they're not that. I feel like, and I just keep feeling it that it's somewhere at that campsite where they were first at.
I wonder. I have to look on the map because I passed it when I was in West Tennessee last week. But I wonder if he went onto the Natchez Trace because, like, talk about remote.
I don't think he. No, I think. I don't think he pulled off to the side of the road. I don't think he put him way off the beaten path. I don't think he even did that. I think this dude, I don't think he went that far. I feel like it's something that it's something that it's like he thinks that it's a good spot, but really you fucked up because you were too confident in your own abilities and you didn't realize how far down the fall was.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's not way. I feel like it's a little, but not something that's like, oh, dude, you're so fucking smart. I feel like there's some idiocy in his plan somewhere that is going to show somewhere. I don't know. That's just what what I've been feeling with.
And he had to
Like
cross the Tennessee River. Well, that is something.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
what's up, Natalie? Go ahead.
hi, Natalie.
Good morning. How are you guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Sucky. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to hear
Look
you
at that
guys.
microphone, Silky. Where'd you get that? Look at that. You got a new
What?
microphone?
No, I put mine, it used to sit over here. I bought a boom
Yeah.
stand because I really just thought it was not going to be, worth it to put it up close, that it was going to sound equally bad, but it probably does sound a little bit better closer to me. So
Yeah,
Had it
yeah,
for a
they
while.
do. Yeah, I didn't have one at first, and I had to like lean in like this to talk, and it sucked. So
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
you almost have to have one.
oh, well, and the thing of it is, with my voice, I've gone into my son's room. He's on the other side of the house, and he has a very deep, beautiful voice like you do, CJ. Very, very lulling, or it can be. And so, he's got a setup, and I'm like, okay, let me get on your system, and I want you to set my mic and make me sound, deep and rich, not deep, but rich. And look, my voice doesn't do it. Like I'm a cackler, and and it's tinny and
Cackler.
high, and
And
it
I love
really
it.
it doesn't get any better. Okay, even on his setup, I'm like, you know what? All right, this is who I am.
Cackly.
And I love it. I'm cackly too. Oh,
Thank
I
you,
cackle like a witch.
What is cackly? What is it? What is that?
Like,
Is that-
yeah.
This isn't Halloween.
Isn't that?
This isn't Halloween, man. Ooh.
I thought Silky.
I told you I won a contest one time for a witch cackle.
Ooh.
You did?
I did.
Have you ever done those suies? Like the pig calls, the
I'm not good at that, but I can cackle. I can do a really good witch. My daughter loves to, parade me around, especially on Halloween, and she's like, "Mom, do your witch cackle." But yeah.
Cackle. What's the other what's that animal? The weekadoo, or what is it called?
Wendigo.
A wendigo. Yeah.
Wendigo. But they don't
I have
cackle.
no
they
idea.
just
Yeah. I learn new words every day with you guys.
stick with me, CJ. I'll teach you.
I'm sure.
We'll know all about wendigos and cackling.
Wendigo.
and whistling Dixies and
Oh yeah. I'll have to raise this.
by the way, good morning, chat. Sorry, I'm not really watching it because I'm working and listening and talking, so I can't see you all, but I can listen.
Yeah, I think
Oh, no,
something
that's
happened after the birthday party too.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
something
thinking that too. I'm thinking that the mom. I'm thinking that the mom. Now this is speculation, everyone. We're not going to run with it, but
Yeah, you can see the ticker.
yeah, there you go. Thank you. I think the mom was upset and with Sebastain because apparently, okay, Silky, you were actually talking about this earlier in the Reverend Serafina.
Mhm.
And you watch that. See, I
Yeah.
got so much out of that. And not
Really?
necessarily, and not necessarily in like a psychic way, but I got
Mm-hmm.
information from her from the information she got from Seth, allegedly, if Seth allegedly
yeah.
said that. And I think that those things are very telling that that Seth would, go to bed and she would like wake him up, pummeling him, drunk, peeing in the bedroom, on the floor,
Mhm.
those
Whoa.
types of things.
Who said
yeah.
this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who said this? Who said this? Because that's crazy shit. Who said this?
Serafina did. Serafina said
That
that
sh-
Seth
I don't-
told her those things.
Yeah. I
Personally.
did hear that.
Yes,
Personally?
because apparently she found out somehow that he wanted to speak with her. I'm sure out of desperation, who wouldn't, right? And when they spoke, he divulged this information to her. Because
Yeah.
they used to live in California. I think they are both Seth
Mm-hmm.
and Seth and Katie are both originally from, at least they moved from Tennessee from there. I don't think either one of their immediate families are in the Tennessee area, only Chris's. Which also is, because if he was born and raised there, and if his mom is, a bigwig in the real estate development and all that stuff, or holding on to real estate, there's more reason for that community to protect him than Seth's or potentially even Katie. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
you're right. You're right.
I could be
You
totally.
know people.
Yeah, but if you were born and raised and all your high school friends love you and you guys all take care of each other and watch each other's back, that could be problematic. If they're trying to help hide anything. I'm not saying they are. But I've lived in small towns where things like that wouldn't be out of the norm.
They know what
Yeah.
brand of peanut butter you have on your sandwich in a small town.
That's
Yeah.
right. And they vacuum the front porch when somebody's in this place or next door.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying I'm getting those vibes, because a lot of the vibes that I'm getting are the neighbors feeling that this is sketch, this doesn't sound right. You ran into that lady who was walking her dog right in the neighborhood. So I don't know that that's true at all.
She even was like, it doesn't make sense. Like, she didn't even want to be heard saying what she, or a neighbor saying what she was saying, but she let it be known that she lives right behind him. She's like, no, this is not, this, it doesn't make sense. You'll see, there's a reason why, and that's why I was talking last night on the show about Seth the way that I was, and saying that there's a reason that he's doing it this way, because and I was on Allegedly with Brittany J's show last night for a while too on panel. They wanted to have me up because we've been on location for the Sebastain and Riley, and they had some questions about that, and it's there's a reason, you're gonna see, there's a lot of, when you get into with what Najee's doing, when you get into their background, the stuff that's public, nothing backdoor or whatever, but when you get into their background and you see all these different things, and these different reports, you start to really paint a picture, because parents will understand when you read or discuss something about acts or things that take place that are documented, and you're a parent and you hear those things that are happening in that home or with those people, or those kind of situations, you're able to really paint a good picture on what kind of freaking parent they are. Right away, just at you're like, wow, that's no.
Well, and on both sides, right? Because, and according to Reverend Serafina, she said that Seth said that he felt like Chris, the stepdad, was more of an ally to him in the beginning than the mom was. So that's very telling to me of the relationship between Sebastain and the mom. I think she may have been 19 when she had him. He's 15. She's in her early to mid 30s, I believe. So if she had a special needs child at the age of 19, that's your entire life for the rest of your life, and with a child to begin with, and then one with special needs. And if you are someone who can't handle that, that's rough. That's rough.
I feel, because let's be real, there's parents out there that don't, when there's parents out there
that aren't the best,
that don't want to take care of a special needs child.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There are parents who don't want to take care of regular children.
This is one of them. I feel this is one of them, and I feel that this poor child, like I was saying yesterday, he dealt with the abusive environment with his mom, but it was his mom and there was love attached, and he probably would think it was his fault from being treated that way from when he was a baby all the way up to today, because he didn't learn anything different. But what he did learn was that other people that weren't his mom treated him a different way.
Yeah.
And when somebody like stepdad comes in and goes, "Oh, I parent my children just like this too. Oh, we're a match made in heaven."
Mm-hmm.
Then
That like
that's when all the stuff, because there was 6 times he was regressing. I think he started regressing after stepdad comes in, because then you got 2 people coming at you, and it's okay if it's your mom, but when it's somebody else and it's getting piled on you, then dude, no wonder you're regressing, because you can't ever be comfortable. You can't,
yeah.
because if you're watching this person because they hit you, you get hit in the back of the head over here. And
Right.
then when you're watching them, then they hit you. You know, it's like constant. You can't rest. You can't find
No.
comfort. You can't find peace. And that's why
No,
he
absolutely.
was regressing.
And not only that, but apparently he was made to wear diapers at night at
Yes.
his mom and stepdad's house, but not at his dad's house. And that tells me 2 things: that they're controlling about his bedwetting, which you absolutely should not do that to a child, make them feel like that.
I think he was locked up and he was scared, and that's why he did it.
Well,
Because he didn't have those issues
absolutely.
at dad's house. He didn't
That's
have them at dad's
exactly
house.
what I was
So
going
that-
to point out. That's exactly what I was going to point out, that he probably wasn't wetting the bed at his dad's house because he didn't feel afraid there. He had the anxiety, the fear of being reprimanded, mentally tortured, really. I
Mhm.
mean,
And it's as simple as dumb stuff, because I feel like she kept him locked up in that room all the time.
Yeah.
I feel like that was her way of dealing with his special needs. Locked him up in the frickin' room and just left him. That's why he would wet himself, not only because he was scared, but he was probably like, "Mom, I need to come on, go to the bathroom."
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you stay in there.
Well, and I think that they both,
And then he gets in
Chris-
trouble. It's like
Yeah.
they left. It's like they threw tacks out there for him to walk over, knowing no matter where he went, he was gonna get reprimanded for doing something wrong. And that's why I
Mhm.
feel like that noise has something to do with what took place that night. I don't think she
Well,
said,
that's
get to bed or what. No, I think she went in there bawling, like coming in there with a fire of hell, going in there like, you know, just went freaking nuts. And I don't think it. I think everything after that bump in his room, I think everything changed from what she said took place. Before that,
Mhm.
yes. After that, no. That's
well, and
where.
they
Yeah.
said that they were on the phone with each other, and the police checked those records, so they
Yeah.
probably, no doubt, were on the phone that night talking
Yeah,
about something. And she could have even been on the phone with Chris when something started to happen, and then Chris getting upset because they had I think that they got married when Sebastain was like 7 or 8, something like that, and they're just now getting into those talks of divorce, is what I was understanding, which is why Sebastain was going to be going to his dad's house to live after school was over, is my understanding, because
Yeah,
there was
he was
so
gonna
much
go-
tension in the relationship between Chris and Katie. And a lot of it, at least they were blaming on Sebastain. And if he has that mentality, that like military mentality of everything needs to go exactly how I say, this, and you can tell by their house, like it was very clean. You can tell that there were strict rules in place there. And he even still talks, like, how do you mock your missing step kid who has autism on YouTube? He was like, with Nancy Grace, he was calling him a liar and like rolling his eyes and saying, "Sure, Sebastain." Who does that? Who does that? You don't disparage his name to make yourself look better. Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand it.
They're both narcissistic people, and that's why they believe. That's why they're slipping so many times in their statements, because they're so confident in their own stories that they're not even thinking that they can get caught slipping, and they're just leaving little crumbs out here and there every time they talk. And when you're talking about her excuse, yeah, I was talking to him and he told me to go take the dogs. Like, he had to tell you to take the dogs out on the phone.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I caught
No.
that too. I thought that was
Yeah.
weird.
It was probably a conversation of, it went too far. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? It went too far. It went too far. It went too far. It went too far. It went too far.
And he probably was in Memphis, and something happened. He heard it on the other side and was like, crap, I'm going to come help you. Keeps his cell phone on in Memphis, gets in his car and, drives there, helps her, and then drives back before 6 a.m. I don't know what the time. They've been weird with their timing and all of that. But also, according to Serafina, Seth told her that Sebastain had water on his brain. If she heard a thud from her autistic child who has water on his brain,
right,
she should have immediately checked. She should have,
right.
And she called it. No, she didn't. She just out loud.
I think
called.
she went in there. No, I think when she heard that thud, she went in there and reprimanded him for making noise when he was supposed to be in bed already.
Yeah, that could totally, absolutely be. I get what you're saying.
I think, yeah, she heard the sound. She didn't just say, hey, no. That's when she said, son of a bitch, Chris, give me one fucking second. Put the phone down and went in that damn room and reprimanded him, and then came back on the phone and said, oh my God, I went too far. I went too far. I went too far. I went too far. I went too far.
I have a feeling that is something. It has something just. It's that. And I think that cops know. Because they're gonna go talk to the teachers at Sebastian's school. They're obviously talking to Seth. They're obviously talking to them. They're looking at their cell phone records. They're gonna track all the data. If they have GM cars, they're gonna call GM to get all the tracking of the car. Where was the car? I mean, they did all of this. If you watch the Murdaugh's trial, they did all of it in that, and. There's no way that they haven't done those things and known more. I mean, I just don't. I don't.
No, they do. This is what's taking place because I'm talking to a lot of the locals down there too, and they're letting me know what the hell's up. They know more. They just can't do nothing yet because they need something outside of that house. They need something outside of that where. They need something, and this is why.
Well, they need a body.
Yes, I'm just saying.
I hate to say that, but yeah.
I mean, it could be anything. Not even a body. It could be a T-shirt. They need something. They need something to give them some kind of direction. That's one of the reasons why we're going to do this vision cone thing, because it's like, if you're telling me the kid walked away and there's no direction, at least we can try and come up with some direction. If he really did, the theory of if he did walk away from home, even though I don't think it took place, we still have to explore it.
Yeah.
And so there's a direction there. But also there is other directions like Memphis, like we're going to do, but you have to explore the ones that are right there first, even though the whole state of Tennessee, the whole United States could be the search zone for this child, because there really is. Right, there really is. But it really upsets me when I think she controls this whole thing. And it upsets me when you have Charlie out there with a fractured ankle searching for this poor child, and mom and stepdad are sitting in a fucking camper, and you're talking about threats. Live my life, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, trust me. I sent you a message.
And then move to a fucking campsite. I ain't moving shit. You know? Like, give me a break.
Good morning, Rosie.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So, I'm not familiar. I've heard of her. I've seen her come in chat like a year ago. She came in chat a few times or something. I'm not familiar with who this Reverend. Who? Is it
Serafina?
Reverend? She's
And
a Reverend?
yeah,
Yes,
and
Reverend.
when I said I didn't get I was asking. I listened to try to see what she was saying about where she thought
Yeah.
he was. So that's what I meant. Like, yeah, the rest of the information was great, but she didn't want to do, because of her own situation and her own past. She didn't want to do that. Like, she didn't want to
That
do a reading on.
that rubbed me the wrong way, though,
What do you-
because if
what?
you can help someone find their child and give them answers and some type of closure, why wouldn't you do that?
She
I
said
don't
it's
know.
because she said it's because she lost her own child, and maybe after talking to Seth, I don't know. It had something to do with bringing her back to her own trauma. That's what she said. And I have watched a few things of hers when people have said watch it. I don't generally watch, because and I'll tell you why. I'm not saying that some people don't have like a connection with
Mhm.
whatever.
Mhm.
But if you're, and because I get stuff all the time from people, this psychic said this psychic said that. I know that psychics have helped in police investigations a lot, but if you just listen to them, like, this one says this one says that, like, it's all over the board,
And they can't all be right.
right? So I'm like, you
Mhm.
know what, I am I'm gonna try to go on facts and
Yeah.
theory.
Mhm.
CJ, do you remember when we watched Trial by TikTok, that documentary with and I think there was a psychic in there in that documentary, and I think you skipped some of it. I think that was her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was. Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with her, but I think that's her.
Yeah, I've never watched her before. Did you see my comment? It's a good point. Type it in. Let me see. Let me go back here. It's StreamYard only gives you like a couple.
Yeah,
Let
it's
me
hard
see.
to go back if it's on back there.
Right here. Didn't Mom say the doors was locked? Yeah. That's what they did. They kept it. I feel like they kept him locked up all the time, and I feel like that's how she raised him. I really do. I feel like she couldn't handle what it took to raise a special needs child, and instead of doing the right thing, she pretended like she was a damn good parent, but parented him, locked him up, tried to keep him shut up, and get as much quote peace as she can without being bothered.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that that's probably true. I hate to say that. I hate to say that because you hate to think of any mom being like that to their child. But even from my own experience, my mom just was not cut out to take care of 3 children. And I remember her very well when I was little. She turned on the bathtub. She put my brother and I in the bathtub. I mean, when I say we were small, I think my older brother was 3 years old at the time. And she just left the house. She just walked out the door.
Wow.
And my grandmother ended up coming, and she was like, yeah, there's water all over the carpet because the bathtub had overflowed. Thank God we were alive. But some people are just not meant to be parents, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, sometimes they just are. It happens,
Yep.
But I mean, in a case like the potential of this one with, 2 people involved, they often crack and turn on each other,
Mm-hmm.
When time goes on, eventually one of them is just like, okay, because it's too much.
Yeah. And I think that's... Sorry, go ahead.
Just let me get to this real quick. Black Skies, didn't Mom say the doors was locked? What are the chances that he would have left a door unlocked to get back in if he wanted to? I think there was... I have a feeling like there was some kind of special lock that he didn't have access to. Just like the garage door.
Yeah.
I wonder if they use the garage to isolate him at certain points as well.
Oh, I was so.
No, for
I
real.
hope
I feel
not.
like
I
it was a
know.
separate. They had his room, and then if they were outside or doing what, I feel like the garage was another area that they would keep him caged up,
Yeah,
just to
could
give him
be.
more space. But if he was like acting, like he's in that really, he's in that room and it's getting too small for him, and they made the garage a certain like alternate spot because it's a different smell, so it's going to calm him down. It's a little bit more
Mhm.
open, it's going to calm him down. It's a different surrounding, it's going to calm him down. And I feel like that had something to do with it too, because why wouldn't he, if you're
Yeah.
having him take the garbage out, why are you not giving him the lock code to the garage? Because what if somebody's running up to him to kidnap him?
Right.
If somebody is driving by and he's trying to get back in the house because he's taking the garbage out and he doesn't want to run to the front of the house because danger is at the front of that. It doesn't make sense. That's why
Yeah.
that tells me the garage has something to do with it too.
Even if he's on that side of the house and he needs to get out, like if there's a fire or something, I mean, how can you not
Yeah.
give him that code? I don't get
Yeah.
it.
I mean, the garage may have been a place that they put him. I mean, people with autism are prone to meltdowns, at times. Heck,
Oh, yeah.
I'm prone to meltdowns, and I'm not
Yeah.
autistic. You know what I'm saying? I might need a room that you put to go have your meltdown in there. But I mean, it could have been a space, and that's why a locked space where he would be safe. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah.
Where you move somebody in, it's like, okay, have your meltdown here, and then you move them back to the more familiar area. I don't know, but I would say there's definitely a reason that he didn't have the code to that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that you're right. And I think with the door, though, I think that I think it had a code, is what she said. So
She did.
if he,
Yeah.
let's say he did leave, I think those things like automatically lock, like behind you, or after like a period of time or something
No.
like that.
There's a
No, they
button.
don't.
No,
Oh,
there's
okay.
a button. I mean, if she didn't have motion lights, I don't think she'd have a lock like that. No, these locks.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, wait, so you have a lock like that, but you don't have motion lights, cameras, ring doorbell, anything like that?
No,
Okay.
it's a lock. You got to
Yeah.
hit the button. You got to hit the button, and then it locks it, electric or whatever. But I mean, I know they're convenient, but they're one of the. I'm just gonna be honest. They're one of the stupidest things you can have for your damn house, because anybody can be sitting down the street with a pair of binoculars and watch you put your code into your fucking house, and the next thing you know, it's a free way to walk in. It's one of the and plus with the batteries and how
That's
they can
what I
dial at the most
wonder.
inconvenient times. But I'm telling you, I know they're convenient for everybody because you don't need your keys. But people, there could be somebody looking 2 blocks away, a block away, and it's not that hard with the 4-digit code to figure out, or 5 to figure out what your code is.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a good point about the garage. My friend growing up, she didn't have the code to the garage, but she had her own clicker, like in her backpack. Like she would come home, click the thing, and the garage would go up. So I wonder if he actually had a clicker for the garage, and the parents just haven't given that information because the question wasn't asked, at least by Nancy. So I mean, that could be right. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
mean,
Yeah. I do that too. It's okay.
I think they just had him restricted beyond all restricted could be, because when stepdad and mom joined forces, that's why this child was regressing, and it to have two, it's like at least when his bio mom and bio dad were together, at least he had some kind of support and somewhere that he could lean back on, even though he was going through these things, because damn well the dad saw some shit but didn't see it all
Mhm.
because she would go way beyond when it was just them two. But at least he had his dad right there where he could lean on and be there. And then unfortunately,
That man, can we just
sometimes we have to separate. One second. Sometimes we have to separate because, and I know this from personal experience, my daughter's mom was the same way, yo. And it took a lot for me to have to say I have to walk away. And it was because the situation that had got so toxic with her that because I don't hit women and I never have and I never will. And I would literally I would walk in to come home, I would walk in to
Mhm.
come home and I would get met with a punch to my face at the door. There was different
Ugh.
things that would take place, right? And I sat there. I mean, there's so many things that I could tell you that she did or tried to do. Um, and it got to a point where when my daughter, because before she was just a baby, she didn't notice, like shit would happen. I'd get hammers thrown at me, different things. Shit would happen. And she knew I wasn't hitting women. Even if I got hit, I don't hit women. And she took advantage of that. And we had a baby, so
Mhm.
when that's taking place, my baby doesn't realize anything that's going on because she's too young. And the
Mhm.
first day that she was eating her macaroni in her high chair, and her mom did something, and my daughter started bawling and crying, looking at me because she always ran to me when something was wrong, and she looked at me and started bawling like crazy, and that's when I stood there in the kitchen and I was like, this has become too toxic. I can't let her see this and think that it's normal.
Good for you.
I got to
Good
do
for you.
something different.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Right.
it's the same situation with Seth. You try.
You got it.
Sorry, it's just taking me back to that day.
Well, let's
It's
give a
okay.
shout out to all the dads who are like you. My dad
Yes.
was that way. Seth moved halfway across the country to be next to his son. You're standing up for your daughter that way. Moms a lot of times get all the credit for being, the better parent or whatever. But we got to give it up to these dads who are
Yeah.
doing just as much as women. Not
Yeah.
all of them,
No, for sure.
Just
Not all of them. There's a lot of bad ones out there. Sometimes both of parents are bad, but yeah, for the dads that have to do it by themselves, yeah, it's harder. I think women were built for it. We don't like it when we have to do it alone, but I mean, we don't. It's like
yeah.
it's very stressful, but we are built for it. For dads, it's so hard. It's so hard. There's so
Mhm.
much more.
Well, especially if you have daughters, because then that can be
Yeah.
used against you. I've seen it so many times where the mom
Right.
has said that the kid said that dad did this to them, and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
the dad's in trouble, and it's a completely made up story.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, it happens a lot, and I think that I mean, honestly, and I'm not a woman basher, but I have seen women do some horrendous things to good men, and I'm like, I don't understand. I really don't. Like, there's enough problems in the world, but I've seen people lie. Well, I've seen it on both sides, but yeah, it's like the judge naturally tends to believe the woman because, hey, this is the
Yes.
mother. Why would
It
she
took
make
me
this up?
Yeah.
Silky, it took me. I had to represent myself in court to get full custody, and it took me 3 years to do it.
Ugh.
While I was doing everything the right way and doing everything that you were supposed to, my ex got arrested 6 fucking times during
Oh
that
my
3-year period.
gosh.
And it took me 3 years to get custody. But I
Yeah.
finally did it. And the thing was, is when I would sit there and read, because after there was something that took place over at her mom's that got this thing going, and the first 2 reports that I got from the counselor, that's what gave me
You got her out of that situation. Just keep
Yeah.
that in mind. She's so much better off. You got her out of that situation. I'm so sorry that happened to you and to her, because that's,
Yeah.
I can only imagine.
I mean, it's hard. And like I said, the courts tend to believe women. However, in my area, when I was going through this with my sons, the judge that had just been promoted, he had been on the receiving end of, like, he had gone through a divorce and he had lost custody. So it was that era in my county where he was just giving custody right and left to men, but it was personal because, and I'm not saying he wasn't a good person, but he was just giving custody right and left. So when I went through it, I was on the other side of that, because this judge did not want to give custody to the women. And I mean, I had a laundry list of problems, with my ex-husband and custody battle with my sons. And I mean, I had all this stuff. They didn't even want to hear it in court. All the things that he did. I mean, like, they're like, it doesn't matter. And they, without any proof of anything, of any wrongdoing on my part, he just went and he said, oh, well, she's doing this and this. Literally, he got an attorney that went to the judge and said, well, one of the things that his complaint was, the grass is too high. The grass is too high because my lawnmower broke. And it was broken for a couple of weeks. The grass is high. Really? You're going to take custody because the grass is high? That was one of the complaints, but the other ones were completely made up. That was the only thing that was the truth. And I mean, seriously, it was
ridiculous.
And it was. And so, I mean, he had temporary custody, but it ended up being like a year and a half of temporary custody. And I'm like, I don't understand. I've always been a good mom. Even when we got into court and my attorney asked him, was she a good mother? He had to say yes. But yet I went without my kids for a year and a half because the judge was just always siding with the men. And I mean, yeah. So I understand that from the reverse. I mean, this is what happens, and people are human. And I know this judge had, a grievance against women. That's fine, but that doesn't make you right, and it doesn't make the situation right. And I had no idea. I'll tell you, Natalie, up until that time, I had no idea that you could hire an attorney and walk in and make all kind of accusations without any foundation. Okay, he could have said all kind of stuff, and they just automatically come and get your kids, and you're like, what the heck? None of this, not one word of this is true. And now the burden is on me. I have been busting my rear end to keep these kids, afloat and, work and take care of my kids. And I'm doing everything I can. And yet somebody can just go up, make up lies. The judge signs off of it and says, okay, let's take it to court. A year and a half. Because you know how courts are. It's continued. I'm like, why? Yep. And I that was a living hell for me.
I'm so sorry.
But the thing of it is, and I kept, during that time, my boys were told so many lies about me and about what happened and about what it never happened. Of course, they had no memory of it because it never happened. But, I don't think, but it was always turned on, because they were with his parents. Oh, your dad is wonderful and your mom is horrible. Well, they never felt that way, but our visitation was so limited. And but everybody kept telling me, look, when your kids are older, don't have a breakdown now, because you'll resolve this, you'll get them back, and when they're older, they will understand. Like, they'll know the truth. And I want to tell you something that is very, very true. Okay.
It was
Yeah.
very true for me.
Yeah.
Because I kind of went through kind of the same thing. My dad actually was very good and didn't talk, because he ended up getting full custody, and didn't really talk bad about my mom. But I would get like, I would get like birthday cards being like, your dad is horrible, da 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 da. He did this and this and this to me, And then as an adult, I'm like, oh no, I don't believe any of that, because as an adult, the lies that I know are there, those have been told to me as an adult as well. And it's yes, when your children grow up, they know.
They do.
And you're right.
Yeah. And my sons are well into adulthood. And I mean, they still live with me. They're still with me.
It was so relieving for me, because the whole time I was the one that always, because you have to, oh, how come mom hasn't called me for 3 months? What? Like, why is mom? Why when I call mom, is she not saying sorry to me for when I get mad at her because she did this to me? Why is mom saying that she never even did those things, and those are lies that you're making up, Dad? And I'm like, what are you talking about? You're the one telling me. How can but I had to also be the one when she was going through those things, and I hated doing it. Oh, I hated doing it. But I had to be the one that said, people can change. People can change. And then the first day that after she was 18, and she said, Dad, I can't stand her and this and that, and she's like, she's a piece of shit. And I was like, you're damn straight. Like, that was the first day that I could say, you're damn straight.
Yeah.
And
and good for you.
You have to, because you can't make their minds for them. You have to let them make their minds up.
Right.
When it, because other than that, they're gonna, they need to see the flower for what it really is, not what's being presented from 2 feet away.
Right.
For sure.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I tried not to say anything. I would defend myself when his family would say, your mom, blah, 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 because what he always told the boys, because they were young, he's like, we had a happy marriage. We were a happy family. And one day your mom just up and left and took you away and broke up our happy family. That's what they said. What he told them. I mean, what he didn't say is I would disappear for a few days or a week at a time, and you would have no idea. And even though I had my nursing license, I quit to stay at home because my boys were so small. And, he never said, I left your mom without a car, without money, without food in the house, without diapers, and I was gone for a week, and I wouldn't tell anybody where I was. And I mean, this was repeated over and over and over until the point, like you said, CJ, when my oldest son got upset, when I would wait till they would go to bed, and then I would walk and pace the floors and cry and wonder, call the police, call the hospitals. What, has anybody come in unidentified? Something. And when I think my oldest son was about 4, and when he got to the point that he got up and he came and he sat on my lap and he said, Mommy, why are you crying? I said, I am not putting that was the day that I said, I'm not putting my kids through this. And yes, actually, I left because the police came to the house and told me, he's unstable, you need to leave. And I did, and I didn't look back. So,
Good
but
for you.
I mean, I get it, but I still, during that time, even when, he was supposed to be, how it is. Daddy's going to come and get you, and you're going to spend the day with him, Saturday or whatever. And then they sit out there, or they're going to spend the weekend, and they sit out and he never comes. I would get so mad I was more furious at him for breaking their hearts. And, then you try to make it up. Okay, well, let's do something fun. Let's go get ice cream. And it's like, how many times are you going to do this to them? And it would make me so angry. I'm like, how could you do that to your kid? I understand if every once in a while something happens, you have an emergency, you get called into work, but every time, no. And
Right.
it's like, it's those kind of things that, and I still wouldn't say, well, your dad's a piece of crap. And yeah, that's why. He's a liar and he's a piece of crap. But I didn't say that. I would just say, I don't know, something must have happened. Your dad loves you. I'm thinking, yeah, whatever. But
Yeah.
and good for you guys for doing that, because as a child of divorced parents, if either of my parents said either bad things about either one of them, it always made me feel like I was part of the problem too, because I'm part of them. You know what I mean? So if you're saying your mom is really bad at cooking, I'm just going to use something benign, and it's like, well, I'm really bad at cooking, so am I a bad person? You know what I mean? I would always, something that my dad did do that I hated was, you're just like your mom. When I would have like, a tantrum or whatever like that, I hated that he would say that. And he did it very, like just a couple of times, but he got the idea real quick that I did not appreciate that, no matter how bad she was, because it wasn't about her. I'm a part of her, and I could easily have those traits too. Mm-hmm. And so if you're talking negatively about her like that, then you probably think negatively about me like that. At least as a child, that was my logic,
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's hard sometimes because, you want to, especially when my boys were young, they thought their dad hung the moon,
Mm-hmm.
And, it was so hard for me to bite my tongue when he would do these things, but they did. They saw exactly when they were older what the truth was. And, but as adults, I have encouraged them, and they have a better relationship with him now that they're older and they're, established. It's like, but we are like a clan, and I know one of these days they're going to say, okay, I'm going to get married and move out. But we have such a tight bond now. And, that it's like we're here because we want to be here, together, even though we kind of live separate lives. But that was the thing. As they got older into adulthood and they started realizing how bad it was like, if there is any chance for you to reconcile with him, have some kind of, I've always told them, it's probably never gonna be the same, okay, because you're grown. It's not like you need a dad right now, but some kind of bond relationship with him is probably the best you're going to do. And that's okay. Just when you're a dad, do better.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, I mean, I don't know how to raise sons. I didn't even have brothers. I'm an only child. Like, I had two sons. I've got a daughter too, but that was later on. But I'm like, I don't know how to raise boys. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing at all. So it was a learning experience for all three of us. I'm like, okay.
Social experiment.
Yeah. So, I'm kind of guessing here, but the best I could do is when I was a little girl, I was a tomboy. Like, I went through a phase of about 3 or 4 years where I was very much a tomboy, catching snakes, lizards, spiders, putting stuff in a jar. Of course, I'm a country girl, so I didn't have brothers or sisters, so whatever creeped or crawled, that's what I played with. And hatch out some praying mantises, and then
Well, it's better than nothing. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, they weren't so interested in that. I was actually surprised. As boys, they weren't really interested in that kind of stuff. I'm like, okay, I give up. I don't know. But the video games, that's what they like. The video games.
Just do what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway, and I suck at video games. Like, I'll watch them. I'll watch somebody play, but I suck at it so bad. So I was not really helpful there. But they turned out okay. But yeah, it's hard. So a shout out to all the single moms and dads.
Yeah,
they're trying their best, because it's it's hard. It's hard being a single. It's even hard. My daughter is going to be graduating in like a month and a half, and dang, it's hard. Even though she's pretty much grown and doing her own thing. You still.
Mm-hmm.
It's still, how many times, did they call me? Ask CJ when we were in Nashville, how many calls and texts and whatever did I get from all three of my kids? Well, I'm like, I'm here. I'm live. I can't talk to you right now. Like, you are grown. Handle it.
They're like, but Mom.
Yeah. Mostly, can I borrow $20? Oh my God. I'm live.
But that's so great that you have that relationship. That's wonderful.
It is. I wouldn't, I hate that we all went through that, but I think in the end, it made a stronger bond between all of my kids and myself. So,
Good. Yeah.
They're probably still going to fight about who has to take care of me when I get old. And
no, it's you. No, you.
Yeah.
No, you.
I'm not. They've already told me I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Like, I'll come and visit you. I'll come and visit you in the old folks' home.
Oh no!
Like, seriously?
Oh.
You're like, I'll bring you candy. One of them is like, I'll bring you candy, and the other one's, I'll bring you liquor.
And you're like, okay, I'm good with both of those.
Yeah. I don't even want to go. Just throw me off the bridge or something. Just push me. Just be ended.
Oh my goodness.
Your kids over here got to make your life harder. But I do think that going back to Sebastain, I think he was getting older. I think when he was younger, he was easier to control. It was easier to control what he would say. And I think Katie was in the military as well.
Mm-hmm.
They are used to, that mentality of everything needs to be done a certain way. And if Sebastain wasn't lining up with that, which wouldn't surprise me because he had autism and he was getting older, so it was harder to control him. I could see why that then started brewing some issues between the mom and the dad, and why those divorce discussions are happening, now, as opposed to when they maybe 2 years in from when they first got married or whatever. Does that make any sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does. And I remember growing up, I had a friend who had a younger brother with autism, and when he hit adolescence, it was difficult. Like, he was like rebellious and hormonal and angry, but still autistic. It was a lot of stress for their parents. I remember seeing that. I'm not excusing anything. I'm just saying, like, it is a time where there's a change. It's not that time period is marked by definitely some kind of change. And I don't know how abrupt it is. It's probably different for different people.
Yeah. Well, and they're also, he's 15 and, he has autism, and they're looking about, 3 years in the future, and, being 18 is not gonna mean much because he's probably gonna need, help for an extended period of time, if not for the rest of his life, being Sebastain. So I could see how that could also make them feel even more a loss of control, a loss of feeling free, as Sebastain or as CJ was saying earlier, that freedom.
And they seem like controlling people to begin with.
Very, very. And I think that comes out of the military thing, I think. And they may have already, just be predisposed to those types of characteristics. But yeah.
Yeah.
So why did Seth... Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're back.
No, go ahead. No, I was just letting you guys talk. No, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt what you were saying.
It wasn't important. We know you needed a minute. But
No,
good for
I
you
was
for
just
being a good dad.
No, I did. Yeah. I just needed a second. I was just letting you guys talk. When did this conversation supposedly take place between these two, and why did he reach out to her? Does she explain this?
You mean Serafina and Seth?
Yeah.
Yeah,
what we have on the screen.
Yeah, she kind of mentions it at the very beginning. This isn't verbatim, but it's something like she knew that he wanted to talk to her, and so they got together and talked.
So what, does she have like a church channel or something, and that's what he was watching, or?
No, I don't think. I think her channel is mostly psychic stuff, isn't it?
Yes,
like, I don't know that it's like.
Whoa,
yeah.
Hold on. She's a reverend, but those two don't go together. Yeah, those two don't. What?
Yeah.
You're right. I think there's something called like a spiritual church, something like that. I'm not sure.
Oh, so she's not like...
No, I don't know.
She's not at like your apostolic church,
No,
not. But
yeah,
I haven't heard of a spiritual church before, so I suppose
a spiritual church.
Yeah, so
I'm not familiar with it.
Then you probably have a spiritual reverend and a spiritual whatever goes with the church. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know her. So.
Yeah,
I don't either. I've never seen her. I never watched her before, so I'm just trying to understand who she is before I absorb the conversation. Because I've never seen her before, but I see people in chat saying that they love her and stuff like that. But I don't know, maybe because I studied different religions, I thought they consider that stuff like witchcraft and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
And Christianity.
Right.
You're right. It's the Bible warns against.
Yeah.
The psychic. People giving false prophecy, that type of thing.
Right. Yeah.
I've seen the word spiritual church, so that makes sense, I guess.
Okay, I don't know. I'd have to see what a spiritual church is. I guess it's just she's amazing. I mean, I'm not saying she's not. I don't know who she is. I'm just trying to learn who, because it's like the other day we were watching the interview and I thought the dude just got out of surgery and he's a reporter for the local news. So I'm like, whoa, these words mean different here, So that's what I'm looking at, like the what's his name? We were watching Christina, I think, sent the link. It was some local reporter that is like crazy popular over in that area. And
he has like the light blonde hair or whatever.
It's Nick Beres.
Yeah, like BERES or something.
Yeah,
like that.
And it looked like he just got out of surgery replacing a lung or something. And I was like, damn, we're listening. Yeah, I was like, damn, we're listening to a doctor, yo. He just got out of surgery. He's got scrubs on. Like, yo, dang, the dude's doing a live after a surgery. I'm like, shout out. And then I found out he's just a local news reporter. I'm like, whoa, these words are different now. So
they mean a little different.
I heard Reverend, So I didn't, I have to learn this stuff before because I'm sure I would have, because I didn't even know about the spiritual stuff. I didn't know about that, so I probably would have like derailed this whole episode because then we would have been talking like, "Hold on, guys, that's a contradiction. Can you explain this to me?" So,
if there is somebody
how
who
long?
knows her a little better, then maybe confirm that, because I'm not sure if she's a spiritual reverend.
Oh,
I just never seen her before. That's all.
I think that's the idea, that
She's
she's
just a
of like
psychic.
of higher beings, not necessarily a
What?
God / Jesus. Do you know what I mean? But like, and
I
she
have
might be,
intuition
but
too.
she prays and stuff like that.
No,
Yeah, and I don't know all the
I coulda-
specifics.
I could say I have a psychic channel, right, Silky? I mean, I have
Yeah.
intuition too. The stuff
You'd
that I
probably be more
for
accurate
real.
too
For real.
than a lot of them. Yeah, maybe that's your new profession,
Ooh.
psychic.
Reverend CJ?
Psychic CJ. Yeah, and then
Psychic
taking
reading with DJ.
I could have my own show on the Discovery Channel, you guys.
Oh my gosh, that
There
made
you
me think
go.
of that song with the monkeys. Do you remember that? Oh man.
Oh, I
can't
love
think of-
that TV show.
No, the song where they're like, "Ain't nothing wrong on the Discovery Channel" or something like that. It
Oh,
was
that
a song, and
song.
they were like
Oh,
dressed
yeah.
up in like as monkeys or something. Anybody know?
No. This would me. It's searching for answers with CJ. Yeah, we're out there searching for answers. Right?
Searching for answers with
Just following
Psychic
the
DJ on
intuition. I need to,
Sunday.
for real. I need to go on location. I need to feel it. I need to smell it. I need to be it, and then I'm just gonna let it take me where it be. That
Well,
would
she
be a
does
great TV show.
CJ, she does mention that she has, if you are a member of her channel, you can watch her teach how you can be psychic. She says that we all have psychic abilities. We just need to know how to use them. In this interview, I believe.
So how exactly does she, like, I don't mean this in an offensive way, like, does she hear stuff, or like, does she use those cards? How does she?
I think that she gets feelings. She gets feelings. And to be fair, I'm not saying that I'm psychic by any means, but I get feelings about things too that sometimes end up being true.
Yeah, like a sixth sense and stuff. I'm just trying to understand. Yeah,
it's my spidey
I
sense.
was asking in an
that
offensive way.
intuition.
It's the best way to put it. It's my spidey sense. Like
Yeah.
it's the senses is what leads.
Yeah.
Spidey sense with CJ.
Yeah.
It's true. It's not. I mean, with you, that's exactly what it is. It's your intuition. It's your, it's your feeling that. And some people are more empathetic than others, and you can kind of put yourself in that situation. Yeah.
It's the empathy that
Right.
empowers you to be able to feel and sense those things. It's all based off of energy. It's all based off of energy.
Oh, I totally agree. When you were talking about it the other day about energy, and that's like my whole philosophy is if you take physics, okay, if you go watch Neil deGrasse Tyson, and we're saying, okay, energy can't be made or destroyed, then all the energy that we have is the exact energy that will always exist until the end of time. So whatever you do with that energy, you have to put it somewhere. If you put it in a positive, if you put it in a positive direction, that is going to grow. That positivity will grow.
We're conductors of the energy that we receive, and it's up to us what we conduct and push back out after what we get. So it's like an electrical plant. You have it going to this substation, and then it determines what goes on with what it gets. And that's what we are. We're vessels of energy that can transfer it, and we have the beautiful power to do that. And that's why the peace, positivity, and progress is so protected from me, is because it's all about you know what? We're the filter for what we put out in return. We will absorb the negative, we'll absorb all the shit chemicals, but we don't let those shit chemicals come back out through what we put out fresh air while we get that carbon monoxide. And that's why we're special, because all of us here on this planet, that's what we have the power to do, and it is so powerful people don't even realize it, because the things that you can change with the power that you have inside your own soul can change anything on this planet. It's that powerful.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
I think there was a study done where this guy had 2 glasses of jars, and he every day one of the glass of jars he would like be happy to and sing to and say nice things to and have a good an attitude towards, and then the other glass of jar he would be mean to. He would have like an angry voice. He would tell, how it's bad, da 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 da. The one that was receiving the positive energy stayed clear the longest. The other one, the one that was being talked down to, became like muddier over time, faster than the one that was receiving the positive energy. If I can find that study, I'll show you.
Hey, CJ, I'm gonna try to find, because I know you like documentaries. There's one. It's very similar to that, Natalie. It's a bunch of jars of water, and they look at the molecules, and this is done by random people. The jars are sitting in a line, and it shows the changes in the molecules of water in a jar. And it's extremely interesting. I'll find that for you and drop a link to you, CJ.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of academic studies by, I forgot his first name, but I think it's something like Rupert or Richard, but his last name is Sheldrake. I don't know if anyone's heard of him.
No.
I've never heard of him.
I'll see if I can find that as well.
Okay, here it is. It says water and consciousness. In his studies, Emoto found that water exposed to positive words and intentions formed beautiful, symmetrical, crystalline structures when the water was frozen. Okay, there it is. I knew I was missing part of it. While water exposed to negative words and intentions formed disorganized, asymmetrical structures. And then it says water has memory. Masaru Emoto, water experiment.
Kind of makes you wonder what it does to our house if it can do stuff to water, like a glass jar of water.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right.
It changes our bodies are cells in chemicals that are constantly shifting and changing and moving, and our emotions have the ability to do those things because of the emotions. And of course it can change everything, it's just with the whole pay it forward stuff. And when I talk about the support that I get and how I put it back out there, because it's a recycle, it's that energy, because the 150, it's about the 150. And if you go about giving everybody 150 of yourself when you only expect 100 in return, you're not asking for more than anybody should offer anyway. You're doing more than what somebody would expect. So therefore, why wouldn't the person you're doing it with want to give you even more in return? And then you just keep climbing.
Exactly, yeah.
If you give somebody the 150 and you don't get 100, you already have your answer and you don't have to think about it. And if you do the 150, you'll always know that the energy that you're putting out hopefully will come back in return, but you understand that it probably won't, and you'll never be miserable inside your own soul.
Very nicely said.
Yeah, very well said.
Yeah.
Oh, you're good. And if people aren't into the psychic stuff, totally get it. There's people that aren't into other things as well. It's not something that is a constant conversation. So if you, quote, need to take a break, totally understand. I know there's a lot of other people talking today about this case as well. This is just something that the community has been asking to watch, and I like to explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions. It doesn't matter if I agree with it or not. I like to watch and listen to all theories, thoughts, and opinions, and I come up with my own. I'm
I
not
do.
coming up with
Yeah.
somebody else's. That's the difference. So if people can't think about all theories, thoughts, and opinions, and you feel like your own opinion is compromised because of that, I'm sorry. I'm
Right.
sorry, but
Yeah. No, I agree.
maybe true crime isn't where you need to be, because when you're trying to find the truth and justice for these victims, communities, and families, if you don't explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions, then you're not doing what you're supposed to for these poor victims, communities, and families, because you're not doing everything that you can do to try and
Mm-hmm.
help find this child. You
Mm-hmm.
have to think about it like that, okay? So I understand not everybody's into psychics, and if you need to take a break, come on back later, because we always talk about the main stuff. There's just certain parts that, hey, some people don't agree with, and that's totally cool. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life, just like you don't need to tell me how to live mine. And we're happy. All right. So this took place 5 days ago. I wanted to kind of see what I've heard of her name. I didn't really know anything about her, but you guys have said that I've heard, like, most people said, interesting, Silky. You kind of have a different, you feel like there wasn't much there. After having the conversation about it this morning, do you think maybe there might be, or is it you still
Um,
kind of feel like,
there
uh,
the information that she gave about Seth and her conversations with Seth, yes. What I was referring to is because she didn't I was tuning in to see what, you know, everybody was talking about where she said Sebastian was. And she doesn't do that. So that's what I meant. I mean, the other information, the actual facts are interesting.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest. That's why I said, I think I was on Brittany's show last night, and I was, because it came up about why. Yeah, it was on her show last night because it came up. Why isn't Bio Dad coming out and saying, the stuff, basically the stuff that is probably being said on this? And from what I know, being down there, is that the dad, from what I know from being down there in the community, is that the dad doesn't, he wants everybody, just, out, even out here on social media, he wants all of us to focus on trying to find his boy, and he's not discussing this out in the public, because then that takes away focus and energy from whatever, like, people are just going to be constantly hammering it instead of constantly hammering, where's the boy? They're constantly hammering the stuff that she did before he was lost. And he doesn't want the focus to get veered in any other direction than right now to be focused on finding his boy. Everything's going to be coming out. You already see this stuff the last, few days, that there's more stuff. You got other people um, digging in. You got even Najee's looking into stuff. Like, there's stuff that's going to come, but the dad just wants the focus to be on finding his baby boy, and that's it. And so it's not that he doesn't, and I'm not speaking for him, I just, from the community, he's not, it's not that he doesn't want to say it. He just, I totally respect where he's coming from, because I don't know if I could be that strong. I don't
For
know if I could be that strong.
sure.
And for
I
him
think he
to,
shows character.
right, and
Yeah.
character too, like, for you to be able to, just focus on him first, and so when it comes to this, it kind of sucks, because I know that I don't know. Maybe she got his permission. I don't know if she did or not. I would hope she did.
Yes, I would hope so too.
Because I know, just being in the community, I know that he's not wanting a whole lot of focus to be on this right now. He wants that focus and that energy to be discussing, like the finding him and paths and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
he's strong. He's strong. I don't know. If I'm putting myself in that position, I don't know if I could be that strong. And so I have to say shout out, because there was some people that thought maybe it was a negative thing or a shady thing. And it's like, no, not at all. This gentleman is so strong. He's like Steve G with Idaho 4. He is just so strong. And I don't even know if I could be that strong. And you all know how I am, like it's crazy, the strength. So I just wanted to let people know, like, if let's talk about this episode, but after this, let's, everybody out there, I know there's ugly stuff that is going to be coming out and uncovered as time goes on, to show the real characters of these individuals that aren't doing anything like Charlie is. It'll all come out. It always does. The truth always comes out.
Yeah.
It always does. The toxic inside your body always comes through your pores. It always comes out. You can't control it from coming out. So it will. It just it's the time process that he's trying to focus on. So I'll be interested to hear what this is. It the whole hour and 48 minutes that they have this conversation?
Well, they kind of veer off into other missing people a little bit.
Is there timestamps? Does anybody have timestamps?
I don't. And then at the end, she starts taking calls from her audience who are talking about the different cases that they end up discussing. But they do, wrap up with Sebastain, if I remember correctly.
Does anybody in chat have timestamps of when they are discussing these particular
Is there a transcript? I can try and read through it for you quickly if you want.
Well, I do think that they start off from the very beginning talking about him.
Yeah, there's
like
no
from jump.
There's no timestamps or anything in it. Okay. All right, we'll check it out. If you've seen it before, let me know timestamps of when it like starts and ends or comes back, stuff like that. All right, so Chris gave Katie an ultimatum. The Sebastain Rogers case, Reverend Donna and Sweetie Pilo share. All right, here we go. And here's I think I still have it in my copy. Nope, hold on one second. Let me share this channel again, because it's been a while since we pulled it up. Let's see here. Sweetie Pilo.
I'll have to tell you the weirdest psychic thing that's ever happened to me. Again, not a psychic, but like very odd occurrence.
Eerie.
No. I was I knew it's very odd. I knew Kobe Bryant had passed away the day before he passed away. It was so weird. I've never had anything like that happen to me. I have no connection to him whatsoever. And I heard it over the radio when I was in a store that he had hit a mountain and passed away. And there were female family members in there and then like work acquaintances. And then the next morning I got up and was getting ready for work. And they're like, Kobe Bryant has just hit a mountain in a helicopter. And I heard a plane on the radio the day before, and I was like, no, this happened yesterday, and he hit the mountain with the plane. And I was like mad at the news, and I kept changing the news, and everybody had the same story. And I'm like, how did I know this yesterday if this happened this morning? It was very odd. It was the strangest thing that's ever happened to me.
Wow, that is crazy.
I'm not a psychic, though. I wasn't trying to channel anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, do you guys want me to call Charlie and see how he did on the search today, real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Hold on. Hold on. Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
Charlie, set up your voicemail, bro.
Charlie's busy.
He's always busy.
How in the hell does Charlie not have a voicemail set up? He is always busy. All right, well, we'll just wait then. Because I want to see. He said he was going searching at 7:30 this morning, but I told him I tried to see if I could find him on Facebook, and I couldn't find him.
I wonder
because
if
I saw his NASCAR, and it wasn't any of the people that were on Facebook that had NASCARs.
Pebbles is asking if he has a channel.
No, he don't have a channel. I'm getting him. I'm trust me. I told Charlie when I met him. I was like, dude, I love you. I'm gonna make you a YouTube star, bro. And and I taught him how to type in YouTube a couple days ago, because I taught him how to sub and type. And then the next day I showed him how to join the stream. And trust me, we're gonna be getting Charlie, because it'll be good to have Charlie join up on panel too.
Lucia says she found him on Facebook. Okay, I got in the habit of reading chat for you, and now you're in the studio, and I'm still doing it.
Oh, you're good. No, I appreciate it, because I do. But yeah, local Charlie's, and yeah, he's gonna be famous. But he's got such a good heart, and he you know, when he's out there doing what he's doing, not only, you know, he's the one that he was watching my stream, and that's how he found us the first day.
Yeah.
And he just pulled up, and you could hear me talking on his, and he had his phone in his hand, like right next to his ear as he was sitting in his truck, and you could hear me talking on his phone, and I'm like, oh, this dude's watching my stream. And he's like, I want to help you guys, you know? And I was like, dang, you know, like, that is so cool. Like, for somebody to seek out people that were really going to do some work and search and stuff, and he just wanted to tag along and help, you know. And then with him doing his own thing before too, he's been doing searching since it happened. He's been out there doing stuff while trying to do his day job at the same time. And
Yeah.
And then I learned yesterday that the dude races stock cars every Saturday night and all sorts of. So I'm gonna take you guys on a live stream one night where we go watch Charlie race too.
That's
Cool.
awesome.
Yeah. So, but he yeah, he said he was going out this morning, but he said Facebook Live, and I don't know if he knew how to do it or not. So, you know, like, I feel bad for the guy, because he keeps reminding me I'm technically challenged. You know, like, I'm like, it's okay, buddy, it's okay, we got you. You know.
Well, if he does start a channel and needs help with graphics or anything, I can.
Oh, I'm
also technically challenged, but I can do the graphics.
Yeah. No, trust me. I'm gonna help him. I'm gonna be helping him. You just have to go at a certain pace, because if there's frustration that gets introduced, then they go backwards. So I was in management for over 20 years. I know how to, you know, make sure to get the best out of people, and being able to figure out what makes them get motivated and what makes things go the other direction too, because that's what it's about.
Yeah,
I love it.
Your patience as well.
Yeah, it's and I understand there's different processes, and it's all about being able to read character and being an experience of dealing with all sorts of different personalities and characters at the same time, while trying to have the same goal and mission. So
You navigate very well.
Yeah, that it's like that's when I first started my management. It was all coordination, coordination through continents and different states and stuff. Being able to have things coordinated and so it's always been one of those things that just being able to do a bunch of things at the same time, but giving each one of them maybe not 100 focus, but I can give it 95.
Well, that's
At
one
the
of the
same time,
reasons why I like your channel so much. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm just going to try to give you a compliment because your entire panel and you and the people that you're meeting are good people. Like, there's no competition here. Everyone wants to help one another. Like, no one's trying to gatekeep anything. And I love it. I love that attitude. And I'm so thankful for it.
yeah, and I
It's
appreciate
different. It's
everybody.
really rare here.
Let me see here. We're gonna call him one more time. Let's see. Don't leave us on voicemail, Charlie. Come on, Charlie, pick up. Might be searching.
He might be busy at the chocolate factory.
Oh, Charlie. Maybe he's getting some rest. Hopefully he's getting some rest. Hopefully he's getting some rest. Yeah. Well, if we and I am what let me see. Where's this screen share at that I made? There we go. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get into this. We'll listen to this. It's probably, I imagine, I haven't seen it, but I imagine it's graphic or not. I think is it going to discuss graphic
Oh,
stuff?
this? No, I don't think so. I don't think it gets. I mean,
No.
it's triggering it's triggering in the fact. Sorry, go ahead.
Like with abusive situations and stuff like that. I know you said that there was some things that he was saying that was going on where she was doing this and that and I didn't, because there's anybody that maybe experienced any kind of DV or something. Just want to give them a heads up. That's all. If it includes things like that.
It does. It talks about it. I mean, it doesn't get into like excruciating detail, but yeah, it does talk about it, and could be a trigger for someone.
Yeah, just as a heads up, it will be discussing some of those situations. So, if what I'm going to do is if you're new to the show, at the top right of the screen, see where it says live. If it does venture into a graphic conversation, you're going to see that thing at the top right, switch to warning graphic content. And if it does trigger you, just hit mute. Doesn't mean you need to leave the show. You can just hit mute. And once you see that graphic warning switch back to live, you know that you're safe to unmute it. Okay. Just for anybody that might have some kind of flashbacks or anything like that with what's being discussed. I definitely don't want anybody to be brought back to any kind of painful personal situations like that, because it is crazy out there. And there's a lot of it, unfortunately. All right, so we'll watch this here. I dropped her channel in chat. I'm going to drop the link for the video in chat, so if you'll go show some love on that when we're done, and give her some hearts too in the comment section, because a like and a comment is always the best thing that you can do for free help when it comes to supporting all of us out here on YouTube. So here is the conversation. This is from 5 days ago. Oh, let me shrink it a little bit more.
And if you do go over there and comment, let her know that CJ sent you.
Yeah, do that too. And I'm going to drop everybody's links up here again. So if you're not subbed to Silky, Rosie, or Natalie, please do as well. And thank you for hopping up here on panel today with us.
Thank you for having me.
Mother, bio mom, and the stepfather. I don't believe it. I don't want to make accusations.
You don't personally believe it at this point?
I didn't believe it from the beginning.
Okay.
But
okay.
okay, this is speculation because I don't have 100% clarity. I didn't listen to the recording. The father was waiting to hear from me. He wanted me to call, so I did. And we discussed, and I just told him some things I remembered. And I really felt like he's in no place to hear anything bad. Like,
right.
You know, your son is deceased. I believe your son is deceased, like that. He's not in that kind of mindset. He really wants to find him alive. I mean, this is a man who literally lived in San Diego, California. He was married to this woman. And what he told me was multiple occasions while he was sleeping, this woman would drink. She had severe mood swings. And even before he said that, I asked if she was bipolar, because I was just getting, these vibes. And he said that she's never been diagnosed with that, but her sister has.
This is crazy. This is like exactly to a T. What the hell? I'm already like everything that she is saying is the stuff that I was going. I mean, this is crazy. And she was never diagnosed. But yeah, I would wake up in the middle of the night with a punch to my stomach and shit, shit like that. Yeah.
God,
it was,
CJ.
yeah. Yeah. And if the cops would get called out, there'd be times where I would have my shirt the neck of my shirt would be like torn and ripped and blood coming off my mouth and shit, and nothing, didn't do nothing to her. And the cops would walk up to me and walk right by me and said, we'll talk to you in a minute, every time. And then they would come out to me and say, you're lucky we're not taking you in.
Oh my God. That's horrendous. I'm so sorry. That's
real.
Horrible to live through.
For real. It's like there was, because nobody believed that shit back then. Like,
right.
A dude's man, if he gets hit, he's gonna hit her back, and then they're gonna no, man. No, you don't hit a woman no matter.
Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, there was a long period of time that the man was automatically guilty. And I have seen, actually, my ex-husband, at one point, since our divorce, he was involved with this woman who used to do that. And I mean, I got called to the house to pick up my daughter, and they took him to jail, but she's the one that attacked him. And I mean, his shirt was, and he's a big guy, and his shirt was all ripped and everything else, but they took him in, and it was self-defense. And she looked at me and she said, has he never hit you? I said, no, never, not one time.
Yeah, because they manipulate everybody around them to thinking one thing, because that they're, that's what they do. They're manipulators, and right. I think this is it's like, now that I'm like, we've been discussing all this stuff, it's like I can see the type of mom that mom was, and man, that poor child. And then the dad, you look at his background, and then that's why I'm saying they were like tag teaming on Sebastain when it came to the discipline and how they treated him and how they raised him. And it's no wonder he was getting ready to go live at his dad's after school was over. Because he was starting to get old enough. He was starting to get old enough where he could stand up.
Exactly.
And that's why things were starting to make changes. And it's like that. It's almost like that was their kind of motivation. And I feel like when the things progressed to where that was becoming a reality, where he was going to live over at dad's after school year was over, I think that intensified everything that had been taking place for the last 6 years that dude was in their life, because I think that's when everything amplified. It was one level with mom, but then when stepdad comes in, it went to another level, And then when they found out that it became a reality that he was going to go to live with dad, then it stepped it up to even another level. And that's why I think she went, oh my gosh, I went too far. I went too far. I went too far.
Well, and allegedly, something had been said. I think that someone said that a custody issue was going to be coming up with Chris and his ex over their daughter, and that they were potentially going to be questioning Sebastain in that case. Now, I don't know if that meant like on the stand or just police questioning him, or
it would be through a counselor.
And that's what I would figure.
And they're not going to have that unless it's absolutely necessary. They're not going to have that child even come into court. They'll have an advocate speak for the child in court before they would ever bring a child in the courtroom. When it came to that, it would be with an advocate.
Yeah, that's when I watch my court. That's how it's always been. I've never seen a kid on the stand, though I know it does happen because
it does. Yeah.
That one boy got on the stand and was talking about how that police shot his, I think it was his aunt, like they were just playing video games or something like that, and that police person accidentally shot his aunt, I believe, and she ended up passing away. And at her trial, he was on the stand and crying. It was terrible to watch, honestly. I don't remember how old he was, but anyway.
Yeah, it does. But it's like when I was fighting for full custody, it was an advocate that spoke on her behalf because they didn't want her to have to. Because if you're doing that, then you're in front of both parents and you're putting the child in a very uncomfortable situation where, if they feel like they don't want to, even though mom's a piece of shit, she doesn't want to make her mom to be that big of a piece of shit. It's like they can't get it's an uncomfortable position where they're not comfortable to even open up, and so it almost regresses them in their own path for comfort, because they go backwards when they're put in that kind of situation too. So
yeah, the guardian ad litem. We're usually talking about the GAL. I mean, and there are also, psychiatrists and psychologists who are especially trained to ask children things in a certain way. So yeah.
Yep. And shout out to them too, because those are real troopers too. The social workers that really do. I know there's some that are about the money that each case brings for their pocketbook, but some of them really do truly care and go out of their way. And that's how because they'll go out of their way to make sure the right thing is happening. And those are real important, because those are the real 150s out there, because they're doing it for somebody else's child when they have their own thing going on. It's like what we do when we're going out there searching. Like, I could be chilling at home and playing my guitar or something and relaxing and getting good sleep and all this other stuff, but no, it's about others. So that you sacrifice yourself so you could do something for somebody else. So it's important for that. And shout out to those social workers that do that, because there's not enough out there. We all know the social the organization as a whole, and I mean, it's obvious because some of these cases do happen because they're not doing their job, a lot of them. But there are some really good souls out there, and I just want to thank them for helping save our future.
Yeah,
because that's what we're doing.
It's traumatic and dangerous too, to be those people. They're seeing lots of not great things all the time. And, when like social workers, when they make house visits and stuff, those things are dangerous to do.
I don't do it on the social work side, but it is very dangerous. I mean, part of my job is social work, and it's hard. Social work for adults is hard too.
Like you're having to babysit grown
Yeah.
people.
I mean, some of the people that I have aren't even grown. Like, I have 18 and 19-year-olds on my caseload that have no guidance at all.
And where do they get it, you know?
I have no idea, because some of them are from just really good families, and I don't know. It's hard, though. It is really hard, and I am definitely one of those people who wants to help everybody to the best of my ability and give so much of myself to the people on my caseload and I know for a fact that other people in my office don't do.
Yeah.
And people get lost in the system.
Yeah, they do. And that's where a lot of these things take place when it comes to these unfortunate cases, is they end up getting lost in the system, and then the next time, time goes by, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh gosh, didn't even know. So yeah, it's the way that she's starting off. It's just I can see this mom already, because I've experienced this type of mother already, and what they do. It's just kind of creepy. All right, here we go. We'll listen to a little bit here.
So if it does run in families, and he was saying she does have severe mood swings, and that he had been like fully sleeping on multiple occasions where she actually attacked him, according to Seth. And yeah, so that she did have a history of violence as well. So the stepfather, it sounds like from the chatter, has a history of violence, and according to the bio dad, the stepmother also has a history of violence. And yeah, and he said that while they were married, she really couldn't deal with Sebastain very well. Now, remember, everything I'm saying is from his perspective, and that's what he's saying. But that she couldn't really deal with the extra complexities of having an autistic child.
Okay.
Because you are doing a lot of giving, and anytime you have a disabled child, it's more work. You spend more time, and they have special needs. That's why they're called special needs, right? Yeah. And so, according to the stepfather, she also would drink to excess, to the point where like she urinate right in their bedroom. He said, like, literally get that wasted and be very violent when she was that wasted.
Wow.
So, let's see. He also said, like I told you, so I had said I saw a little scuffle. Like, I didn't see a conspiracy to commit murder. Like, not like a plan thing, like, let's get rid of this kid. Okay. More like what Seth told me was that the stepfather, is that Chris, the stepfather?
Yes.
That Chris had told him a couple months ago that their marriage was on the rocks, that he no longer wanted to deal with the problems of Sebastain and the problems of his ex-wife and his own problems. Like, he was done, and that their marriage might be ending. So Seth has come out publicly and said that Sebastain was due to come live with him. But if you're talking about pressure in the marriage that could contribute to somebody losing their temper, and then, like you said, she, according to Seth, she's trained martial arts, extensively. So she has the ability to cause damage. According to Seth, she's very quick-tempered and has mood swings. Now I don't know if still alcohol or later, but this marriage has only been going on a couple of years, and if I'm hearing Seth correctly, this guy from Tennessee, she met him, they got married, and he wanted to bring her back home to Tennessee, and Seth moved all the way to Tennessee as well, because he wants to be in the life of his son. Like, he is really attached to Sebastain, and they might both have a little, I don't know if they both have that, I forgot what it's called. It's on the spectrum, Asperger's. I don't know if they both have that, or if the father, but he's really, I mean, the stories he told me, stories he told me, he would kind of go into a little, like, if they did something to Sebastain, they need justice, but then he would move into stories about his son around the campfire and building a fire with him and fishing with him and doing I don't think he said Sebastain really fished much, but it was just like taking him there and just really intense bond with his son. And so there's something the stepfather continuously says that drives me insane. Every time the issue comes up of what happened, the stepfather sits there and says, "Oh, I was at work." And it's like, wait a minute. Didn't he leave at 4 a.m.?
Well, that is one thing, Donna. From what I understand, he was not in town at that point. According to one of the people I spoke to, the month of February until the 26th at 1 p.m., supposedly he was not around. And if I'm incorrect and somebody truly knows the inside details, please let me know in the comments. But that's what I understand, according to somebody I spoke to. And they know the details because they know. That's all I can say.
Because on interview, wasn't he saying that he left at 4 a.m. to go to work? Didn't he say that?
If that's the case, I haven't heard it. But if that's the case, that's really suspicious. Seriously.
See,
I'm gonna pause it real quick. Contribution call out here for a second, and that's what I'm talking about. Campsite. That's where I feel there's something over there. Contribution call out 49er girl for the $5 super chat. Prayers for Sebastain. Thank you so much, and prayers to you too. I know you're going through some things over there, 49er girl, and I just want to say prayers to you as well. Let me see here. Yep, it is suspicious, you know. That's why I feel like something happened at night. They went to the campsite because they didn't know what to do. He had to help because she controls him as much as he helps her. She, I feel, has him under control, because if you come into that situation and that, you know, it's like he doesn't care about Sebastain that much, then she has you under control. Because the only reason I was stayed in that situation for so long is because it was hard to even think about walking out that door.
I wonder if mom had a drinking problem. I mean, it sounds like she had a drinking problem, but coming from a family of alcoholics, and my father was an abusive alcoholic, they do things that they don't remember.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. That's why
my dad would beat the crap out of me, and then the next day just be cooking breakfast in the kitchen like nothing ever happened. It's like,
and not even take accountability for
at all. So I'm wondering
them. Yeah.
I'm also kind of wondering if there's an autistic component there.
I agree. I've been wondering the exact same thing. And if she is, that would also kind of explain her elusiveness and aloofness in some of these interviews.
Yeah, because I was just looking at now, like, undiagnosed adult autism and violence, and it does, I mean, it's a spectrum, right? So it's not like there's going to be full-blown symptoms, but maybe there is a genetic component and she's like self-medicating with drinking or something like that, that there's an underlying issue.
My ex, like, that's how she dealt with it. And she hated the fact that our daughter came to me when our daughter would cry because her mom was out at the bars drinking Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night while I was at home with the baby.
Yeah.
It makes me even wonder if she drank while she was pregnant.
She had a.
That's what I wondered too.
I don't know about that. I know that when my ex was pregnant, because she was into a lot of different things before, and after that, I know when she was pregnant, even with her narcissistic, you know, attitude, she didn't do any of that stuff. Thank God, when she was pregnant, because I would know if she did. But after that, it went right back into full-blown alcoholism and other substances, and back to, to the way it was. And it's true. Like at any moment, you're walking on eggshells because at any moment,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, it goes from one extreme to a completely other that you may not have even have seen yet
Yeah.
before. And you're it's I can see how, like I'm saying, because it's when you're a step parent and you treat that stepchild like they're your own blood, right? That's one thing. You can tell Chris doesn't treat Sebastian like his own blood. For him to be in that toxic situation, there's no other reason he's being controlled by her.
Well, and then you have three competing people who want control, right? You want Sebastian with his autism. He likes things to be a certain way. So you could argue that he likes to have control, or, not, I don't mean it in a negative way. I'm just saying that he has expectations. And then Chris, and then Chris is controlling, and then Mom too potentially is controlling. You've got three competing interests at any given point in time. That's with people who sound like they have anxiety maybe, or anger issues.
He enjoys that. That's what he enjoys, because that's the only reason why he's been in that situation for so long, because if he was really about that, he would have noticed it. It don't take long. They can't fool you but more than a couple weeks. And then after a few weeks, then you start to see signs, and it's up to you if you see the signs or not. And then, if you continue to go and exist in that, you're either wanting to be a part of it because you enjoy it as well,
right?
Or you're completely dominated by that person. And I don't see him being completely dominated by her. I see him contributing, but I also see him in a slight way being controlled by her. And I think he's the one that's why he's the one that's helped with whatever took place, because that dude, there's plenty of other females out there. I'm not trying to be like a dick, but really, if one female isn't treating you the way you should be treated, dude, there's a lot of other females out there that'll treat you the way that you need to be treated. So nobody should ever have to settle for anything less than what they feel they deserve. And when you're a dude and you are that, if you're that cocky and you're that arrogant, the only reason you stay there is because you enjoy that type of toxicity. And so with that, yeah, I'm sure, because of what I'm sure she did the same stuff that she did with Seth to him. But the thing is he enjoys that toxic behavior, and he's submissive to that toxic behavior because he enjoys that toxic behavior, because that toxic behavior doesn't exist that much out there, and he just happened to meet his match. I mean, I think even in one of his interviews, he said when two people that are about the same path or whatever, it's a beautiful marriage or whatever. But
Yikes.
It's yeah, but I feel like, because he knows, like, as much as he enjoys, it's like I could see him, where if something he does that she don't like, and she starts to get that way with him, he'll just sit there and bow down, like, okay, because when you're in that situation, even if it's your child or not, if you're trying to be with somebody like that, like he is, he probably accepts a lot of the BS as just, well, that's just her,
Yeah.
But he does enjoy it too, because if you don't enjoy it, you ain't there very long.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And part of, him being in the military could potentially, go to that same type of thinking. And, in the military, they train you to be very, very specific things. And he may have really thrived there and enjoyed being under that control, if that makes any sense. Which, if they were both in the military, they're going to have skills that the average person doesn't necessarily have. And then I looked her up, and I think that she was actually licensed in Alabama or Georgia, something like that, as a security installer or something.
Yeah,
But
something like that.
if she has that extra knowledge too, those things all together could.
That's why they use that. It's like my ex.
Perfect criminals.
My ex.
Exactly. Ding, ding, ding.
She learned how the law works because it helped her do what she did.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what they do. They'll learn traits that will benefit their narcissism, so they can become even more powerful, and they'll use it against people. So before I even learned, because when I had to represent myself, I learned a whole bunch of law. Like, for 3 years, I'm learning a whole bunch of, like, this and that. And with her, before that, I didn't know shit about law.
Right.
And she would pull shit out with a lawyer, and when it would come out of the blue, and it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, it was crazy stuff. So they use those traits, and I'm not surprised she didn't learn the karate to help, because those kind of people, they're physical with people. There was so many times, like, that's why my ex got arrested 6 times, is because 4 of them she was fighting cops.
Wow.
Craziness.
For real. Like, she was fighting cops. And I'm sitting there going, how in the hell is my daughter not in my home?
Exactly. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, she learned the law because she could manipulate people with it too. And that sounds like what she's doing. She learned security, manipulate it. Hey, I can make sure I'm doing what I'm doing, and I know how to not get caught. And that might not have anything to do with robbing anybody. It has everything to do with physical altercations, you know?
Yeah.
Or yeah, physical altercations. You talk about the karate, that's there's so many times that there'd be like, we'd be out at the bar and shit, and this is before the baby. We'd be out at the bar and shit, and some girl would look at me the wrong way, and she'd go up and just fucking sock her right there. Shit like this. Like, it was but to me back then, I was like, damn, I was in a different world back then too, and that it, even though it was a sign, I'm just like, damn, that's crazy, like, wow, it was a different kind of world. But it's they'll use that so that way they could become even more powerful, because that's what they want. They want to be the most powerful person around, because that's the only way that they can feel any kind of enjoyment or satisfaction living on this world, is having power like that.
Well, you
And they're
even see that.
miserable when they don't have it.
You even see that power dynamic between Chris and Katie and their different interviews with different people. Like when they were interviewed by Smiley. I'm sorry, I don't remember her exact channel name, but Smiley, when they were on that, he was far more domineering in his personality than when he was on Nancy Grace. When he knew that woman has more power, he like meeked down. It was like a completely different man. Did you notice that?
Because it was based off of her mood. So
Yeah.
the time that he is like seeming like he's the one that's in power, it's because she's letting him do that. Because she's
right.
It's everything is based off of her mood at any moment in time, is what he's going to do and how he acts. That's why he keeps slipping up so much, because she already knows her damn story to a T, where she can pass a polygraph test because she can believe all of it. And he's the one fumbling because he's the one that came to help. And he's like, fuck, I'm losing my shit because I'm trying to keep my story straight and I can't do it anymore. And I bet you he's the one that ends up getting brought in. And then everything's going to come out that she was the whole, the one that is responsible for everything, and he is almost an accessory in a way, because he messed with the crime scene and
Yeah.
you know, but it's all based on her mood. So like Nancy Grace, if she was in a certain mood, a different kind of a mood before that, well then he might have acted different. You can see when you're watching that interview, and you can see how narcissistic she is, because this is the month anniversary. Okay, if your child's missing for a month, 1 month is a humongous fucking number to you, and you're gonna be devastated. And if you're crying for a whole month, your eyes ain't gonna look like that. And when you're watching her in the interview, she's not broken down the whole time. She starts off pretending to be concerned, because it's all about manipulation, but they can only fake it for so long. And shout out to Nancy Grace, because that's question, didn't allow the narcissistic person to be able to try and continue to focus of manipulation. And that's why you saw it gradually changed from her faking concern to, towards the end of the interview, she was fucking fuming inside because she didn't have control.
Yeah. And she would just wanted to get the questions over with. She wasn't actually interested in, getting the information out about what was important.
And that's the thing. She's always in control of these interviews with any of these other places. You can see she's always in control. She's always calm. It's just a couple questions. They're only answering what they want, But when Nancy Grace came, Nancy Grace was in control. And you could see how, as it progresses, you can see how she's realizing that she doesn't have control of that interview. And you could see, I bet you after that interview, when her and him got behind closed doors, I bet you she flipped shit on him. And he is probably like, I didn't do nothing. What? And it was all his fault.
Well, interestingly enough, I heard that so she agreed to take a lie detector test, and he was pissed because she did. That's what I heard. So I think it definitely goes both ways, and in turn, like they take turns of who's in control. Like it's almost like they have an unspoken acknowledgement
her up when she's not having her her day that she's in control. And he's the one that like reaches out for her hand and then helps her on those days that she can't. He's that co-host. He's the co-host that is like, oh, you can't perform today with your, here, let me pick you up, I'll help you until we get to tomorrow when you're able to get back to being you, kind of thing.
He's able to be the knight in shining armor to
her.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, there's a type of compliance. Yeah, definitely.
That's why he's like a passive aggressive.
Yes.
She's aggressive. She's totally aggressive, and he's passive aggressive. And that's why they work together.
And that now that you're pointing that out, that kind of makes sense, because if you have tendencies to get angry, you're not going to want to keep talking. You're going to want to keep things at a minimum so that you don't escalate your own self and have that anger show. You know what I mean? So that's probably why she, in part, does keep her answers so shallow.
Yeah, I think. Sorry. Go ahead. I just think like all of these toxic relationships do eventually find their dynamic. And I think that they've just been doing it so long that they've kind of worked out the rhythm of that. And I mean, if you think about it, like what a mixture. It's heartbreaking to think for Sebastain.
Absolutely. I'm sure that there are lots of arguments between the two of them because of that, like, power struggle. I'm sure that they get into fights constantly, though. Because I mean, you can't tell me that Seth is like, yeah, she's beating me, and then she's never laid a hand on Chris. I don't know about that. I just don't know about that.
With her, it's somebody with her. It's always somebody else's fault. and she's going to take it out on him, and that's how she is. And so I can imagine the home life for Sebastain when it came to just hearing his mom argue with stepdad, and it was probably on a nightly basis. And I wouldn't be surprised if there would be times where they were at the dinner table together and she done smacked off on Chris and shit right in front of Sebastain.
I
Like,
would
I
not
wouldn't
be
be
surprised
surprised.
either. No, and I
I
think
wouldn't
that's
be
kind.
surprised if she shoved food in his face in front of
I
just
think
to
that's
like.
kind of why he's had that job in Memphis and just kind of stayed there for weeks, as he claimed. You know, why would you move your family to Tennessee to have a job 3 hours away where you couldn't see them? You know, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's happened over time, I know, but I think he enjoyed getting in that camper and getting away and being away.
Probably.
Yeah, because he needed to, he's a narcissistic person too. He's the passive aggressive. There's times where he couldn't handle being the passive when he felt aggressive, and that's where that trailer would come in. So the times that he couldn't handle her aggressiveness when he wasn't passive, because he would have to go somewhere else where he could be the aggressive one without being dominated by her aggressiveness, and that's where he would go off, and that's where he would probably find peace on his own time when he needed to be the aggressive one, because then he was in control because he was where he wanted to be.
Oh my gosh, CJ, you just said something that just kind of popped into my head. If she were the controlling one most of the time between Chris and Katie, which I think their relationship is totally codependent, then it would make sense that he would then have that angry energy towards Sebastain.
Because he's the one that triggered her most of the time to make her treat him the way that he got treated. Yes.
Wow.
Developed a hatred.
Can we all just be psychologists now?
Yeah, wow. I didn't think about that, but I think you are totally on point, CJ.
It's yeah, because I mean, and that it's just because of experience with dealing with somebody like that. But I'm not, you know, I'm not that. There was no way in hell I was joining in on that shit, and I'm just, that's why I'm saying I've seen people be in relationships like that, and that's what it is. It's the passive aggressive of their nature, and I've seen all of those things happen. That's why they got, that's why they would go outside of their relationship and go stay at a girlfriend's house, because that was their way of getting away from this, even though that wasn't the proper way to do it or anything. I saw people do that stuff because that would be one of the reasons why they would even go search outside of the relationship, is because the codependency, the passive aggressiveness, because as much as they hated being in that situation, for some reason they couldn't leave it, even though they were a narcissistic person too. It's just there's some that have that dominating thing, like my ex. She fooled tons of people for a long ass time, and even after I got custody, she was still trying to fool people, like she was having visitation and all this other stuff. And no, she was stealing pictures off of my social media, claiming that they were from her camera to make people still think that she didn't get taken away from her. It was the manipulation is just crazy with these people, and they believe their stories so much. And even when it's like to normal people, you're like, there's no way in hell that is what's taking place. They still believe it, to the point where they could pass polygraph tests, because they're so like living in an alternate reality that they exist in their own bubble, and it's like crazy.
Well, and again, she has autistic traits too. I mean, for like a polygraph test, not it measures your stress, and she could easily,
That's a good thing.
You know
You're
what I
used to
mean?
manipulating already, and so what's a polygraph test if you're already used to manipulating all these other people to making them think that this whole thing is something that it never even is close to? And I'm talking even family members.
Yeah.
Right.
Family members of mine were even like, you know what I mean? That's powerful shit.
When they're like, CJ, why are you such a evil person? And you're like, you've known me my entire life. How did this woman convince you that I'm the evil one? That type of thing. Is that what you mean?
What do you mean?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were...
they were like, some of my own family was convinced that I was this evil person.
Right.
Yeah, because of the manipulation of things, and it's like, whoa, you know, like it was crazy. Totally crazy, like the power that these people have of how they can, that they are perfectionists at seeking out the weaknesses of people's psyche.
Yeah, you know, when we were talking the other night, CJ, that's what I was saying, you know, the tears and the manipulation with my ex, and how I would see him do something, you know, with my own eyeballs, and he would, you know, he would convince himself. That's why I said he was so manipulative. He could convince himself. I'm sure he could have passed a polygraph because he convinced the family. I mean, even almost at times convinced me that, am I insane? Did I really see that? But yeah, I did. You know, but it was just so strong. So when you have, he made me out to be, you know, mental, and I'm like, I'm not mental. You're making me mental. Like, you know, that's why I'm having a meltdown, because you're trying to make me think I'm insane.
Yeah, gaslighting.
Samantha has a perfect comment. When a narcissist thinks they can't control someone, they will go out of their way to darken people's opinions of that person. That's exactly right.
Oh, yes. I've had people do that to me. Yes.
They're
I've
dangerous.
had bosses do that to me. It's just wrong. It's so wrong.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you have that kind of power. Can you imagine if they use that for positive and how many lives they could change? You know, if they're used to manipulating situations, imagine if they use that in a positive way and were able to be able to get people to speak out more and things like that, instead of like trying to control them and fit them in their own little spider web, so then they can wrap them up and keep them for whenever they need them in the future.
Right.
That's what they do with these souls out there. They're spiders, and they catch them in a spider web, and then they wrap them up and then keep them for later when they're ready to eat them.
Yeah, you're right.
And they collect them, and that's how they gain their power. Is they collect, you know, this energy from all these other directions, and that's where they get their power from. And once they lose that manipulation, they lose all their power, and then they lose everything that they were living for in the first place, because they don't live for other people. They live for themselves, and it's all about them and their power. And when they don't have it, everything goes to all hell. And then that's when you really see the trueness of that person's inside, because then it really shows at that point. Reactive abuse, they love it because they can point you and say you're the bad one. Yeah, reactive deflection, no accountability. That's why a lot of the people, you know, like you said, they don't even remember that they're doing these things because they don't even want to be accountable, because when they have to be accountable, that's when they have to, because they have souls too. And when they have to be held accountable for something, that's when they self-reflect, and then that's when they understand that they're doing something wrong, and they don't want to do that, and they don't want to feel that, so then they don't take accountability, so that they don't ever feel like there's a chink in their armor.
Right. Well, the base of narcissism is low self-esteem, you know, and so that's what drives them, is they never can take responsibility for being the bad one, because their self-esteem is so low. And, you know, empaths, and I don't know. It sounds like you are the same way. I'm an empath, and we are attracted for some horrible reason to narcissists, and that is why when I when I realized that's why I've been single for 12 years, because I realized at some point like something is broken inside of me. And this is so I need to heal me before I can do anything else. And so now I look at people and I can spot a narcissist like right off the bat. But it took a lot of time of just healing, to do that.
On your part.
On my part, yeah. And so, you get to the point where, and there's still triggers. There are still triggers. But, at the same time, it's like, at least I know. Like before, I didn't have the ability to see narcissism, because when you're empathetic, you think, and your mind works a certain way. It's like there is a scripture in the Bible that says, to the pure, all things are pure. And basically what that means is like when you come from that mindset of you're not trying to hurt people, you're just trying to help and be positive and giving and loving, et cetera, you do not, you can't conceive in your mind that other people are not like that.
Yep.
You just don't.
Yeah, it's all about trying to see the good in people, because that's what
Right.
you're focused on. And then and that's why there's a big heart and a big boot, because I've already learned in my life where I can notice who's got the big heart, and then I can notice pretty quickly when I need to get the boot out, because I already know it's not going to match what we're about. And that's why it's so important too, because as soon as I allow some of that toxicity to come into chat even, and that's why I'm so quick on booting dumb stuff, is because as soon as I let a little bit of that get introduced to you guys or anybody up here on panel, then you guys get affected by it. And that's my mission. If I'm the one that is creating this platform to make sure that there's a voice, it's my responsibility to make sure that I do whatever I can to make sure that none of you ever have to deal with any of that toxicity that could come along. And that's my responsibility. Because it is important, because as soon as that some of that might get introduced, who knows where it could take you.
I think that's why people are so happy here, because that does show.
I agree, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, for sure.
She said that it shows, I believe. Rosie did.
Sorry, was I?
I couldn't hear that. My side was cutting out for a second because I got this great internet over here.
No, but I moved my microphone because I thought it would be better, and I think I actually made things worse.
No, it sounds good right there.
Okay. No, I just said that I think that is the reason that people are so happy here, because it does show. It's not. It is unique. It's not really the same as other channels.
Yeah, and the people that are out there, like CJ blocks me because I asked to quit. It's not about that. It's about your energy, and I recognize your energy sometimes before you even come in the show. And the first time I see you make a comment in my show, bye, because I already recognized your energy before you even came in. And it has nothing to do. Yeah, that's why people want to turn it around like this, like a narcissist, make me seem like the bad guy. No, it's called I already knew about your bullshit because I play chess.
Yeah.
I already knew about your bullshit, and I'm not even going to allow you to ask a legitimate question, because I don't even want you in my community, period, because of what you're about.
Exactly.
I know a hell of a lot more out here in YouTube than people realize or understand, and they look at me and you're like, oh, he's only got 7,000 subs. Guess what? You need to think of me like I have a mind where I got 700,000 subs, okay? Because that's how I think. And people underestimate me, and that's totally fine, because I'm just able to I'm able to slide through easier. because then when you underestimate me and who I am, that's on you, because you're just allowing yourself to be blinded uh, by the truth. And so like I know a lot more out there, and I see a lot more, and there's a lot of people that really do care, and they'll reach out to me because they know that I don't have eyes everywhere. And there's people that reach out to me and let me know about other things that are going on out there, and that's why I'm able to stay so aware, so that way when I notice things, because I'm always the type of person that is going to be prepared for any situation, because that's just how my mind works. That's why I'm already going to be prepared to see your name or see how you type messages and see the similarities in every kind of interaction that you do. So then when you do come in here and you're trying to be funny and fake, I already know that it's you, even though you don't even think that I know anything about it. And that's my responsibility, because you guys are very important to me. And the last thing that I want to do is introduce anything else than beautiful and peace and love to you, because there's not enough on this world. And that is the mission of all of us before we're gone, is to make sure that we can make this as beautiful as possible. So if they ain't about it, I don't even mess around, because I already know that I'm going to get burned by in the future. And so there's too many other souls out here that ain't about it, and I'm going to focus my energy on them instead of focusing on energy on dumb shit that I already know is going to come, because you
Yeah.
already showed who you were in the first place.
Right.
Yeah. And back to that energy conversation that we just had, whatever you let the energy go to is where that energy is going to stew. And if it's in a good place, great. If it's in a negative place, it's just going to keep growing negative, like you were saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's why people want to talk shit or even put me on a poll, like, who killed Riley Strain, Evil CJ. It's like, dude, people like that.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
It is that somebody can make a joke out of that, and it's just there's too much out there. There's not enough time to focus on it. If I focus on that, then I'm taking away focus on somebody who really deserves it. And so it's ridiculous out there, but that's why we don't even have shows that even though there's stuff out there. And you know how I make t-shirts, I could probably be having some kick-ass shows when it comes to some of these trolls out here on YouTube talking shit. But I just don't. I got better things to do, and I got energy that everybody has a gas tank, and it's not always full. And I want to make sure that I use whatever gas I do have in my tank for the people that need to really truly get somewhere instead of driving in reverse.
Right.
I'd rather drive forward. What's up, Justin? Thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. I'm just taking a break today. We're going to be going on location tomorrow. By the way, it's like a 4.5 hour drive or something like that. I was going to stay overnight down south, but I thought it was like a 5 or 6 hour drive. So since it's only like a 4 hour drive, I'm actually going to leave in the morning, like I was about the same time that I was leaving to go down to Hendersonville and Nashville. But I'll end up just making the whole 4.5 hour trip that way in the morning, so we can meet up at the location of the campground. And then after I'm done there is where I'll probably stay the night somewhere, if depending on how I feel. But otherwise, I might just, because a lot of the times when I'm out there in the field and doing things, when I'm done, and I'm just so wired I'm like naturally wired from just trying to help, that there's no way I could even get any rest. And so that's why a lot of the times I just end up driving home, because really it's almost like I'm I get into a certain mode when I'm out there where it's like work focused 150%. I'm on the go, 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 go. And when I get in the vehicle, it's a way for me to like shut off my brain and kind of get myself back into normal mode because I'm not hyper focused, hypersensitized, hyper like it's like this hyper uh sensitivity type thing that you put yourself into when you're going out there because you have to sense things, so you have to heighten it, and when you're done you need that release to kind of bring yourself back down, because then it can actually change into a negative energy if you don't manage it properly. And so uh, that's why I do like enjoy the roads, because it does help manage with that stuff. And so I'm gonna be leaving uh probably about 6 in the morning. So we'll be doing a on the road show. If you guys want to hang out tomorrow, I'll be doing on the road until I get there, and then we'll be
I'll
going live.
anchor for you again if you want.
Yeah, please. And any of you are more than welcome to join tomorrow too. Najee, let me know if you're able to make it too. And if you want to meet us, I think we're meeting at like 11:30 or something like that.
Yeah, I can swing tomorrow. I might
Yeah.
have a friend, might bring a
Yeah, that's
friend
fine too.
along
Yeah,
with
that's
me.
fine too.
And I have to be back here by I got some confirmation on some times, so I'll have to be back here by 9 o'clock. So, and it's 3
Yeah.
hours and 30 minutes from me.
Yeah, that's
Which is crazy,
totally.
but
Yeah, it's a distance, but no, I appreciate that, and we're gonna get together and meet up at a certain spot, and then go there. I think would be the best thing. Maybe like a Walmart or something in case somebody needs to get something or whatever before we go out there, in case somebody might forget something or whatever. And then plus it's a good meetup spot where everybody can park together and get, and meet up, and then we can kind of go from there.
they've
So if
left the
anybody
site though, haven't they?
Yeah.
They left the
Yeah.
campsite. Okay.
I'm glad they did. I would rather they be gone when we go there, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I want the focus of them to be out of that place, because I want us to be able to totally focus on that area and try and see what we can come up with down there. So hopefully the wind cooperates, because I really want to get my drone out there, and I think if we can get the drone, we can actually explore a hell of a lot more than without raising any kind of animosity or anything like that. But I already have an idea of what we can possibly do to avoid that. So I'm going to see if it's going to work. But if not, there's going to be other things that I think we can do that is going to be beneficial too when it comes to that. Let me see here. And thank you so much for the kind words, Justin. I appreciate it. It's trying to make a difference and trying to help bring awareness and understanding too. When I was talking with Brittany last night on her show, and they were talking about Riley Strain and how some people still couldn't understand how he didn't, excuse me, how he didn't fall off. Like if you think that he didn't fall off, well, then your tinfoil hat and all this other stuff. And that's why me and Najee went out there, is because if we didn't show you that alternate view of everything that gives you that alternate view, then a lot more people would still be thinking that, yeah, he definitely fell into the water. But when you have the view and we can bring it to you like that, it helps you understand, no, there's no way in hell he fell into the water and floated off. And so it's about that too. Not only helping make a difference, but help bring awareness to things too, where, maybe it seem a certain way. I know when you're standing underneath the bridge, it seems like, yeah, dude could fall off straight into the water. But when it comes to really exploring all the thoughts and the theories, you have to have those different things, because you need to have the whole picture in front of you. You can't have 3/4 of the puzzle pieces and see what that whole picture is supposed to be, because you might be missing a deer next to a tree because you don't have the pieces, and that deer next to the tree might make the whole picture on the right side of the picture. And if you're missing it, you don't see everything that's there, and you can come up with false assumptions and false paths. But
yeah, because sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, for us at a distance, it's really difficult to visualize it. So that makes like the world of difference to be able to see you guys going through that. Because
Yeah.
I mean, it's really not easy to kind of not be there and still try and understand. So it's like the very next best thing to being there. It really does make a difference.
Yeah. And CJ, I have to work part of it's weird. I have to work holiday hours tomorrow, but I'll up in and out through the day. I'll have some time in the afternoon for sure. So
Yeah, I'll probably be there. I'm gonna probably be there about 11. 11, right. I'm gonna try and be there about 11. Uh, and then I imagine we'll probably go live about noon or 12:30, somewhere around there. Um, and then we're gonna just kind of do what we do, and we'll be back in Hendersonville too. And then I'm gonna be making a trip back to Nashville where Riley was at too, because some of the stuff that is out now. Plus, I feel like now that Riley was found, and uh, now that people are, it was a drowning and this and that, there's less attention on that camp, and I feel like if anybody's going to say what the truth was, I think it should be now. And I think this is the time where they would slip and some of the truth might come out, because if we wait any longer, I think the truth will fade as time
yeah.
goes by. And right now they don't have any more motivation to stick together and keep their stories straight. Right now they're probably glad that the attention's gone, and that's where the slippage is going to come in. And so I'm hoping I'm going to be able to go down there too, and have some conversations, and hopefully see the contradictions in some stories, and try and see if try and sift through the mud for the little chunks of gold with all that stuff, and trying, because the family, they know that there's more, and that's why they're having a second autopsy, and uh, I feel like, they know somebody down there, and I feel that they're saying somebody at the camp, even though they're not. They're just saying somebody down there knows the truth. I know somebody down there knows the truth, and they had every reason not to make sure, or to make sure that none of it came out. But now their focus, their hypertension focus is gone, and that's where they're going to slip. And so hopefully I can talk to some people and see where the contradictions are at, because they do deserve answers, and it doesn't make sense. And I feel like the truth does exist down at that camp. And I think it has to do with that blue tent, Najee.
The blue tent?
The dude.
Oh yeah,
The
sure.
dude in the blue tent.
Something suspect
And I think
happening down there.
he's the one that yelled at us too.
Don't come in here.
Yeah, I think he's the one that yelled at us too.
Quite possibly. Yeah.
And I'm hoping I'm able to talk to him, because I think he's gonna be the one that slips, because I feel like he is so confident and was able to avoid discussing a lot, and now that all the attention's gone, he's not even focused on that anymore. And just like, Nancy, when there's no focus to remain the same story, that's when they forget and slip, and you ask the same questions in the beginning of
sorry. I was just thinking, like, I gave some thought on the best way to approach from last night, and I think it would be just like, what's your story? Like asking them their story, and then finding a way in from there.
Yeah, and introducing questions like in the beginning of a conversation, and then slip it in 3/4 of the way through to see if they answer it the same way.
Right.
Yeah. And I just feel like the truth is down there. And I feel like now's the time that it's gonna come out, and now's the time that it should. And if there's any longer, then it's gonna fade. And right now, this is the time to ask those questions down there because they're not focused on it anymore. Yeah. So I'm gonna be going down there too and trying to talk to them. And that's a good idea too, like Najee, like just going up to him like, hey, I was down here, this and that, and I know they've seen me, so they're gonna recognize me. And I'll sit there and I'll talk to him and ask him those kind of questions. Like it's what's your story, right? Yeah, I like that. Let me see here. So we'll go back to this. This is discussing, I think we all kind of know somebody like this or have experienced somebody like this or even thought about somebody like this. And it kind of hits home for a lot of people here today. Real quick, though, this just came up. I want to say, SM, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. My contribution for your road trip tomorrow. Thanks for all the amazing work you do. And thanks to you guys, because the reason I do this is because of the support that I get from you. I transfer that support to the communities, and then it goes back to you. So it's that recycle of love, and that's what I'm trying to do with, and that's why I call it a contribution. That there's a lot of people that it's donation, and it's not that it's a bad word, but I like people to think and understand that what they do with their support is more than just that. It is a contribution because you're contributing to the support that we continue to go do to the other communities for these other things that take place in this ugly world. So it really does come back to you. It just comes back from other communities. That comes back from you. So I want to say thank you very much. So we'll get back to this here. And we'll get to some other things too. I know there's some audio out there and stuff like that, but we'll get to this. If anybody does know where they stopped talking about Sebastain, I let me know, and then we'll go ahead and get to those other things too. And thank you everybody for hanging out. Appreciate you, and thank you guys up here in panel too.
Yeah, I don't know either. I thought he said that, and I was thinking either there's like. So is the last known sighting still on the video camera from the restaurant at 6 p.m.? Is that the last known sighting?
The last known sighting is actually Sebastain getting the mail in the evening on Sunday, the night of the 25th. So yes, he was seen in the restaurant, but then he was also seen outside of his house taking the trash to the street.
That's what time? Do you know what time?
I believe they told me it was between 6 and 8. It was in that window.
Oh, okay. So it was after they came home from the restaurant?
Yes.
And then, see, this is the thing. Autistic children are a lot of work. All right. And my friend across the street from me, so I watched her son grow up across the street from me, and he was autistic. And he was very nice-natured, except if he was having a meltdown. And like, they went to a hotel before and he had a meltdown. And so she said, well, I'm going to go get food and bring it back for you. Then I'm not letting you come to the restaurant with the other two children. And so they left to go to the restaurant, which was just across the parking lot. And he threw the hotel room television right out the window. I mean, it's
wow.
And I have a video she sent of now when the boy is like 20.
Oh, hey.
Smashing out her Jeep.
Sorry, trigger warning. There's a little bit of graphic content coming up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hold on one second. And if you're new to the show, if there is anything triggering, all you have to do is hit mute when you see up in the top right warning graphic. Once it switches back to live, you can unmute it. If there's any DV situations that you feel might trigger you, thank you for.
Yeah, and it's not DV to be honest. It you'll see, but it's not DV. But go ahead.
Okay.
And normally he's the nicest kid. Like I've seen him for years. I've never even, other than from a distance, seen him having a meltdown. But he's always come out. He says hi to me, and he seems happy. And You know, she always would send him back to his room and stuff, but I actually liked his presence. And I was watching your chat, and I was watching some people talking about the possible SA stuff or whatever.
Yes.
Or with him, and that why the stepdad wouldn't let that. I don't know why their personal reason was. I do know that the boy across the street, he seemed normal all the time. He never seemed perverted or weird or anything like that. But like the thing about boundaries and what you should and should do and putting the brakes on, he was brought home by the police on 2 separate occasions because he took his clothes off at the park.
Oh, geez. And you're saying he was 20, Donna?
Yeah, he was 20, and he was 20, and he didn't have the comprehension in his mind.
No, that it was inappropriate.
Right. Oh, so he didn't try to hurt anybody, but he did and he started pleasuring himself at the park.
Oh, geez.
He took all his clothes off. And so I lived over there for over 20 years. So I saw him since he was a little kid growing up. And I never once saw him act weird. I never got creepy vibes. It wasn't like that at all. It was just, I don't think he really could grasp that. So I don't know the situation personally. You know, why did Chris, the stepdad, not want him around his daughter? Had something like that happened? Or, you know, Chris seems real controlling. Did he want the other kids to think you listen to me or else? But somehow that doesn't really work, I don't think, if someone's autistic. Like, I'll just use the example. My daughter, Nicole, right, who's now deceased, she had Tourette syndromes that it came around age 9 and left, you know, after when she was a teenager. But when there were times of stress in the house, she would end up having more tics. And with the tics, with the raisin tics, she would also have more meltdowns. And if she had a meltdown, there wasn't a whole lot that you could do about it. But when it was over, then she'd say, oh, could we just act normal? Or could we just, like, she would feel bad, but it was like she didn't have the control over it. Because like with that, it's electrical impulses. And the same thing with autistic kids. I mean, it's a lot of work. And so the thing about locking him out of the house, could they have done that? That's possible. I did, when I had Nicole, I went to every parenting class I could find to help her. And that is one of the things that they tell you for kids with problems like that is, or any kid that has attempt, they'll tell you if to take them out and just tell them to knock on the door when they're ready to come back in and like that.
Like, so, let them have their meltdown and then okay.
Get them outside, shut the door, tell them to knock on the door when they're done.
The garage and why he didn't have a code for the garage.
I was just thinking of,
that it didn't really work when I tried it twice. So I didn't do it anymore, but I've heard that that's part of training of therapy. So it's like, it's not necessarily, but I did see a bit of a scuffle take place. So like, and it's, again, the psychic is the same level of speculation for all reasons, for every legal reason, for every, court reason or whatever. It's not even, and nobody's right all the time, but I did see a little bit of scuffle. So I told the father, Sebastain, Seth, I said, I told him about it. And he says, oh, that's when he told me that he had the fluid on his brain and that if he did get a head injury, he could die. And so that's a real serious thing. And it could, I tend to think, I would be surprised if later they came out and said anything like happened on purpose. Like, the reality is if something happened like what I saw, they should have just called the police and told them what happened, because things happen unless there was enough bruising where it was like, okay, mom and or dad went way out, mom and or stepdad went way out of control. Right. So, I don't believe their public story at all. I put no faith in it. And I like Chronicles of Olivia, but she had the moment to be in their house. She didn't even ask the mom do you believe your son's alive?
I know. There was a lot.
I mean, it would have been nice to see her facial reactions and her body language. And then that one weird interview where they would only show their hands.
That
was like, are you kidding? If my 15-year-old was missing, I would be in the camera every minute they let me. I would let everyone in my house. I'd be begging for help. You know,
I know that's the thing is when I imagine what a parent of a missing child is supposed to be like, I don't think, and I hate to say this, but I don't think they fit the bill right now. They don't seem, there's no urgency. There's no, we got to find him now. Where the hell is my son?
They seem more, they seem more concerned with controlling the story.
Yeah.
They want to control the story and the stepfather keeps taking over. I don't see any tears dripping down her face. Like,
I know.
I mean, it feels to me that she knows what happened already. But there's the possibility, like I saw him going like this. There's a possibility, like, could they've gotten the scuffle and then he like took off? I don't know. And so I asked Teresa, who's my main admin on my face group, her son's autistic, and I met her during the Lori Vallow case regarding JJ. And she said her son won't walk in the grass either barefoot.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's pretty common, honestly.
What? Yeah, common. So could he have tried to, in his mind, like, I'm going to go to my father's, I'm leaving, I'm done with this? He could have. And like, if I was in Tennessee, what I would be doing is, that's the first thing I would rule out, is I would just drive from the bio mom's house to the bio dad's house to kind of see if I sensed anything, and then I would also then drive from the bio mom's house to the stepdad's work and see if I kind of was triggered by anything on the way, to see if he was home. If he was home, the whole thing about leaving at 4 a.m. means nothing if the last time he was seen was 7 hours before that.
Right. Totally.
I mean, they actually could have even done something that night, left their cell phones at home and come back by 3 when he had to go to work.
Totally. If you plan this out right, I could see how
law
enforcement would not know what happened, right? Because they rely so.
It's crazy. Everything she's saying, this is what the discussion is. I never, this is what it is. Like, this is not a bunch of, it's speculation, but this isn't a bunch of bullshit speculation that we're talking about today. This shit is real, and you can see it if you've seen it before, and that's how obvious it is. We're going, I know there's a couple of them. I know. Thank you. We already know where we're heading. You guys will see tomorrow. Trust me. There's a reason why we're not going to where they're at, because that's not where he's at. He's somewhere from an earlier stop, and you'll see. We'll be taking you there tomorrow, and we'll be live on location, and we're going to be doing what we do each time we go out there. Shout out to the power team. I appreciate all you guys being along here with me. Because I do appreciate everything that you guys do contribute, because really there's so much more than just people being on panel. It's your minds and your experiences too, and we can collaborate to where we can really even get closer to the truth and the answers out there. So I really do appreciate everybody being with us as we go on these journeys too.
Yeah, and if there are any psychics in your chat, I'd like to know. See if they have anything brewing from this.
Yeah, I have to be there myself. Period.
Oh yeah.
That's when I really can sense stuff here.
So much now. Law enforcement relies a ton on technology and the digital stuff in the computers and the phone and this and that.
Oh yeah.
There's not enough walk and talk type, investigation now. It's so much reliant on the technology that, like, if you do all the right things, I think you could evade justice now.
Well, if you have half a brain, you'll leave your cell phone at home. when you dump a body. I mean, like, I hate to say it that way, but we watch all these people that are just total complete idiots, and part of the reason they get convicted is these cell phones, right?
100%. Yeah.
So if they left, if he was there and he helped her and he left the cell phone, and I'm just saying if he was home and Sebastain was having a meltdown and the mom was like getting him on the head, trying to get him off her. Right. I mean, it could have started out very innocently. It could have started out with not necessarily her going after him, but it trying to contain him and kind of, you know, and the stepfather putting a chokehold. And I'm not saying that he did. I don't know that. I didn't even listen to the recording. I didn't see it. I just kind of thought after I talked, I know I'll listen to it. Yes, I was hoping after I talked to Seth, I was like, you know what? He really wants to, I'm just going to pray for Sebastain to come home and like with everyone else and hope for the best. And I mean, it's not looking good the longer it goes. But again, like Seth said, he thought that he kept telling the police that their area that they were searching should be bigger and wider because he said Sebastain can walk really fast. And so did Teresa, my friend, the admin, whose son is autistic. She said her son can go. Like, you know, if they just get an idea in their head. So, yeah.
But Donna, with no shoes on.
Yeah, I know. It
boggles my mind.
I personally, my personal feeling is I don't believe them. Oh, Seth said that they gave the mom a lie detector test.
And that she passed it, right?
I don't know if they ever really say.
Well, I heard she passed it.
Well, she said she passed it.
Yeah. But I mean, I heard from someone else that she passed it.
Yeah.
And I also heard that Chris was pissed.
That's what Seth said, that Chris got really mad at her for agreeing to take one, that she should have a lawyer. So I'm almost guessing they probably already have a lawyer. I'd be surprised if they didn't have a lawyer. Yeah. Like, you know, we don't really know, I don't think. No. But yeah, it's clear that Chris is trying to control this narrative for sure. And I don't put any stock in anything that the bio mom or the stepdad is saying at this point. And then you know, that's kind of being nice about it. I'm trying to tone myself, and you know, unless I'm 100% sure of something, I don't want to. Like I would see flashes of forest and stuff like that. As far as where he could be, you know, I don't want to though make any accusations unless I'm 100% sure. Like if you know, with the Brian Koberger thing, the only thing I remembered was bread. And then 4 days later, I listened to it and I was like, oh my God. I had zero conscious memory of what was on that recording. So I'll listen to it. I was just, you know, I was just praying for Sebastain to come home, and I could tell he's just smile lights up a room. And so gleaming happy, you know, with his teachers from his school and stuff like that. Yeah. And it's hard to think that somebody could have happened to him. But, you know, with their marriage in shambles, with the stepdad being controlling and violent, the mom having mood swings and being violent, and the stepdad saying, I want out of the marriage, I'm not taking care of Sebastain and his problems anymore.
That's a big deal.
That's a high level stress right there in the marriage, in the house. Yes. And then the mom also had resentment against the biological father. When she was in San Diego, she actually tried to get him to agree that he didn't have to pay child support, but never be able to see Sebastain. And he said he was actually the main caretaker of Sebastain, that she's the one who couldn't handle it. And moved across the country. And he said that he felt for a while, that Chris was actually more of an ally than his ex-wife, because Chris said you have to respect the fact that his father moved across the country to be around him and do the visitation properly and stuff like that. So she also has resentments against him. So all this could have put her in a state of stress where if she already has violent tendencies and mood swings, and he's having a meltdown, maybe she reacted. And I'm just saying maybe, and I'm not accusing, but you know, that's kind of my feelings on it.
Well, I feel like we're all sort of theorizing along those lines, Donna.
Yeah.
Because it is so weird. A kid disappears. He's 15 years old. He's autistic. He thrives in routine. Why is he going to leave the house, let's say, between the hours of 3 a.m. and 6 a.m., if that's what it was? It doesn't compute.
It's extremely unlikely unless he had a flash thought in his head, like, I'm done with this house. I'm going to my dad's.
Right.
But even then, I would think he would have put his shoes on if he was going to do that. Unless he was being abused or she pushed him out and locked the door and he took off. But if she had only pushed him out and locked the door, I think that she would have said that on the news. Hey, then the story would be, hey, we were doing, this, because it's not non-violent, trying to manage these meltdowns, right? We, at the advice of therapist or whatever, we locked him outside because he was having a meltdown and he disappeared. That would have been the official story if that was the case, because that's not against the law and people would understand, so it's, it doesn't look good for Sebastain, unfortunately.
It doesn't. Do you, and I know you probably altogether, do you think he's deceased at this point? I know you probably don't even want to weigh in, but that's how you feel as of now? Yeah.
Probably. I hold out that 1% hope. I've been praying for him every day.
Yes.
That he'll come home alive. See, that's one thing I have on these cases too. It's super hard. I have to get over the hurdle of accepting that someone might be dead.
I know.
When I'd rather have them be alive. I want them to be alive, and to be able to see their death, you have to accept that, to see what's really there. And it's not looking good for him, but that, I keep thinking of that on Inside Edition, where the one autistic young man is found 3 years later and he'd been wandering around the country.
That's crazy.
Literally. Yeah. I know. And so that holds out until they find remains. And the one problem in Tennessee is, look at all those woods everywhere.
It's so vast. Yeah, it's hard to even imagine how you could find him. It's a needle. He's a needle in a haystack out there for people who might not know who you are yet, because they're new to this case. They're new to this true crime community. So how I met Donna is back in 2020. I stumbled upon one of her videos. At the time, there were 2 missing kids out of Idaho. Their names were JJ and Tylee, and she was channeling what happened to them. And I didn't believe in that kind of thing at all. And for the people that have been here a long time, I'm sorry, this story is old to you because you know what happened. But for those who don't, it was so mind-blowing to me once they found these kids in exactly the position, the situation, all the same exact details that she had said 5 months before. I mean, things that came out in the trial that were exact, the minutia detail, unbelievable. And so that changed my opinion that, there is a place for psychic detectives like Donna in the true crime community. Now, I know it's extremely taxing for her. This is very hard for her to see, these different deaths.
The children are harder. When I do the ones on the adults, it for some reason doesn't affect me that way. Okay. But like the last reading I did was on that little Audrey, the missing girl in Texas. And I probably shouldn't have, because when I first saw her coloring was identical to my own daughter, who's deceased and was murdered. And I went in a spin out, honestly, for like 2 days. I was crying and crying and crying. I never even edited or uploaded the thing. I was just crying and crying and crying. And the children are just real hard to see. I know. Because it's so sad.
It is.
It's just so sad when they haven't even started their life, and like Madeline Soto and, just all of them. It's just a nightmare, and prayers for all of these children.
Speaking of Madeline Soto.
And their parents.
Donna, speaking of Madeline Soto, do you have any particular feeling? I know people are probably wondering about the mother in that case.
My
Jen
personal
Soda.
feeling, yeah, I do have personal feelings about her. I don't know because I purposely did. So when I can sense that the police are gonna find someone, for some reason I kind of know that. Like I get the idea on Sebastain that TBI they got an idea of what happened, but if they have to have evidence and they have to have a body, they can't do anything. You know. With Madeline, you're asking about the mom?
Yes. Jen.
This is my feeling. No. Am I going to believe that happened for 5 years on the other side of a thin wall? And she did not know?
I know.
Or take part? And was he selling these photos to his friends and trading them with groups of people? That's a problem right now with all these predators. They've hooked up on these networks online and they share and they trade and they sell.
Oh, sorry. Is this where they start to go into other cases or something?
Yeah, I think so. And then she has callers, and I think some of the callers may have, some questions about this case, but I don't think all the callers have information or are discussing the Sebastain case. I don't remember for sure though, so someone in your chat knows.
Yeah, if anybody in chat knows, let me see here. Trying to see. Okay, so she gets her phone out right here.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hello? Yes, hi, can you hear me? I don't know if she can hear me. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, hi, who am I speaking to?
My name's Julia. How are you? Hi, Lauren. Hi, Donna.
Oh, good,
Hi.
Julie. We're glad that you're calling. Yeah. How's it going? What's up?
Oh my gosh. This, just between everything that's going on lately, it's like, it's one thing after another.
Oh, I know. Yeah. It's wild right now.
Seems like a lot of people are killing their children lately.
It does. Yeah, I know.
And you think about it, even when you're, far away, whether you're on the West Coast or the East Coast, it keeps you up at night.
It does.
It's crazy.
It's horrible.
How it works.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable.
So, couple things here. I know we've covered a lot. I've been on live with you guys, and I jumped off for 20 or 30 minutes. But I was thinking, the one thing that I keep thinking about are those lights. And I know you mentioned it more. Yeah. But to me, that is like the biggest piece of evidence. And I'm curious. It is. I read somewhere the flashlight thing with Sebastain. Was it on like a keychain? When I think of a keychain, I'm thinking of like a little light. Or was it like an actual flashlight? You know what I mean?
Yes. And what I suspect it probably was those little keychain, like little miniature mag lights. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the black ones? That's what I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I think it was, for sure.
And did those lights cross their yard or just in the common area? Did they go across their actual backyard?
It's so hard to tell, Donna, because the camera that picked it up is from Kellen, from what I understand. So it did pick up like the back side of the yard and then the common area. It's so hard to narrow down. What are these lights? Where are they exactly coming from? Then they're obstructed by the actual bush. So you can't see like where that light goes, unfortunately.
Yeah. But then the person comes out of the bush. I saw them one time, but I didn't watch them over and over. Did the lights go back to the house afterwards?
It seems kind of like they come together and then they like go apart, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we should watch that video here in a few minutes and see again.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's mysterious. It is. And to me, like, how could you say that's not of relevance when that is the only activity really that anybody knows of from that night, right?
I know.
And he vanishes.
It's not like it was at like 8 or 9. We're talking 3 in the morning. There was no reason for 2 people to be in a backyard at 3 a.m. So, I mean, the reason I asked about the flashlight, kind of what Donna was just mentioning, was this flashlight large enough to show that kind of light? And I guess the reason I say that, I think you guys talked about it earlier, but One of my first cousins, a female, has autism. And I know when you're on the spectrum, it can vary, for every individual. But I know my cousin generally was very, overly trustworthy of people. And I think Donna said it too.
Yeah.
They have a kind of a different perception of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate.
I've heard that.
And I really wonder if, especially if this thing with no shoes, which again, I'm hesitant if it's, true or not, but if he was kind of, brought out, geared out of his home, whether that's through a video game. I don't know if I haven't heard anything about if he was into video games or something like that.
Yeah, it's so mysterious. From what I understand, he did play Minecraft. He had access to, he had a cell phone, but mom claims that he couldn't exactly get on the internet. But I truly think he was probably chatting with people on the internet. You know how our kids can be crafty and hide stuff from us if they want to? Why couldn't he?
That could even be what the fight was about. I mean, they could have fought over someone wanting him to turn off a video game I've seen her publicly claim that he didn't have internet access also.
Yeah.
Do you remember recently, maybe a month or so ago, there was that young girl, I don't think she had autism. I think her name was Ella Jones. And she met some man on some, app. Yeah. And she lived in Washington. And then 3 or 4 weeks later, they found her in Michigan. So across the country.
Wow.
See, things could happen. And it's until there's a body, I think it's worth praying,
right.
Even in the just praying that, could he have tried to run off, got lost, ended up somewhere else?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the best case scenario.
It really would, that he's alive. Yeah, I know. And then oh, what was that?
So many thoughts. It's I hate to, like you said, Lauren, there's, you never want to come up with a theory because we're just, we don't know. None of us are law enforcement. Maybe somewhere in the chat, but it's just, it's these things that come to mind, it's kind of a gut feeling.
I know. And right now, my gut feeling is just there's something really wrong going on here. What happened to this kid? And are we ever going to even know? That's what I wonder,
And if the mom doesn't know, why isn't she out there in front of the news cameras every day saying, look, we need people in every city around here to be constantly looking for Sebastain. I mean, look at the mom of this young man that was just found in the river. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, she was there in front of the cameras, tears or not, makeup or not. She was in front of the cameras trying to get attention on her son so they would put the resources to finding him. And I would think that if Sebastian's mom, if her story was accurate, I would think that she would want to be on every news show she could be on. She doesn't need to be there with the father taking over the stepfather taking over the conversation every time,
No, Donna, you're so right. When you think about it, just doesn't smell right. It doesn't.
Even if there was death threats, where they were scared to go out and search, that is what police enforcement is for. They protect you. Yeah. To me, that's just not.
It's not a good excuse.
Excuse, in my opinion.
No, I agree with you.
I don't know. It's so much to take in, but such a sweet-looking young boy.
He's so cute. Yeah, he looks sweet.
It's heartbreaking. I can't imagine.
I know.
Now, does she know a autistic child?
Yes. Didn't you say that you do you have? Is it a 12-year-old? Am I remembering correctly?
Or was it the last caller?
Or was that the last caller? I'm sorry. It's hard to remember.
Me?
Yes.
No, my first cousin, she is, I think, 15, 16.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And she's autistic?
And she's autistic, right?
Autistic.
Okay.
And I resonated with a lot of what Donna said about just I don't know if I'd call it like being inappropriate, but in their mind, I feel like they're very like forthcoming and giving, almost over trustworthy.
Right.
Where something like this could easily happen. But how? There had to have been whether it was through video games or text or something. So
Yep.
So she has a feeling. You have a feeling like there's a possibility that somebody could have lured him out.
Yeah. What do you
think?
What
you're saying?
It's to me, it's a possibility. That's what I wonder with the flashlight and like the action. If even the fact that he had no shoes on, like, did they tell him not to wear shoes because they wouldn't see his footprints and be able to
That's a good question.
The shoe print, which is like Brian Koberger, they had that footprint right outside the girl's room. Was that like a tactic? I don't know. But I do feel that a lot of these children with autism can be overly trustworthy, especially when you're just talking to someone over the internet or through text. You don't know.
Great. And I've heard that he would ride the bus, and maybe the bus, how I feel like a lot of bad stuff can happen on the school bus, honestly. At least when I was growing up, a lot of bad stuff happened on the school bus. But like, could he have become friends with somebody, or let's say thought he was friends with them, and like you said, too trusting, maybe revealed too much. Maybe, could some kid have been like, hey, you should come out with us like at 3 a.m, whatever, okay, and sets his alarm and then he books it. Is that a possibility? I'm just trying
I mean, of course it's a possibility. I'm going to take a break real quick and do a contribution call out for a second. I want to say thank you to MTB for becoming a member. I appreciate you. And thank you so much for your support, because that support also allows us to go out there and do what we're doing, like what we're doing tomorrow when it comes to the trip out there. Everybody's asking, I apologize. It's 6 a.m. Central, 7 a.m. Eastern is when I'm planning on trying to hit the road, give or take a few, and then I should get there earlier than everybody else. And then we'll go ahead and set up and wait to go ahead and get together. If you would like to be part, just email me evilcj@gmail.com and contact me through there, and then we can see if we can get set up with the coordination as well. I don't necessarily think he was lured. I mean, yeah, it's a possibility. I don't know. I just feel like something went too far. The dude was there to try and make sure that, she didn't get in trouble for it. And it's just one of these situations where they're constantly going to be on the go because they're running from the truth. And when it comes to, there's a reason why we're not going out there when they're there, because their energy of what they have is so strong. It would distract from the energy that we're searching for. And now that they're gone from that location, we can focus on that energy totally that we're searching for. I feel like he's there, maybe not, but for some reason I feel like there's a reason why we're going tomorrow, and there's a reason why we had to wait until tomorrow to do it, because of the energy and what we're trying to do. So hopefully please say your prayers and keep your fingers crossed for us, for our safety and our search. We definitely need both, because as much as we need your energy for the search, we need your energy for our safety too, because we are going out there to do things where it can be very uncomfortable. If you were with us yesterday, you saw how uncomfortable it could get when there wasn't even really anything that we did that warranted that kind of reaction. And so it's those things right there that really it is about safety too, because if we don't have safety, we can't go out and do what we do. And so we really need your energy for that too.
Yeah, dang, I wish I could be there. It's just one of those. And one of those days that I have to work, it's my holiday to work, so I have to be there. But lots of prayers going up for you, CJ, always. And I'll be in as much as I can.
Yeah, I'll be here as much as I can too, as well. I will say that one thing that we do have as a potential benefit is that Easter is coming up this weekend, and people will be doing like egg hunts and stuff, which means, people are going to be out there. I know when I lived, at least in Memphis, we would actually go out to a really big park and do our Easter egg hunt. So
cool.
Hopefully
that's a great idea too, and a thought. I didn't even think about it, and you're absolutely right. That is going to be a benefit to any community out there with these Easter egg hunts, because you never know. That's amazing. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah. Hopefully somebody will see something or come upon something, because they're going to be in places potentially that they're not typically in, and literally searching for something. So
right. And when we drove out in that area and you see all the open areas of these homes, and you even see that a family bought a plot of land just to be able to put their loved ones in their own cemetery. Think about all the people that they have family with, and how potentially those family members and friends are going to come to those huge properties in Hendersonville and do those egg hunts out in those fields that they may never have done since last Easter, because it's that wide open area. And what's more fun than going out in the woods, trying to find some eggs. So you're right. The people that are placing them and the people that are looking for them could really potentially, especially in that area, could really potentially maybe stumble across something that we couldn't, because we can't step foot on private property.
Right.
So that's where that comes in. And who knows, maybe there'll be some luck where there's something or some kind of direction that they can go to, because really there is no direction, because there's nothing coming from the house. And that's why I feel like there's a reason why everything took place those first few days. There's a reason. And I think that's where everything, right away in those first few days, that's where things were happening. And that's where we need to go.
Yeah, well, and I know that Najee is on the panel, but I don't know if she's listening at the moment. But don't they say that people who commit these types of crimes, sorry, that's the bird, return
Larry Bird.
Larry Bird, come on now.
I love the name Larry Bird. The legend. For real. When I heard her say Larry Bird, I was driving on my way back home because I checked out her live, the first one I hopped in, and she was talking about Larry Bird, and I was like, swish. The legend. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
shout out Larry.
Yeah, he was interrupting.
Yes, that's good. Shout out Larry.
Gosh, I don't even remember what I was saying.
Sorry,
but it's Larry Bird. Oh, that's right. Najee, we were talking about them returning to the location.
Yeah, I mean,
is that what you were confirming?
Like, no, I don't know. I think we got distracted by Larry Bird, but
sorry.
The other day we were saying, like, when it comes to dumping a body, it's usually like when you don't know the area, you're going to dump on the side of the road versus someone who knows they're going to go deeper and try and hide the body. I mean, if you're returning back to a spot after a body has been disposed of, I would assume you're an FK and, like, you have some sick satisfaction of going back.
Could be. Yeah, I watch a lot of true crime, and I know that any suspects that they have in their heads, they'll track them because they know that a lot of times they'll return to the area where the body is for whatever reason, to see if anybody's around or to move it or whatever the reason. But I don't know if anybody else has ever heard of that. Let me know. I could be making things up.
I've heard that, like to move it or just to look at it, I guess, if you're mentally ill.
I think and I think the same thing, like with what you were saying, Najee. Like, I think when we go to this campground, I really feel like if we do come across something, I really feel like it's not going to be far away. It's even though he would have had time to like go out farther, I feel like it's still going to be somewhere close. It's going to be somewhere close, not out in the distance.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, they're not at the campground that we're going to. They're at another one, but we're not going to that campground. It's actually better that they're not there. And so it's working in our favor when it comes to what we're going there to do, because it has I don't give a shit where they go. I really don't. As long as LE has them on, where they're tracking their location. I don't care where they go. They can go wherever. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not going where they're going, and where I'm going, they probably don't want to go back to. So it's a perfect situation when it comes to doing what we're doing, because I don't want any of that distraction from them. We don't need it. It's not going to be beneficial. It's just going to distract us from what we need to do, even though we may not come into contact or communication. But we do need your prayers for the search. We need to be able to have the ability to be able to go to locations safely and without any issues, so that way we can do the work that we need to do. So I know sometimes there's situations where it's like, wow, how are we able to do this? Please, we need this to be one of those situations, because it's an area that's already been from previous people, that's already been the community is kind of taking a ill light towards certain people here, but we're not about that. And I hope that the energy that you sends out already goes to them, and they understand that we're not about that before we even get there, which will allow us to be able to do what we need to do, because we definitely need all of that in order for us to be able to do the search the right way. And that's all we're trying to do.
Well, you do have our prayers.
Absolutely.
Let me see here. So let me see how much is left of that. Another half hour. Do they go into it more, or is it more about
I don't remember.
Like child abduction stuff. I can skip ahead a little bit.
I mean, you could put it on like 1.5 speed or whatever. And
let's see. I'll go ahead and skip it like 2 minutes, and we'll see where we're at here. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see.
I don't think he has a love for that child or an understanding of how vulnerable he is.
I know.
And I think his militaristic style of discipline, it's not what a child of autism needs.
No, I agree. Yeah.
And so now the other caller is closer to this family than I am, but I am about an hour from Nashville.
Okay.
And my son was in and out of Vanderbilt Children's Hospital a lot, because I didn't know if he was going to live for a long time. But there was a time before my son came along that I had to drive Interstate 40 from Nashville to Memphis a number of times.
Yeah.
So that's 100 miles of straight interstate. And I can tell you that there are numerous exits in which you can get off and you are in rural within a mile.
Good to know.
My mind goes to that poor child somewhere between Nashville and Memphis.
That's so possible. As you say that, I'm getting all kinds of feelings about that. Yeah, that's a gigantic stretch of area of land.
And that's what a lot of Charlie's been saying ever since the beginning when we ran into Charlie. He keeps saying I-40. He keeps saying I-40, I-40, I-40. You know what? Since we're talking about Charlie, and I'm sure the caller section, I'm thinking, is probably just going to go through. And if I'm wrong, let me know, please. I just want to save some time and get to some other stuff too. But if they do talk about it, let me know. But it's a lot of stuff that we've kind of been talking about in theories as we discussed when we've been out there. So yeah, they all are plausible. I'm gonna reach out to Charlie here real quick, see if he'll pick up his phone. And the first thing I need to tell him is set up his voicemail. Like, bro, set your voicemail up, man. Or if you don't know, I'll help you. All right, hold on. Let's see if we can talk to Charlie here real quick. Hold on. Come on, Charlie.
I'm sorry.
I hope everything's okay. Now I'm starting to get a little concerned.
Hopefully he's just resting.
I hope I'm not bothering him. Here, let me text him real quick.
Yeah, especially with that leg. He needs to be very careful.
Yeah, that as well. Maybe he's just gotten tired as well in the last couple of days.
Yeah. I know we've all been working like crazy. I don't even know, Rosie, how you've been going as many long hours as you put in. And of course, CJ goes without saying, that man never sleeps, but
yeah. I'm right there with you, Silky. I'm like, how do they do this?
Yeah.
I'm exhausted all the time, I feel. Just watching them.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
But yeah,
the first day that we were, CJ and I were in Nashville, and we're just, of course, we had gotten up at dark 30 in the morning, and we both had a 2.5 to 3 hour drive in. We met and we started doing our thing, and we were, there at the bridge and all that. And until you said something about it being like 2 a.m., like we weren't even thinking, like, because we're just like, and I was like, oh my God, Rosie has been on all day long. And now it's, oh my God, I felt so bad for you. I was thinking, geez, because, when you're out there in the field, you can't see. I mean, you can see chat a little bit, but you can't keep up with, everything. And then I know constantly needed information, about this and that. And
it's a huge team effort. That's why it's a power team, because really everybody is so powerful with everything that they contribute, even if they're just in chat, everybody.
Well, especially chat, because they're from everywhere and they give so many different perspectives, and things to think about.
Right.
And they keep us awake.
Right? Yeah. And if you're not subscribed to anybody up here, I'm going to drop their links again here in order. So if you aren't subscribed, go ahead and hit it, come back, hit the next one, hit it, come back, hit the next, yada, yada, and then come on back. Here,
yada, yada.
Yeah, I'll be dropping them out here. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, please do.
And I can't see chat, but I put this stream link in my community chat on my channel. So if any of you are over here from my channel, please be sure to subscribe to CJ and let us know in the chat.
You have the option to go live to your channel from here if you'd like to.
I heard that. Like, I don't know how to do it though, and I'm not in the position right now to be able to do it or figure it out. So maybe we can talk about that later. Yeah. And I'd be interested.
Silky's a pro at it. So really, Silky would be the one.
It's really easy once you have StreamYard. I mean, yeah. Which I had it. I used to use StreamYard, so I already have an account with them. But I mean, yeah, you have to you connect it to your YouTube, and then it's just boom, one button.
Oh, okay. I have StreamYard. That's what I use to live stream as well. So I'll just have to figure that out.
So if your channel's already linked to your StreamYard, then it should be really simple. The only thing that was complicated for me was being the co-host here.
Right.
Every time I actually streamed my own channel, it thought I was CJ.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, so and I encourage anybody. That's why I pay the extra for it too. Really, it's not the extra features because there's not that much. I do it to have more community up on panel, and I also do it to allow the community that does have a panel and does want to have a channel to be able to live stream to their platform. Because just as much as this is my content, when you're up here on panel with me, it's your content too, and you deserve to be able to have it go to your channel as well. So
you.
I do encourage anybody, like if you do and you're here, you're more than welcome to do it, and that's why I have it there. So that way, because it's about community and it's about awareness, and the more eyes that you have, because the people might come across you and not even come across me, and they're hearing the same message that we're trying to put out.
Yeah, for sure. That's a very positive way to think about that, because I won't say a lot of YouTubers, but there are definitely YouTubers out there who are very possessive of their content, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's awesome. But I do know one thing I do know how to do is open up multiple tabs on my computer to open up everybody's stream, so everybody gets the analytics. So if anybody in the chat is able to do that. Go and click on everybody's channel. Just put them all. Just put all except for one on mute, and then you help their analytics for their channel.
Wow! Listen to that.
Yeah.
Wow, we're dropping a little lesson here in between.
Yeah.
That's a community freeze.
Yeah, and you can, obviously like all the channels at the same time. So it helps like multiple people at one time. And YouTube like takes all of those analytics. You would be, for people who don't know, you'd be surprised about what YouTube Studio gives you in terms of data and analytics. So they track everything.
They do.
I didn't know that until I got a channel. Just like, what's on the other side?
I didn't even think about it. Now I need to have an analytics office in that office building I'm talking about. In the future. Damn. Go to the analytics department. What's up? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Community freeze for real today. All right. We're going to check out this other episode. This is The Lab. And shout out to my mod Caddy for giving me this link. Hopefully everything's cool with this. Seth joins the panel on this show. When was this? 15 hours ago. So here is the Lab link. If you're not subscribed, please do so. And I'm going to drop the link to the video as well, so you can go show some love on that too. Let's see here, full screen. So here's the link to the video that we're going to check out. And this is Seth joining the panel. So I want to say shout out to the Lab. I've never checked out the channel before, so this is my first introduction to the channel. But I'm sure they're doing everything like we're doing out there. So I just want to say thank you to the Lab for everything that they're doing as well. So we're going to skip ahead to the 52-minute timestamp, and we're going to hear what Seth has to say when he joined the show yesterday.
What did I do? This guy's on the news. It's a star. Oh, there he is. Let me take John Wayne off of the.
John Wayne.
What's up, man? Another day. Tired, wore out.
I think
Yeah. So
I'd like to answer the question that was asked I'd like to start it off with that to begin with. My son never told me that stuff. My son never told me what was going on in that house. If he had told me what was going on in that house, he never would have left mine, period.
Good for you.
I believe that too, with him
Sorry,
moving
who
across
asked the
town.
question?
Yeah, let me pause that. This is what I'm saying. This dude's strength, man.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm a voice that's big enough, because I always tell people I don't go out to them because I'm not trying to add more of what they're already feeling. That's why I wait for them to come to me. And I can't wait to be a voice that's big enough where these families can be like, I want to sit down and talk with CJ, because I feel like we're going to do so many things once we get to that point that people are going to see like really what this community is. And I think the impact of our community is going to be so huge when it gets to that point, because we're actually going to be making a difference and asking questions that make a difference, and think of things and work together and be able to find answers, because we're not about a lot of that other stuff that's artificial.
Right.
And I just can't wait. It's the reason why I bust my ass every single day, because that is the goal. The goal is to be able to be that ear like I am for the community now. Like when I'm going out there, they just come up to me, and I can't wait until the day that we're able to have the families trust, and they reach out to us and want to talk about these things too. So, if they ever are watching these shows here, please, just reach out, and we would love to be able to hear from you as well, because we're not about clicks, we're not about the views. That is ultimately what support is, but that's not what we're about, because people's souls are worth more than anything that's artificial. And what's not artificial is a soul. Material things are. And so,
Amen.
Yeah, I hope that, one day I'm working my ass off to get there.
Well, and it's interesting because
I appreciate you guys so much.
We appreciate you. It's so interesting. Things are just connected way more than what people may think. One of my viewers, I saw her at the vigil of Riley's strain. She actually prayed out loud too. She was one of the girls.
You were there?
No, I wasn't. One of my viewers was. Like I was watching you and saw her, and I was like, oh my gosh, the world is just so small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want you guys to know I really do appreciate all the support that you do give, because really it's what helps us get to there. And that's why I show you guys even the road trips and stuff, is just because I want you guys to see, like, really I'm going all out for you and for them, and that's what this is about. And so really I do, when I say, I know there's a lot of people out there on YouTube that'll say I appreciate you, I love you, and all that other stuff, and it's just a spiel so you can hear the cha-chings in the background. And it's not about that here. I really do take what you give me, and I really do transfer it in the best ways possible that I think is the most effective. And I appreciate you. I don't say it to say it. I want you all to really feel it when I say it, because actions always speak louder than words. And that's what I try and make sure I give you, the action more than the words, because I know that means more than just a couple of words put together, a couple of letters. So I just want to say shout out to him, because I believe him too. I believe if he was told something, yeah, he would have made sure. And that's the kind of power that she had, is where he knew that Sebastain knew already that if he stepped out of line anywhere else or that lie got found out, there was going to be repercussions. And that does a lot of damage too, because, my daughter went through the same thing. I didn't know about a lot of stuff that was going on. She used her against me. I didn't know a lot of stuff that was going on until something happened where she got pulled over and something got investigated. And then the next thing you know, there's all this stuff spewing out, and I'm getting the reports from the counselor. And I'm just like, what the hell?
Oh.
And that's
gotta
when
be terrible.
it was hard, because I reached out to all these different law offices, and they all wanted $10,000 to $15,000 minimum just to
Right.
start it. And I had to do it myself. I tried getting help. Nobody would help me. And so
Yeah.
that's when I was like, I got to do it myself. And I did it.
Good for you.
Because he would do the same thing, and I know what he's saying. If you had even heard a little bit about what was taking place, they know when they go back there what's going to happen. And that's the control that they want. They want to be able to do what they can do to you without you saying shit to anybody. So I don't think anything negative about that situation. I totally understand where he's coming from.
Agreed.
Totally.
Agreed.
Miss Black.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.
I mean, the people are just.
If I had known that my son was being abused mentally, physically, socially, no. He would have been in my house last year. And I just enrolled him in a different program.
Yeah.
Gotta be so frustrated.
Yeah. No.
Mine was
kidding.
11.
Yeah. I don't think there's always somebody that's going to say something, but I don't think that people. I know that I don't. It never once crossed my mind to think like, why is he letting him in this situation? And because he didn't. I mean, it just. I never thought that one time. So I'm sorry that somebody asked that. That was not cool to. No.
Is that don't take offense to it. It just makes me hurt a little bit more because my son didn't tell me.
Sure. So I mean, so this is probably just a lot for you. This is a lot for you to digest, and I know that you found out some things probably in the last 48 hours that haven't been easy to digest, I'm sure. But the focus remains the same, right?
Find my son.
Find your son. Yeah.
Shout
And
out to him.
Are there going to be some volunteers coming out tomorrow?
Hope so.
Yeah. Where are you guys? I mean, like, where do you get your? I'm just wondering, where do you get your tips and stuff from, or is it just places that maybe? How do you kind of come up with the locations?
I've got people on the internet. People send a lot of things to my sister, to my mom, to other people that are helping me on some of these Facebook pages. And they come into me. I go through them all. And it's before, when it was just me, it was like, well, I know what I'm doing today. I'm going to check out this place. Then I'm going to check out this place.
Yeah, because I would.
Seriously, if anybody's coming across this video and there's a connection with this dad, I would love to join his mental with our search, because I feel like he feels things too. And I feel like if we were able to combine those, I don't know. I just feel like he feels things too. I don't know. It's just something that
I wouldn't be a bit surprised, honestly, CJ. And yeah, if anybody has any contact, that would be
or if
great.
they come across this on a replay or whatever,
Yeah.
I think
uh,
it just sounds like he's communicating through his mother and sister, so I think that's a little bit easier for him. But the family as a whole, I'm sure somebody.
no, not that he knows information. Excuse me. Not that he knows information like what we're talking about. The energy, the intuition, the feeling. I feel like he's got puzzle pieces and we got puzzle pieces is what I mean. And we have different puzzles that we're trying to fit him with other pieces that don't go with that puzzle. And I feel like he's got puzzle pieces and we got not information. Not information. I'm not saying information. I'm saying like energy.
Sorry.
I think what Rosie meant was it might be easier to get into contact with Seth via his sister or mother. Is that what you were saying, Rosie?
Yeah. I think. Well, I think that I think that they're doing that for him. It's not direct, but it's still him. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just responding to some chat, not necessarily you, Rosie, so I don't want you to think it was like that. And also I'm not trying to reach out to him because it's an energy thing, like I always discuss. If it's supposed to happen, it's gonna happen. I'm just putting my energy out there, so if that energy ends up aligning with that energy, then it will happen if it's supposed to. I'm not trying to reach out to them because that's me adding to what they're already, that's more of what they're already, the sadness and the pain and the hurt by me because I'm introducing my energy to them. I want their energy to be transferred to me so I can take some of that off. And I can't do that if I introduce my energy first.
Right.
Yeah, I misunderstood. It was me.
So
it wasn't Rosie. It was me.
I don't want anybody to reach out to him. I'm just saying it's my energy bobber that I'm throwing out in the ocean of truth and justice. I just threw my energy bobber out there, and if that energy comes by, it comes by. That's all. I feel like after I just heard this thing that he was saying, I feel like he feels that kind of energy too, and so not that he knows anything. Maybe he does, but it sounds to me like he don't, because he really wasn't told anything, even with like with Sebastain, what was going on. But they haven't been talking for the last 2 weeks either. He hasn't talked to the mom and the stepdad for the last couple weeks either. So he really, I don't think it's information. I just feel like he knows and feels something, but he can't pinpoint it, and we know and feel something and we can't pinpoint it. And I think if the energy allows those two to combine, I think that I just feel like there's going to be a direction. We got 4 different directions to go to, and then when you put those two together, all of a sudden it goes to one kind of thing. It's because we're just missing certain pieces in that energy that is giving us that direction. Oh, let me see here. 301, Lisa, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys for hopping in, and thank you for hanging out. We're just doing an extended show today. Then I'm going to get some rest later tonight and then hit the road early in the morning to head to the campground. Allison, ticket 380. Angie Best, ticket 381. Thank you so much, and appreciate the support of that as well. So we'll get back to this. Let me see. He looks like he's on for quite a bit, which is awesome. So it's going to be good to hear from him on this live. And shout out to the lab. If you're not subscribed to the lab, please go do so and show some love on this video for all the hard work that they're doing, because that's a platform that a family member was able to feel comfortable and reach out to. And so shout out to them for being a platform that he came across and was able to come on there and talk with the soul. So shout out to everybody involved.
Well,
I think that.
Oh, sorry.
I mean,
No, sorry. I just was going to say real quick. It brings up an interesting point about the family members. We haven't really heard anything about her family, right? Like at all. Like he just, was talking about his sister and his mom, and I know that his mom's very interested in finding her grandson via some, tweets or something that was going on, but her family I haven't heard anything about. And it just kind of makes me go to our conversation earlier and like, what was her upbringing like? If her sister had bipolar and she potentially has something, and alcoholism also runs in families, and if she has some type of alcoholism in her family, I just wonder what kind of household it was like for her.
It was a bubble. Oh yeah, I'm sure it was the same way, because I remember, like, and I'll just go back to my experience with my ex, the way that she was treated as a child. I remember when me and her first got together and she was telling me the stories of the things that she went through. But this is the thing, like with my birth dad, there's a point where you have to change the cycle. You have to change the cycle.
Oh yeah.
If I was the same person, then I wouldn't even be doing what I'm doing. I would be abusing alcohol and all the and all this other stuff.
Same.
And this is one of the reasons why I don't drink that much, is because I don't want to be like that.
Right.
Same.
So,
I don't drink at all because of the exact same reasons.
Yeah, so it's up to the person individually, and unfortunately there's things that where they couldn't get out of that pit that they fell in, that wasn't even of their own doing. They were just led there astray by somebody else that had ill intentions. And some people, unfortunately, don't have the opportunity to make it out of that, and some do. And some do have the opportunity and don't take advantage of it because they think it's somebody else's fault. And so when you look at it in a realistic situation and be like, okay, do I want to continue this so that way the future generation will continue that? Or am I going to be the person that changes this for my heritage? So therefore, in the future, this isn't part of that process or cycle anymore.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, give me 1 second. And definitely go show some love on this video. I'm going to share the link again, please. So if you don't mind, go ahead and click on it. When I drop it, go hit a heart, go drop a comment, and then come on back and listen to it with us. They need love too.
To my mom, to other people that are helping me on some of these Facebook pages, and they come into me, I go through them all, and it's before, when it was just me, it was like, well, I know what I'm doing today. I'm going to check out this place, then I'm going to check out this place.
Yeah, because I think that, besides the actual searching itself, kind of just coming up with a place to search has to be difficult in and of itself. I mean, you want to search wherever you can search, but without any concrete leads, it is kind of difficult.
Because I don't get the leads from that TBI and them get.
Right.
I tell people, if you have leads, tell TBI. They can go search them. My sister, she gets leads from people. She sends them to me. I send them to TBI.
Right.
Same point in time, I turn around and tell TBI, I'm going here, I'm going here, I'm going here.
It sounds like that you're very. I have a sister that I'm very close with as well. It seems like that your sister's really, really, really there for you.
She's a bully.
Is she your only sister?
Yeah, she is.
Do you have brothers?
No.
So it's just you two.
Yes.
And is she older than you?
Yes.
It's just like me and my sister, dude. Just like that.
She's somewhere between 40 and 52, but older than me.
My sister's somewhere between 40 and 50 as well, but older than me for sure. That's funny. Yeah, my sister's a bully too, but she still thinks she can tell me what to do. And she still does, and I still listen to it. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's like Chris calling up or Chris telling me that I need to curb my sister or he's going to step on her toes. I was like, good luck.
When did he say that?
When he found out she started the GoFundMe.
What business is that of his?
Oh, it isn't. And he's right. We had an agreement that I wouldn't start a GoFundMe and him and Katie wouldn't start a GoFundMe.
And he didn't.
Why was it? Can you tell me why you guys had that agreement?
Something about not making money off of Sebastian's disappearance.
Wow.
Didn't want people to think that, him disappearing was people trying to make money. And my sister asked me about the GoFundMe. I was like, I don't care. Just don't include my son in on it.
I'll go ahead and pause it. Was somebody trying to say something with that?
Oh, I just was going to say, I heard that they threatened legal action towards Chris because of that. And that to me is outrageous. And here's the thing, even if the sister took it down, I will start a GoFundMe page for Sebastain. Okay?
Yeah.
Somebody will have it up there for him, sir.
I mean, it costs money. It's it's loss of work. And I'd be doing the same thing. And I've never done a GoFundMe for anything. But if I had to not be at my job and I was out full-time searching, as I would be as a parent, I would appreciate all the help I could get. God, you still have bills. The mortgage still comes rolling around every month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's like even Charlie,
he still has to live.
Right. And he's a handyman and he relies on handyman work to survive, and he's even taken time away from doing that, his own livelihood, to be able to go out there and do it. I'm gonna have to he was saying I could have whatever logo I wanted on his stock car, and I think I'm just gonna do it because, I'm sure he's lost, quite a bit of money. This isn't the first couple days he's been out searching. Right. He's been out there searching this, not like completely 100% the whole time because he does have to make a living too, but I need to do that for him, not only to have CJ's Crime Concepts podcast on that vehicle going all over to the different dirt tracks and stuff, but at the same time, he deserves his support too, because I'm sure he's lost way more than what he's asking for me to have my name on his vehicle. So it's sad when people will even sit there, and threaten legal action to prevent that, just because they don't want the attention because of their own ill-gotten gain from what took place.
Yeah. And
bring attention.
It made me, because Chris said something to the effect of, if you know if you want to interview me, fine, but you have to go out publicly and say that you're going to donate all of the funds to the search for Sebastain. I wonder if he gave Nancy Grace that ultimatum too. You think that he said all of your advertisement money from this show has to be going to Sebastain search, and Nancy agreed to it? You think that happened?
Yeah, probably not.
Uh-huh. And we know that
Navy didn't even know it was bio dead. Like, give me a break. That's another story for another show.
Yeah, and we know that he has an attorney because Chris has talked about the attorney with his ex-wife's case. So he has an attorney on speed dial.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's why they're dipping and dodging, because they don't have to say nothing right now. And they're trying to stay away from local attention or any kind of attention. And they're doing it the best way they can is they're staying in a campground. You can get booted from a campground for loitering. So it's a perfect spot for them because they get to stay secluded. They don't have to answer questions or have knocks on their door or questions asked when they're going to their vehicles to go get groceries. They're doing it effectively, but the thing is, it only can go for so long, and then eventually it just unravels anyway. So I never understand why people do that and then continue to drag it out, thinking that they're going to be able to succeed when really the percentages are so small. It's like, why?
Well, and part of me wonders even, and I don't, it just makes me wonder if they're out of town and a warrant goes out for their arrest, it's a little harder to arrest them. Not a lot. I mean, if they're, in Mississippi, I'm sure Mississippi would, arrest them and then extradite them to Tennessee, but it still takes a couple more steps.
Yeah,
so,
they can fight it. They can fight it. But it's going to be way suspicious if they leave the state.
But they already did.
Yeah, well, I mean, not like totally. I mean, it's right over the border. That's really not much. I mean, like,
it's still a completely different jurisdiction in Tennessee.
Yeah, but they're not there anymore. They're not there anymore.
Are they
that
home?
was that was the first. Yeah, they're not there. That's where they want to stay away from there. They don't want to go back there.
But the moving around is weird.
They don't want to go back there. They know what happened, and the last place that they want to go back to is there.
Yeah.
They don't want to go back there. Yeah, it's still across the border, but it would be a little easier when it comes to that because they're going to have relations already. Even though they're different states. Just like Idaho and Pullman, Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman, Washington, they're intermingled with each other. So, it's right across the border, but they're all like interconnected still. So things happen a little quicker, and I'm sure that they're just as affected. Even the people down there in Mississippi where the campsite's at, I'm sure they're just as affected of a community as some of the community is up there too, because they probably have their own missing children cases and they can relate as well. And now it even brought attention to that area, so it hits closer to home for them too and reminds them of their own. So it's I don't think they're gonna be there. Who's changed his Facebook? What? Who are they talking about?
I don't know.
The stepdad? The stepdad? Changed his status to single? What? Is it a fake Facebook? There's plenty out there.
For sure.
Oh no, is this story gonna unravel if this is true? Because if you're like
Yeah.
You don't have that much investment to be hiding shit anymore.
Well, that's literally what Rosie said at the top, right? She said a lot of people will turn on one another, and if they were already in choppy waters, this stress is not going to help. And
they're saying Katie's back home and Chris is not. What?
Because it would look weird if he weren't back, if he were back home from work, because that's why he said he went, and he said that he stays there and doesn't come home every week. So I could see that. I mean, they're calculated. None of this stuff is not done on purpose. They have a reason for doing everything they're doing.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I mean, I don't know if that's his real Facebook, but I mean, look, in my divorce, that's how I found out. He changed his status. Yeah, he changed it. No, it wasn't completely by surprise, okay, but he changed his status to, relationship. It's complicated. I'm like, we're living in the same house. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess it's over now. Well, okay, toodles. I mean, at that point, I didn't care, but I'm like, oh, well, okay. I guess it's official now.
Good to know, yeah.
Thanks for the heads up.
But that they're looking at every single license plate readers. I mean, I've heard of people getting caught from license plate readers on like garbage trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like people, so I'm sure they're looking at all that stuff. License plate. I think, TBI just knows way more than they're telling, which that's very, very typical, very, very typical, and completely understandable. But
they're letting them walk. They're letting them, they know more, and they don't think they know more. The Chris and Katie, they don't think they know more, but they do, and it's because they don't have the evidence yet to be able to do anything, even though they always say it's not what you think, it's what you can prove, and that's why everything's going the way that it is. I haven't seen the Fox. Yeah, if you guys have the link for that Fox News interview, go ahead and share it with us, and we'll let me see here. This is another 2 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and start playing this again. This is there's like another hour and 20 or so, but send me that link and we'll check that out too, that interview from Fox News. So I'm gonna be hanging out with you. I'm gonna do an extra long stream today, and then I'm gonna be done later on, probably in about 3 hours or so. I'm probably gonna go, and then after that I'm gonna chill back and get some rest and get ready for my trip tomorrow, because it's gonna be a long one still. So but just I need some Hardee's tomorrow.
Yes, you do.
Because I'm not trying to get anything from my son missing, but I am trying to find my son. And she was like, okay. I don't have social media, so I didn't even know how a GoFundMe works.
And so he called you and said,
no, I was in the house.
Oh, he said that to you face to face.
Yeah. I mean, it was his prerogative.
Well, I mean, I disagree, but if that's how you feel, good for you. I mean, I don't know.
People do stuff that you want them to do. We have free will.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. It's like I told Jonathan, I don't care who comes and helps me search for my son, as long as you're helping me search for my son.
Sure.
I know that Jonathan has a past. I'm in law enforcement. I'm around murderers, rapists every day. And I hope that they change. They may not get a chance to go back out into society because their sentence is long, but I'm not there to punish them. I'm there to make sure they're abiding by policy. I'm there to make sure that they stay safe too. Jail's not a safe place. I don't
Right.
judge them for what they've done. They've already been judged. That's why they're there.
Well, there is no doubt that these shows, these podcasts can garner a lot of attention for the right reasons, the wrong reasons, but and can get people, you know, your son's face out all over the world. There's no question about that. And that.
Let me pause that real quick. I want to call out this contribution and shout out Tommy. What's up, buddy? Contribution call out. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Lisa Lamonda with the $13.99 super sticker. I got to scroll up and see what it is. Oh, it's a number 1 with some balloons. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you for your support. And please say some prayers and keep your fingers crossed for us tomorrow for our safety and our search. Appreciate you all so much.
People with platforms, you know, I mean, we all have a responsibility. There's no doubt about it. I think that people do genuinely want to help, and sometimes people butt heads, you know. I mean, this is a high stress situation, no question about it. Especially for you, your family, the searchers. I mean, it's a very, very high stress situation. And so, you know, I'm not here to bag on anybody, but yeah, I think people just want to help, you know. I think for the most part, people are pretty genuine, you know, when they want to help. And I mean, anybody that shows up seems that way, you know. I don't know. I can't tell people's intentions. I've always had a problem with that, you know. It's trying to, so I don't even really bother with that, other than just letting
No, Wanda Life, I'm not throwing his past in his face. All right. I told him to himself that his past doesn't matter to me.
Sure. Right.
You know, I would never throw somebody's past in their face. Unless you like stab me, then I might throw that in your face. Like,
sure.
Stab.
Yeah. Understandable.
I'd be upset about that too.
Yeah, that might hurt.
Yeah.
You know.
Sure. I understand.
And I wasn't there when he was booted off the property. I wasn't there when Dolly was there. I knew Dolly was coming down. I wanted to actually meet him. But I wasn't even informed of that stuff had happened until afterwards.
Yeah. Right. I mean, yeah, I don't know. You got enough to worry about. You know, you got enough to worry about. You need to focus on the searches and the finding your son. You know, I mean, that's not really for you to. I don't think that's really for you to square away. I mean, unless that's something you wanted to do, but you don't need that extra stress.
You know, my only thing about some of this stuff is that if you're gonna help search, it's like it's really hard to cook an omelet.
This is the first time I've ever came across this channel, and I want to say I would love to be able to get together with this guy sometime, because I can already tell he is everything that we are about over here, with the way that he's talking and the way that he's kind of explaining things and where they come from and what they're doing over there. That's exactly what the hell we're doing over here, and that's exactly why we're doing it. So I'm glad that you guys gave me the link for this, because I never seen it before, and I want to say thank you, because I'm definitely a sub for life over here on this lab channel, man. Totally about the same. I just want to say shout out to them again real quick.
Omelet with a phone in your hand.
Sure.
Shout out to them.
You know, I know how hard it is right now with my shoulder fucked up. I'm sorry. Can I even cuss on here?
You can.
Cool. My
He can say,
shoulder's fucked
fuck all
up.
he wants over
and it's
here.
hard enough for me to drive, do half the things that I was doing. So yeah, you know, kind of fucking sucks.
Have you? So you've had a shoulder injury before?
No, this is kind of new.
And I know what he's talking about because where I used to work, I would constantly have rotator cuff issues. And it gets to a point sometimes where you can't even lift up a remote to a TV because of how painful it is. So I understand that pain. And the thing is that it just, the only way you can get better is by not using your arm. And so, and it's not a quick thing either, because most of the time people will feel like they're okay again, and then they go to use it, and all of a sudden, boom, they're right back to where they were at a week and a half ago, because everybody's trying to rush it. So special prayers to this for healing, because it's one of those things where if he's never experienced it before, I hope that he's able to take the time with that arm and shoulder that he needs to, because it is one of those things that can keep recurring over and over and over, and it gets worse every single time until eventually you have to have surgery, and then at that point your arm's useless for quite a bit. So just special energy out there for him. I hope he has a speedy recovery, and I hope it is very speedy, because I know that he's probably going to go out there before it even gets to the point where he thinks it's okay, where it'll come back. So special prayers to him, especially with, you want to go out there and you want to search and lift things and pick things up and move through things, and you test limits, and when it comes to that part of the body, you got to be really, really, really careful.
And is that from search? That's from.
Hold on.
Being out.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna tell you they have like these claw grabber things at the Dollar Tree here and there. Usually they do have them. You should get you one. It's one of those things where you use it to reach, to get stuff you can't reach. You should get one of those if you're going to be out there picking up leaves and stuff like that, turning over stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you gotta like squeeze the end of it or something.
Yep. Yeah.
Kind of thing. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. We'll have to go. We'll have to meet at a store when we meet up, when we go out there tomorrow, just in case anybody might think about something that we would need to grab. Do you think you could get together with trained scent dogs? No, I don't think so. I mean, shit. You hear the banter on YouTube about how I should talk through crime because I don't have a degree. So do you think that? Do you think a group with scented dogs is going to be like, all right, CJ, come on, we need your assistance? Oh no, they're good. They're like, yeah, you have no training whatsoever. But it's not about training; it's about the thought process and your intuition. That's what it is. You can have all the training in the world and still be street stupid. So it would be neat. I don't know how that works, but I doubt that would ever happen. I don't know if that would even be possible, but it'd be a cool idea. What's up, Judgmental? I want to say thank you so much for all your support over there on Twitter. I appreciate you. And thank you for everything you do for the true crime community as well.
Out there and searching.
Got a knot about yay big in the back underneath my shoulder blade. And it's just, I need to increase the amount of water I'm drinking and not drink so much coffee, which is blasphemy. But
do you drink what kind of coffee? You drink black coffee?
Yeah.
You ever drink it iced?
No.
Yeah, that's a stomach ache.
As soon as that came halfway out of my mouth, I was like, this guy's gonna call me a fruit here in a second. I like iced coffee. I can't help it. I'm not.
Brown.
I know. That was a dumb question.
Towards like the coffee is cold in my coffee cup.
Poor guy. That
Do you
means
like
he was
iced
out
coffee?
there all day.
No. Don't ever say anything like that to me again.
I don't even drink ice in my sweet tea. It dilutes.
What if it's not cold?
Then it's warm tea, and I should be drinking coffee.
Right. Well,
it's because he's been out there all day.
Party back in 1776 for that shit.
Yeah, well, it wasn't sweet tea, and it was on its way at least. So, so these things, yeah, obviously, the last couple days have been tough. Going forward, I mean, is there searches planned? You have searches planned? What, like Thursday and Friday?
There's supposed to be searches planned every day.
Every day. Okay.
Every day until we find my son.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's and meeting at this basically the same place every day?
Yes, sir.
And then you guys just kind of go from there. But you're not advertising where you're searching because you want a kind of a contained search. Is that the reason for the organization?
They're not telling me where they're searching. Because now that they have come in, from my understanding, they really didn't want me out there to begin with. Which is policy. I mean,
okay,
it's policy for me not to be out there. I'm emotionally attached to the
dogs.
case.
With dogs.
Mm.
But what about his feelings? What about
they're
maybe
worried.
what about this?
Law enforcement is worried that
Knowledge.
I'll fuck up a scene. That I find my son, and but I know what my job duties are.
Yeah, but he can help.
I know what they are, but at the same point in time,
he would help.
My
with
son's
ideas.
out there. He's probably cold, probably hungry, lost, doesn't know where the hell he's at. I need to fucking find him.
Right.
It's
go time.
I'm not.
I love this passion. We don't see this passion in his other parents.
Right. It's go time.
I know what policy is. I know the correct procedures and stuff like that.
Man, he's so strong.
But what do you think my son's going to do if he sees me after 30 days of not seeing me, being out there on the streets, not knowing where he's at?
Right.
He's going to run to me. And it would break my fucking heart to tell him not to touch me.
He's so strong.
Yeah,
man.
Look, man, I completely understand. That makes sense why they wouldn't want parents of missing children on the scene just in case something like that happens.
Right.
I remember
Ideas.
in the John Benet Ramsey case, I'm not getting into who did what but
remember that case. I guess that really makes me fucking old.
It makes me old too, but
but I'm older than you.
a little bit, not a lot.
Hey, earlier you're like, oh yeah, I'm way younger than him.
No, I said you're younger than me.
Oh, but I'm not. I'm older than you.
I just thought you were younger than me because I was like, it seems that I'm getting to the point where like everybody that I meet now, I'm older than.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Come on.
Yeah, it does get that way. Like,
the topic.
Trevor, what are you, 22, Trevor?
Yeah.
Like, people be like, oh, yeah, that's a kid. It's like, it's not really a kid, though. Like, 22 is not a kid. But to me, I mean.
When I'm his age, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm looking and I'm like, how old are you? And you hear the two come out of his mouth, and you're like, man, you're still wet behind the ears.
Well, that may be true. There's no question about that. But everybody, you get tired of hearing that, though, right, Trevor? Be honest.
I'd like to interrupt for a moment.
Please do.
Nicole B., there actually is there is a reward fund set up, and I can get it for you. I've got it somewhere in my text messages, and I will share it to Trevor.
I think I've got it somewhere.
Do you?
I believe so. Let me dig for it real quick.
Because it is an attorney actually in Nashville, and if you donate to it, it's not really, well, you donate to it. He prefers checks. You go in, you give him a.
Does anybody have this link or website that he's referring to so we can promote that as well? He's in charge of the Cold Case Foundation.
Just for clarification, this
Yeah.
is like a reward for finding him.
I'm not quite sure yet. Just sent you the link. Thank you, Judgmental. Appreciate that. We'll get into that after this episode. We'll be on for another couple hours. Something with a lawyer. I just wanted to kind of. I'm gonna rewind just a skosh. I wanted to cut it off before he got into it, just in case anybody did have the link or the information, and we could share it as he's kind of getting into it. I'm not sure exactly, but let me know if you do send it to me, and I'll get to it, and then I can share it. We'll go ahead and rewind it just a little bit, and we'll hear exactly what it is. And thank you, Judgmental, for that link.
That makes sense why they wouldn't want parents of missing children on the scene just in case something like that happens. I remember in the JonBenet Ramsey case, and you know, I'm not getting into who did what but
Remember that case? I guess that really makes me fucking old.
It makes me old too, but
but I'm older than you.
A little bit, not a lot.
Hey, earlier you're like, oh yeah, I'm way younger than him.
No, I said you're younger than me.
Oh, but I'm not. I'm older than you.
I just thought you were younger than me because I was like, it seems that I'm getting to the point where like everybody that I meet now, I'm older than.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it does get that way. Like, you know, Trevor, what are you, 22, Trevor?
Yeah.
Like, people be like, oh, yeah, that's a kid. It's like, it's not really a kid, though. Like, 22 is not a kid. But to me, I mean,
when I'm his age, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm looking and I'm like, how old are you? And you hear the two come out of his mouth, and you're like, man, you're still wet behind the ears.
Well, that may be true. There's no question about that. But everybody, you get tired of hearing that, though, right, Trevor? Be honest.
Yes. I'd like to interrupt for a moment.
Please do.
Nicole B, there actually is there is a reward fund set up, and I can get it for you. I've got it somewhere in my text messages, and I will share it to Trevor.
I think I've got it somewhere.
Do you?
I believe so. Let me dig for it real quick.
Because it is an attorney actually in Nashville, and if you donate to it, it's not really, well, you donate to it. He prefers checks. You go in, you give him a receipt. You go in, you give him the money, he gives you a receipt, and then he puts it into an escrow account. Right now it's at $3,500. But unfortunately, particular family decided to tell people not to donate, because we had people that wanted to donate, you know, $1,000, $2,000 to the reward, and they told them not to donate. I've already called. I spoke to the attorney. He told me the process. And so there is an actual fund already set up.
Okay.
Josh, do you mind if I share my screen for a second? I've got it all pulled up.
No, go ahead.
As long as we don't have to see the John Wayne, we're good.
For the record, I didn't pull that up.
The John. So So this is the reward fund. To add to the reward fund, Sebastain Rogers checks must be mailed or dropped off to reward fund for Sebastain Rogers, James Brown.
All right, let me go full screen on this. There we go. We'll go full screen on that. Let me take a screenshot. And I'll go ahead and save that as well. Go ahead and take a screenshot for yourself. I don't have a link, Detective. I need to get a link. Is there a link that was dropped somewhere? Let me see here. Let me check Discord.
Apparently, this attorney is a criminal defense attorney who, back in 2017, admitted to misconduct involving a judge.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was doing something. What'd you say again about a district attorney?
No, I was saying that this attorney, James Brian Lewis, he is a criminal defense lawyer in Nashville, and in 2017, he admitted to misconduct involving a judge.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
I just hope that he doesn't have any nefarious
Right.
involvement.
When it comes to the flyers, that's a great idea, Katrina. When it comes to the flyers, I have 4 left. So if we can meet, it would be, I was already talking about meeting somewhere, having a meeting spot away from the location so we can kind of get together, get collected, and then kind of go. And that would probably be a perfect spot, actually, is if there's a somewhere where we can take the flyers that I have and I can just go print a shit ton of them from the flyers that I do have. And then, so if you guys can, if there's any kind of like places that we can take the ones that I got and we can make a shit ton of copies out of, let me know, and that can be our meeting spot too. Because then why not? That'd be the perfect spot. I could meet up. I'm gonna be there early. I'll get all the flyers made before everybody else arrives, and then that way we have everything ready to go. And I'll pass 200 flyers. You think that would be good? How many do you think I should make? 200?
I have no idea. Maybe
like 60.
60? Like
Yeah.
for everybody to hand out, like 10 a piece or something?
Yeah.
Or do you think, we don't want to litter.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's why I say 60.
Okay. Thank you. This is why I need you guys, because sometimes you need to be like, CJ, no, slow down. Okay, so 60, I'll go ahead and plan on me doing 60. But if anybody knows the area, please let us know what's the best possible location, not only to meet up, but for me to be able to get flyers ready before.
Well, and I will say too, CJ, you could also contact a printing house down there before you leave and send them like an image and have them print it out, so it's you're not wasting time on it. That's just an idea. Just throwing it out there.
I mean, I can sense I probably, because I have a lot of stuff I got to do before I even do the trip. I can send the image to somebody if somebody wants to set something up, and I could go pick them up or whatever. But it's probably going to be a thing where I'm just going to have to, and it's fine. Thing where I can go to some place and they can print out, however we need, and then we can get those. That's a great idea, Katrina. Thank you so much. And we should go into the city, or if and I could even do it by myself. I understand it's not safe or whatever, but even if I do go by myself, I'll still go down there and put some flyers up in Memphis too. So maybe I'll get 100, and that way we can do 60 60 for the campground, and then I can have 40 left. 30 of them I can pass around, and then I can keep 10 for having backups in case I need any in the future. So, yeah, just let me know what would be the best idea for us to meet up and get copies of that made. Should I not play this or something? Because I'm seeing like people that have played these videos have had issues with content stuff. So I don't know. I've never been about that. I've always been about community and it being able to spread the awareness. So I'm not sure. I never ran into this channel before, but I'm seeing stuff like they don't like you playing their videos, so maybe we just might switch. I don't know. I would hate to do that because this is a great message from the dad. But I don't know. I guess it's always best if I just go ahead and give you the link here, and
There you go.
I guess go ahead and watch it after we're done today. So sorry about that. They're more than welcome to play our stuff, and I even encourage other content creators, especially with our on location footage, because it helps even their communities be able to understand, because it's all about finding the people. But it is what it is. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just seeing messages like, dude, you shouldn't play this. So yeah.
I will say that I played someone else's content once and I got a copyright warning, and so I just took it down immediately. But I don't know. There's also fair use. So, and it just needs to be transformative to be fair use, to be used as fair use.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. Is pausing it and commenting and
exactly.
But still, that's not even good enough for some people. Which it's if it's more about a business, I get it, because it is a business. I get it, but I don't know. I'm just a little different. So I'm going to let me see here. Let me go to Twitter. Judgmental says that they sent the Fox News 2 parts. Sebastain Rogers. Okay, 1 second. So is there the Judge, is there the real link for the video that's on YouTube? Let me see here. He's got an orange shirt. Hold on 1 second. He's got an orange shirt on. Let me look for it real quick. What was it? Fox News, I think is what it is. I'm not seeing it. I'll play it. It's kind of hard to hear the audio. Let me see here. Oh, it's all good. If you're more than welcome to hop up, we'll be going for another few hours, Brittany, if you want to hop up. I sent you the link to Facebook. Or if you want me to send it to an email or something, let me know. Hop on up. We'd love to have you up here. And shout out to her for all the work that she does out there in the true crime community. I went and hung out on her show last night for a little bit. And we had a beautiful conversation, everybody in the community and on the panel over there. And I just want to say thank you, Brittany, for all the hard work that you do for all the communities, the victims, and the families, because you can tell just from hearing your voice that you're coming from the right spot. And we appreciate that very much. If anybody does have this Fox News interview, go ahead and drop it to me too, please. Because I'm not finding it. He's got an orange shirt on. So I'll go to the message and we'll play it from here. Let me know if you guys do have the link. Hold on. So thank you, Judge. Appreciate this.
Sebastain Rogers has not been seen since he left his Tennessee bedroom, barefoot with a flashlight. Joining us now, Sebastain famous Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. So, Miss Proudfoot, you put him to bed. You heard some noises in there. You told him to knock it off. You got up the next morning, and you haven't seen him since. Where do you think your son is right now?
Honestly, we don't know where he is, but now we haven't found any substantial evidence to locate where he's been or where he went. That's why we're pleading for help for anyone out there that might know something or see something that could help us find him.
Ms. Proudfoot, was Sebastain a runner? Did he have a history of running away from school or running away from home anytime before?
No, he didn't have a history of running.
Mr. Proudfoot, you're about, I think, 3 hours away. And then you got the call about what happened and you made your way home. You've agreed to a polygraph. You haven't been ruled as a suspect. What do you make of some of the criticism of some people online, some critics saying that they think that you were involved?
It's their personal opinion. It's sad that people have resulted to this kind of rhetoric and verbiage and harassment, but you know, at the end of the day, it's their opinion, but the truth will come out. And then when it does, everybody will finally have their answers.
Ms. Proudfoot, did your son Sebastain have any friends that you think, did he have a cell phone? Had he made any type of contact? Sebastain Rogers has not been seen since he left his Tennessee bedroom, barefoot with a flashlight. Joining us now, Sebastian's parents, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
So, Ms. Proudfoot, you put him to bed. You heard some noises in there. You told him to knock it off. You got up the next morning, and you haven't seen him since. Where do you think your son is right now?
Honestly, we don't know where he is, but now we haven't found any substantial evidence to locate where he's been or where he went. That's why we're pleading for help for anyone out there that might know something or see something that could help us find him.
Ms. Proudfoot, was Sebastain a runner? Did he have a history of running away from school or running away from home anytime before?
No, he didn't have a history of running.
Mr. Proudfoot, you're about, I think, 3 hours away. And then you got the call about what happened and you made your way home. You've agreed to a polygraph. You haven't been ruled as a suspect. What do you make of some of the criticism of some people online, some critics saying that they think that you were involved?
It's their personal opinion. It's sad that people have resulted to this kind of rhetoric and verbiage and harassment, but you know, at the end of the day, it's their opinion, but the truth will come out. And then when it does, everybody will finally have their answers.
Ms. Proudfoot, did your son Sebastain have any friends that you think, did he have a cell phone? Had he made any type of contact?
All right, now I'm going to pause that one and we'll kind of talk about it. When we're talking about him being, he's not a runner, and then you combine that with you don't have shoes on, that just says vehicle again. I don't know how these parents are continuing to act like there's no suspicions on them, because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that you're already suspicious based on what you're telling everybody and what you tell everybody took place. It doesn't wash.
Right.
Yeah, but we've seen this before where people will lie until you believe it. The more you hear the lie, the more they're hoping that you will believe it. And you see this in the news, unfortunately, a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen in any situation, but with this one, it's just so blatantly obvious that what they're saying, it just don't match up with the evidence. It doesn't. It doesn't match up with any of it. And how they can continue is just the narcissistic behavior where they think everybody's believing them because they don't, because they don't have the evidence to do more. They think people believe them and they don't.
I mean, and that could be right, CJ, if Sebastain is no longer with us and they do not feel like any threat that he will be found, it's going to go the way of Summer Wells. Like you can think all you want about the parents, but and they may just be saying, this is our story and we're sticking to it because we know you're not going to find Sebastain.
That is true. But that's what they don't, it's going to happen. It has to happen. It has to.
Oh, we have to believe that.
It has to. It has to. I know that, there's always a yin and yang. Everything is possible, but it has to. It has to. They're not, I don't think they're that smart. Because if they were that smart, they wouldn't have left all those fumbaloos on interviews already.
Right.
They would be so calculated with their stories that people would be like, well, they ain't slipping up on anything, but the evidence still don't make sense. That it would be that kind of conversation if they were smart. And that's the good part about when we encounter these ugly crimes that take place is a lot of these people aren't that smart, and that's the reason why the answers do come.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm thinking this one is going to be that situation where these people, they think they're smarter than what they really are. Just like how they can continue. Like, how are you not getting together and rehearsing your story to perfection and then going on these interviews? And it's so obvious that you're like, you have that look like people are believing you, but really they're not. They can't do anything else. And so they have that false sense of, like they're fooling everybody. But eventually the evidence is going to come, and somebody's going to crack, and somebody's going to get busted saying something they're not trying to, or they're going to slip because you've seen all the slips, and then next thing you know, that's going to lead in another direction and it'll uncover more stuff.
Right.
And I just feel like that's what's going to take place with this one.
Well, and that law enforcement is watching all of these interviews that they're doing.
For sure.
And if they're, going out into the world.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. And if you know that they're going out to the world and coming up with inconsistencies, there's no way that they haven't come up with inconsistencies to law enforcement while they've been asking them things, and law enforcement being like, tell me more about that.
They'll slip. That's where they'll slip. They
already have, in my opinion.
Yeah. They're going to slip big time, though, where that's what's going to help also come up with a direction. Because, they've already been slipping the whole time. It's just been little teeny ones. Without more evidence, you can't get into it more. But there's one of these interviews, they're going to end up saying something huge. And it's going to be the one thing where they are able to focus and put the pressure on them, because they're living under that false sense that they're being believed, so they don't feel that pressure right now. But they will when they slip up coming, right, detective? It's coming. There's going to be a huge slip, and it's going to come from dude, not her. It's going to come from dude. Dude's going to slip. Let me see here. This is the other one with the orange shirt also. And thank you again, Judgmental, for clipping these. Appreciate it. I heard they are camping right near the state line because there is no extradition order next door. Like I said, just heard, so don't know how much truth there is to it, says Judgmental. It could be perfect sense, too. Just like what Natalie was saying earlier about the state lines, too. No flashlight, keychain description, black and white stripes, and no shoes, and no trail. Doesn't make sense.
All of the shoes have been accounted for. As far as now, all of our shoes have been accounted for, mine and my wife's at this point. So, I mean, there is no other answer as to what he would have been wearing at this point.
Yeah. Thank y'all so much for joining us on the program today. Our number one concern is to get Sebastain home back to y'all. We're going to put the number up for anyone that has any information on, if you've seen Sebastain, you can call 1-800-TBI. That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. TBI Find. We'll put up the timeline. If you were in any of these areas, we hope that you'll reach out to the number. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining our program this morning.
Right. All of the shoes have been accounted for. As far as now, all of our shoes have been accounted for, mine and my wife's at this point. So, I mean, there is no other answer as to what he would have been wearing at this point.
Yeah. Thank y'all so much for joining us on the program today. Our number one concern is to get Sebastain home back to y'all. We're going to put the number up for anyone that has any information on, if you've seen Sebastain, you can call 1-800-TBI. That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. TBI Find. We'll put up the timeline.
TBI Find. Yeah, look at her. She looks completely fine. No emotion whatsoever. Look at the face. No emotion. Dude, he's stressing a little bit.
Yeah.
You can see it in his eyes. Look at her. She looks so damn confident, and you can see the narcissism pouring out of her freaking pores.
Well,
in
she
that
looks
photo.
Angry.
Yep.
And he looks detached. Like, I know the gig is up. I feel like every time I look
tired.
at him, he's like,
tired.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
he's tired of worrying about this. But with
Yeah.
whatever mental state she has going on, she just doesn't get there. She doesn't get there.
She has him under control right now, but he is getting exhausted, and he's going to end up snapping, and he is going to end up
turning on her.
Right.
And he'll be fine because he's in Mississippi and it's a non-extradition state.
And think about, even though he's been accepting of this relationship this whole time, right? He has built up animosity over that time period, because those times when I told you he was feeling aggressive and was supposed to be submissive with her aggressiveness, that's where you build up over time that animosity. So when it gets to this point where he gets too tired, all of that animosity that he had built up that whole time comes flowing out like a dam to a river that just busted, and it's gonna come pouring out. So he will, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes from being very evasive to being very helpful when it comes to, now he's going to be a part of it, and it's probably going to be a plea type thing where he's going to plea for a lesser sentence. This, speculation, of course, going to plead to a lesser sentence because he's tired of, going along with the shebang.
Well, and not only that, but he seems fairly close to his family, and I could see his family with all this stress and stuff going on, because apparently Chris's parents were at their house while they were gone. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I've heard.
Yeah, they were and they were threatening people too. They were running after cars.
There, I think we'll probably get to a point like, Chris, if you know something, she ain't worth it. You know what I mean? Like,
they're probably already saying that to him.
Yeah.
Really? Like, they probably said that too, because they got to know a little bit.
Yeah.
They ain't going to know it all, but I guarantee he probably has reached out to his parents and mentioned some things, and they already have an idea of who she is.
Right.
And if she knows that, she's going to want to get ahead of it as well. So it could come from her. It's just
when you're talking about when you're talking about people that are that way, like she is, when it comes to other family members, sometimes those family members, even though they have the best intentions, will sit there and take a back seat because of the chaos that comes with that kind of shit is too much, but they love their family member so much that they're willing to take a back seat because it's like, okay, we'll go ahead and go along with this because we love so and so. And
Yeah.
I think that's where the family's at, and that's why they're attacking people out there, is because they're fed up because they know maybe their son was in this kind of relationship. Doesn't mean that it's right. Doesn't mean that he was not saying he's innocent either. What I'm saying is that they know he was in this kind of situation / relationship, and that's where their pain is coming from, because they're probably feeling like, now I'm like, man, we told him in the beginning, but we took a back seat, and now I wish we would have been more forceful with him to get
Yeah.
him away from this situation before anything like this could have happened. So
Yeah, that's probably very true, actually.
yeah, so he definitely two totally looks there. She's focused, determined, and completely serious. And that's that look that somebody has. You can take a screenshot if you want to see somebody that is doing the things that we've been talking about in this conversation today when it comes to our experiences and some of the stuff we heard on the show from earlier. That's the kind of look that that person gives. You can see it in their eyes.
Yeah.
You can see it in their eyes. Let's see here.
I would not look as good as she does if my kid had been gone for a month. My hair would
No.
probably not be brushed. I'd probably have on clothes from 2 weeks ago. Barely slept. Probably not eaten much.
Yeah.
That would be me, I think.
Let me see here. I'm trying to see if I can find. Oh, what's this? Sebastain Rogers dispatch initial response. Okay, I think we watched. Was it yesterday or when? Didn't we play the? Didn't you play this, Rosie?
I did. It wasn't very clear, but I attempted to.
Yeah, because they were asking about shoe sizes and all that type of thing.
All right.
One thing that really bothers me, just kind of bringing this back up, is the flashlight thing. If she said that he left with the flashlight and they saw on this camera video of potential flashlights, I would be like, can you please analyze it more? Can you please analyze it like nonstop and not have Chris's kind of attitude of when I think they were on Nancy Grace or something, and he was just like flippant about it. Like it was nothing, like trying to get the attention off of it. But if your kid left with the flashlight and there's potentially flashlights on a camera, I would do everything in my power to analyze that and still be like, I'm not sure about that. I'm really not sure about that.
Well, they should be like that with absolutely everything. They should want everything scrutinized like to the absolute maximum. They shouldn't be flippant about anything at all.
I agree.
Yeah.
You can only hope, you know what I mean? This is, I don't know, is this the channel you played it from, Rosie? If not, this is True Crime with Eve. And
did you get that from Discord?
Christina sent this to me.
Then it probably is the same one. But sorry, just to backtrack a little bit on what we were saying. If you look at the behavior of Riley Strain's family, and wanting things like extra autopsies, having all kinds of questions, that's what I mean. Like everything should matter.
Yes, working in tandem and appearing on camera together in interviews, like that, I don't understand why all three parents haven't been in one interview together with someone talking to all three of them. It's always just Seth and then Katie and Chris. Like, why aren't all three? Yeah, they're not, and
they won't talk to him. They haven't talked to. He's called and texted, and they haven't responded to him for 2 weeks. So
And
they don't want to, because they know they'll get caught in a lie, because he's going to ask a question that's going to expose a slip.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But just going back to what Rosie was saying, kind of comparing the Riley to Sebastain, it's just so completely different in terms of the dynamics in trying to accomplish one goal. That they all worked together, and there's no working together on this one, and that's very, very scary and concerning, considering his special needs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And you got dad saying, I don't care who and where, as long as they're just searching for my boy.
Yeah, that was very telling. That was, yeah.
So that's why I don't need to join this Cajun Navy dumb shit. I don't need to. No, I'm just saying, I don't need to.
No, I know. You're right.
They already want me to compromise my safety. I've explained and showed situations here the last few days where I'm coming from, even yesterday, like with what took place. So it's
right.
And even before then, the day before that, I was already being followed, and then I was followed all day yesterday when I was down there. So it's just, we really need your prayers for real, especially for tomorrow, because what we're going to be doing tomorrow is, hopefully it's accepted, and it's accepted by the community, because we are just trying to do the right thing. So I just hope that it's accepted, because I really feel the last couple days, I really feel like the answer's down there. I don't know. I feel like there's something down there.
Walking in Memphis.
Yeah, I feel like there's something down there that is gonna help. Maybe I don't know. Maybe where's Bio Dad from?
I think California, or he at least moved from California to Tennessee.
Has he gone down? Has he gone down to the campground?
I don't know. I don't think so. From everything I've heard, he's been searching around Hendersonville, but I don't know. But here's I have a psychic inkling here. I have a feeling that very, very soon we're going to be here. Well, we can't talk to the news, the media anymore, because our attorney has advised us not to. I feel like that's coming.
Oh yeah, because
probably
I'm surprised they haven't said it already. Because if you were an effective attorney, you would make sure that there's a piece of paper in front of both of them, and they went over it a billion times, and then you have a test where you see if you can get them to slip. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're an effective attorney, you're trying to represent your client to get them the less or whatever. So why wouldn't you make sure that they don't go on all these interviews? Why would you make sure that they're not out there? Because
I have an idea about that. I think, again, it goes back to her. No attorney worth their weight is going to say, go on this channel and just keep talking whatever you want to say, answer blah blah blah, if they're concerned. But she could also, so an attorney could have definitely said that, but she has the mentality of, no, I have this.
Yeah, she's in control. She has to be in control, and no attorney can tell their client what to do. They can only just do what they're asked.
Yeah, so I think what they tend to do is they say that they will check the questions that are asked, but they kind of neglect to check the answers, which is important as well. But yeah.
And right there, Katrina, they need to be interviewed by themselves. that's where the stories are going to differ. You get them by themselves. Yep. Because I mean, even with parents of some of these, some of them do interviews by themselves. It's not out of the ordinary. Even
Seth
saw it
does.
with, but like no, with Chris and Katie, they're always together. Always. And the mom, if anybody's going to do one alone first, it's going to be the mom. And she hasn't even done one. I bet you she does after today with everything that's going on. I bet you she does start doing them by herself because he's becoming a liability. Look at him.
I think the best we can hope for is that they turn on each other. And I do think they will. The more pressure and the more, if truth starts coming out and more people are talking about what, potentially has gone on and, all this, then they're going to have to come to a point. They don't seem like they're in a whole lot of unity. So they're going to have to come to a point where they're going to split and they're going to have to try to blame each other. And I think that's what we're hoping for at this point.
Yeah, I think that you're right, Silky. And like I said, I'm sure that the pressure is on from his family because their name's being drug in the mud right now. This is affecting them as well. And if they have businesses and stuff and their businesses start tanking because of this association, they're going to start getting real fussy real quick.
They already are. That was when I came into town for the first day, I was like, I think an hour away, hour and a half. And I was already getting warnings about them trying to attack other people.
And why would you do that? I understand that there are some creators that go out there and cause drama and there are clicks and views. We all know. But even if here's the thing, why would you try to attack somebody who is trying to help search or trying to help bring attention? Like if it were my child, I wouldn't care who was out there. I don't care about your clicks and views. That's your own problem. But if you are bringing attention to my child being missing, I'll take anything.
Amen.
Absolutely anything.
Amen.
So why would you be trying to attack people who are trying to help you? This is this is a big problem for me.
It's like hiding something. Yeah.
Right. You don't want people to find out. And you mix that with greedy intentions of wanting to be the first to break the news. It's like, hey, I could have said some shit, and you'll hear coming out soon. I could have said some shit a couple days ago, but I think about Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference. It's not always being about first. It's about being right.
Yeah.
And if somebody that isn't about being right ends up being first, it is what it is because there's more races to come, and I'm gonna outlast every single one of them.
I'm betting on it, CJ.
Yeah, I'm
betting on it.
When we become a voice that these families recognize, that's when it's on, baby, because that's when shit's gonna start happening.
Yeah. Well, I think it's so easy for people to see you, especially when they meet you in person, but even seeing you online, it's so easy to tell that you're coming from a different place. It's not a place of hype and clicks. It's a place of 100% heart, caring. And that translates whether in person or online. And that is the huge difference. And I think eventually people will see that and say, yeah, watch this guy. He cares.
I do. And my work speaks for itself. If they wanna go back and look at other videos when I'm on location talking to people, that's proof right there. If anybody needs any history on if it's real or not, it's all in my episodes. They're all there.
You've been like that since day one when I met you, when we both first started, and you haven't changed. Like you have your days where you're caliente, that's for sure. But
I'm human. I'm human,
yeah,
and I'm
sure.
passionate. I'm passionate.
Oh, I know. I get on my soapbox on my channel. There's times that I, really on my soapbox. Y'all be,
I hear ya.
But at the same time, it's because I care. It's because
Right.
I care for justice in these cases, and it's the same thing as you. And you haven't changed a bit. You're the same as you were in the beginning, and that is a beautiful thing.
I just try to be better every day because I know I'm not perfect, and I know I can do better and be better. Even if people think I'm doing a great job, I myself am my own worst critic, and I know
You
that
are.
I know I can do better every day, and that's what I try to do. That's it. Um, Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. This is True Crime with Eve. I'm gonna mute the music. I don't know if I think the audio is a little fuzzy or something for it. So I'll go ahead and mute it. And is it gonna mute it? Okay, there. Whoa, it's delayed. So we're gonna listen to this. I'll play it 2 times just so everybody can get a good listen, and then we'll go ahead and discuss it after we play it. And definitely go show some love to True Crime with Eve. That's a cool icon right there. That's pretty neat. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, CJ, sorry,
Do we
real
have an
quick.
estimated time of start?
Sorry, go ahead.
Nope. I'm going to jump off and try to get on via my StreamYard. I'm going to try to
Okay.
figure that out.
Yeah.
So I'll be
Yeah,
gone
do
for a
it.
minute.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
Do you want me to wait? Oh, I can wait. We can sit here and chat. That way she doesn't have to hop mid, and she can kind of
Yeah.
check it out with us too.
Yeah.
Here, let me go ahead and
Oh, you got a contribution call out.
oh, 1 second here. Let me get this music back on. Right, let me see. That's one thing I need to do tonight is clean up my StreamYard stuff so it's easier for me to do this. Because on the road, I'm telling you, I have like when I tell you when I go on trips and I always pack like 5 extra outfits, right? That's my StreamYard, Silky. I have so many like I have so many layovers and effect, like it's
Yeah.
just it's like dude, I have a whole bunch of socks that are scattered and not in balls. All right. That's what it is.
Well, like, look, when I've been looking at your stream, I'm like, you know what? I need to make way more layovers. I need to revamp mine, and I just don't have time and the power. My laptop. So when I got a call a while ago, it was my son who we live in the same house, but we haven't had a decent conversation in a week ever since I went to Nashville. But anyway, he was telling me that for Mother's Day, he wants to buy me a whole new setup, a PC, a desk, the whole 9 yards. And I mean, look,
awesome.
it had to take a minute because it made me want to cry. Like, he doesn't have to do that. That's a lot of money. And so he was going over details. And I thought, yeah, one day. Then I was thinking about all your layovers and all the stuff that you do for production. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be able to do that in a couple of months.
Silky, you can do it right now.
Well, when I start doing, like, see, when I do my background and how yours, I used to have the fire going up in the background. But my computer, I'm just telling you, this laptop, it starts overheating. The more crap I do to it, the more layovers and stuff. Every little thing takes. I know Rosie feels my pain, right? Yeah,
every little thing right next to mine. This is just for overheating. It lives there.
Oh, heavy duty, dang.
Yeah, and
it's a work
crazy. So so that's exactly, and he says, because I told him when I'm live, like when we're together, CJ, or if I stream live, I can do it from my phone. And he taught me into upgrading my phone, but anyway, I said, I'm good there. It's the production. It's the here, my laptop, if I had to go live, I could do a bare minimum and go live somewhere else. Oh, I don't know when I turned my camera off. But anyway, but yeah, it was, sometimes you just get such a blessing, it's so cool because I remember many years when my kids didn't even remember it was Mother's Day. I didn't even get a happy Mother's Day. They're boys. Well, my daughter always remembers, but the boys didn't for a lot of time. And I'm like, this is so cool that I'm going to really be able to. He's like, I want you to use OBS because that's what he uses to stream. And so I'm like, yeah, cool. I'm excited.
Yeah, OBS.
You're gonna have a lot of extra socks in your stream as well.
Yeah.
OBS is its own animal. And
It
contribution call out Maris Whitaker. The thing that makes me think KCP may be involved is the marks on his arms. I know. First interview, March 5th, he claims it was a dog. We looked at those photos. I call BS.
Yeah.
It is BS. To me, it looked like he was scratched. And like I was saying the last couple of days, when when it comes to Sebastain, he's probably going to scratch because he knows that a punch isn't going to do much. When they're at that age and he's in that situation, scratching and biting is what is going to think what he is going to he think is going to be effective for trying to fight off some kind of danger. And so like I said, the cops know more. They know more. They saw the marks on his arms. And the conversations that they're probably having. Unfortunately, it's one of those situations where they're just waiting on something else that they can go with that direction and be able to go even further into it. Because when you look at these people and when they're getting interviewed on these panels, I already know if they're in an interrogation room, they're cracking ASAP. And that's what they're needing. They're needing some kind of information to get them in that interrogation room because they know it ain't going to be hard to crack that egg. They know it. They just need that piece, and that's what they're searching for.
Yeah.
And I want to say these are cool emojis right here, Sklalam. And I did send Brittany a panel link to her Facebook, her Brittany Facebook. So just let her know I sent her one. And that's a cool emoji. I like that. That's cool.
That is.
Does anyone know where the dogs are at now? I have no idea.
Mm-mm.
I have no idea.
No. And I mean, everybody has talked about the scratches on the arm. And look, I've got pets. Can it happen? Well, more so with a cat, I would say. But dogs do scratch. But it also,
these were thick because you didn't.
Right.
It's not like you needed to zoom in. Like these were thick. Like
bushes, right? Like weeds, bushes, that type of thing.
Something like they're thick. I mean, they show up like with how good they show up on those photos. I don't know how you could why are you not wearing sleeves, dude?
Right.
Seriously. Like
if you've ever been blackberry picking, and that's something that we do in the South, you have to wear the long sleeves, but still those kinds of, there are stickers from Hades in the South. Like, I don't know what we grow down here, but even if you're wearing like a flannel shirt or something like that, you can still get really, deep gouges. But if you're going through, a very heavily wooded area where there's lots of foliage, even in the wintertime, those stickers are, they don't stop just because it's winter. It's not like they dry up. And so that's what I'm thinking. And in February, it would have had to be pretty cold. But still,
I'm thinking they were scratches from Sebastian's fingers.
I'm thinking they were where he put Sebastian.
I don't know. Been. You look. It looks like Wolverine scratched his arms. They're like the same direction on both sides.
So it depends on the distance between them.
It's like Wolverine. It's like Wolverine grabbed him from behind. Yeah. And that should be, I really feel like And if that's what took place, I'm gonna call Sebastain Wolverine the superhero.
Yeah. I mean, it could be, especially if he maybe the mom told him to go to bed, maybe they had a few words, and maybe he had a meltdown. If he had a meltdown and, whatever, that could be, maybe they were trying to, if that was the case, maybe they were trying to, hold him, calm him, whatever, and it went terribly wrong. I mean, theory. I don't I could be totally wrong about this, CJ, but I don't think it was planned and on purpose.
No, that's what I'm
So,
saying. It's something that the mom went too far.
yeah.
She heard that he was supposed to be in bed sleeping. He made a noise, and that interrupted her conversation with her husband, and she got freaking mad. And instead of saying, "Oh, hey, are you okay?" Yeah, no. Go to bed, Mom. No, that didn't happen. She heard that noise. She jumped up where she was from, and she went storming back there with a vengeance, and it went too far that night. And I think those scratches are from something that took place before, because I feel like him and the mom had an altercation as well, and he wanted to stand up for his mom.
Maybe. It could have been. I mean, unless he truly was somewhere else, but I don't know.
Because they look like they're healed somewhat.
Yeah, they do.
So it's like it happened prior, like because the plane doesn't crash out of the sky from one thing. There's a lead up to events, and I think there was a lead up. Listen, there's already talk about the problems between them. There's already talk about all these other issues, and this has absolutely led. I feel like he stuck up for his mom. Stuff was so hairy between them. They were talking on the phone, probably in an argument. It wasn't like, "Hey, honey, take out the dogs." No, they were
Yeah.
probably screaming at each other.
Yeah.
And Sebastain was probably in his room trying to hear what was going on, and he accidentally, because he's trying to be quiet, he accidentally bumped into something, and his mom probably knew at that point that he was listening to the conversation, and she already was built up with anger from the conversation that was taking place with her and the dad, the stepdad, that's when she went back there, and therefore I went too far. Shit. And dude was on the phone.
Possibly.
That's
I
just what
mean,
I feel.
I mean, it could totally have happened that way. I mean, it's especially because, she said she wasn't drinking, but if she had a history of it, let's say for argument's sake, she was doing exactly what she said. She was reading a chapter. She put Sebastain to bed, told him to go to sleep. She's reading a chapter. She's sitting on the couch. She's having a couple of glasses of wine, whatever, or whatever she drinks. And then she hears a noise, realizes he's not asleep. And I mean, in that state of absolutely having had it with this whole situation, I mean, you don't know. What if she went in there and she just got mad and grabbed him around,
She heard him because she was already built up with anger from what was already taking place with somebody else, and she directed it at Sebastain like
I can see that.
Like she's done the whole time she's had Sebastain, because I'm sure he was a lot of her outlet for the anger, because it was easy for her to get away with it and to feel very powerful because she's picking on a child.
Yeah, and also, if he had gone, he had been home, but then there's a lot of resentment sometimes there when the mother is, if you're not cut out to be a mother at all, or you're not cut out to be a special needs mom, there's a lot of frustration on a daily basis. And then you have issues with your husband, and then he's like, "Oh, well, I'm going to work. I'm going to be gone," and so it hits like you're there with the child and you're already stressed to the max, and there's a lot of resentment because you get to leave, like you get to go away and get a break, but I never get a break.
Yeah, it builds up, I guess. Yeah.
I'm sure that was a part some contention as well. It would have to be. I mean, just being as exhausted with dealing, by yourself, you have to feel kind of single in those. If he was gone a lot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And you already know that this dude in the orange shirt, when Seth, the bio dad, says that was kind of a small ally in a way, because he stuck up for him, because he said, hey, the dad moved all halfway across the country just to make sure that he could still have visitation. And that was something that orange shirt supposedly was cool with, and that had to piss her off too, because she wants everybody to hate Seth. That's where she gains control as well.
Right.
And I bet you, you can see how tired he is. You can see, I don't think he was directly involved in what took place, even though he helped assist with it. I don't think he was directly involved. And also at the same time, if before this happening, he put in a good word against his wife for his wife's ex-husband when it came to the responsibilities he was doing as a father, that had to have really pissed her off. And that right there is why I feel like this dude is going to be the one that cracks some information that's going to slip, or he's going to get fed up, and something's going to come from his direction that's going to lead in a certain direction if it's not something that's found before that. Who knows? Maybe if he's coming across these videos and he's like, holy shit, Evil CJ and the power team is going out there to search tomorrow, there's pressure right there for him to go. If he really did put something there, that's pressure for him to go. There's pressure to say something. Who knows?
Yeah.
Orange shirt got himself in a mess. Well, I don't think he's necessarily as innocent as people may think he is, because I feel like he was part of this abusive relationship that all just contributed to what Sebastain was going through already.
Yeah, he was definitely part of the dynamic.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more to it.
He's not that innocent, because he's got his own skeletons if you look him up. He's got his own when it comes to how to treat children.
Yeah, history says a lot,
But he's not at the level she is. And he met his match and he didn't realize it. Probably at first he thought it was kind of hot, and then he realized later on, oh shit, this one's too powerful. You can just see it in his eyes. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, I agree with you, CJ. He does look like he's getting very tired. And yeah, that's what Modine, that's what people are doing. That's what the YouTubers and stuff are doing out there searching, is to put pressure. Because we don't want this to turn into Summerwell's case. We don't want this. So the more pressure you put, the more people that are out there, boots on the ground, whatever.
Think about it. What if you did something like this and you did something out there, and then all of a sudden you hear, even though it's not a real agency, you hear a group of people are going out to search in an area that you might have did something, or you did something if you did something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, you're feeling that pressure already before they even get there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that stress.
And that's what makes diamonds, is pressure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I don't know if Natalie's hopping back up. Brittany, I dropped the link in chat if you didn't get it on Facebook. Hold on here. No, it's showing up. Okay, there we go. We'll still be going for a little bit. little bit longer as we talk about this stuff. Is there anything that's breaking that came out? I've just been sitting here enjoying the conversation with y'all, and I haven't been doing any kind of breaking news updates because I've been just so focused on our conversation. I love it. What a great conversation today. We hit a lot of
Yes.
stuff too.
Yeah.
We hit a lot of stuff,
Yeah, we
and
did.
this is why I love the community so much because we can talk about our different experiences and share our different struggles together, and nobody is going to. It's all a benefit because when one shares, another one shares, and we all understand, and it's a beautiful thing that we call community. And
Yeah.
you guys are so amazing. Thank you, everybody, for contributing to the peace, positivity, and progress because that's what it's about.
100%. It wasn't a conversation, it was therapy. Jason V said, "Yeah, it kind of was." I mean, I know I don't talk about stuff in the past very often because I just don't. But
yeah, me
Hello,
neither.
hello. Give me 1 second. Let me do a contribution call out here. Maris Whitaker, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you so much. Here, Night Bottle drop a link for you where it is a playlist, and you can just scroll through and create your own playlist of things you want to check out. Cover a bunch of different topics, got a bunch of different videos, and there's a lot of stuff that hasn't even been out there for everybody. So enjoy that stuff. And thank you, everybody, for all your support because of your support, it allows us to do what we're doing. And what we're doing tomorrow, we definitely need your prayers and your energy for and a safe search and hopefully a successful search. But it's the when it comes to these searches, it's not about finding anything. It's about finding an answer, and the answer is, does it exist or does it not? And even if we don't come across anything, that's the power of searching because we also exclude
right.
things as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you for hopping back up, Natalie.
Welcome back.
Hello, hello. I'm off work now. I figured it out.
Let's see. Crime Lies says, I wanted to see if the scratches could be made by holding him down. Now, I remember when we went over, and I apologize, these last few nights as I've been doing these studio shows, I'm so exhausted. I know that we showed the picture the first night we talked about it, but I don't remember where the picture went, and I was too tired to save it. So I made a fumbaloo. If anybody has it, please send it to me because I don't even remember who sent it. Please send it to me again and let me know that you sent it and where you sent it so I can show that photo because it was the photo that I saw from whoever sent it to me that's when I seen the scratches. I didn't notice it on the video. It's when I saw that picture, I was like, whoa. So if anybody has it, please send it to me and let me know that you sent it to me. Oh, hold on. I gotta bring this down here. There we go. Sorry about that.
There we go. Now we can see Natalie.
There we go. Layovers. Boo. Layovers. All right, let me see here. So let me go back to this audio call here that we were gonna play. So this is True Crime with Eve, and there it is, right there. True Crime with Eve, all spelled out in one word. We're gonna check this out. I'm gonna hit mute on the music, and that way you guys can hear it. I heard the audio might be iffy, so let me see. Let me go ahead and
Do we have an estimated time of start for the search process?
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Juvenile, 1008 Stafford Court. 1008 Stanford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning there was a 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We have white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Female does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
Is warmer out.
47. I asked the call taker to ask if you know how's it going. Great. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
Good.
Central to 47-180, Warren 12. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Police subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infinity.
In the area. Get one hold out, please.
You can take me off the ceasefire. I'll be en route to the missing juvenile.
Next pick track back up. Going into the construction site over here back towards the beach. One behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Negative. This is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah. Leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. Shoes, the Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Do you see any footprints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Truck 47, what kind of shoe does he wear? Size 10. Well, to any units they're going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please.
33 this morning.
Start for. Do we have an estimated time of start for the search process?
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
Heading missing juvenile, 1008 Stanford Court, 1008 Stanford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning there was a 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We have white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
Is warmer out.
47. I asked the call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Great. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
Yes.
Central to 47-180, Warren 12. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Police subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infinity.
In the area. Check long hauls out, just same way.
You can take me off the ceasefire. I'll be en route to the missing juvenile.
Next pick track back up. Going into the construction site over here back towards the beach. One behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Negative. This is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah. Leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. Shoes, the Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Yeah, do you see any prints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Truck 47, what kind of shoe does he wear? Size 10. 12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please.
I think when he got back from coming back from the campground, I think that's when he called 911 once he made the trip down there after everything took place. I feel like that's when the 911 call happened.
I didn't realize that they mentioned shoe prints. Was that outside the window? Because you said, wasn't it something about in the soft part where they had the mulch, maybe?
Retaining pond.
Yeah.
Oh, retaining pond. Okay.
Yeah.
So not out the window.
Where'd you send that, Katrina? I'm trying to find it. 435, thank you. Yeah, where'd you send that, Katrina? I know I saw it. I got it from somewhere. Maybe it's in the folder. Let me look at the folder here. That's Riley. No, I don't see it. Hold on one second. I'm trying to find it here. Nope, that's not it either. Is it on Twitter? Is that what the link is? Hold on. Oh no, that's let me see here. There it is. Oh, and okay. Nope, I was in a different folder. I was looking in a different one. All right. Now I'm going to save it this time too, so I don't do a fumbaloo again in the future. There. Done. Could it be from bushes? Yeah. You think you're going to, I mean, maybe he did go out there and in short sleeves and go through the bush. We're going to find out when we go there, because we're going to see what it looks like. So it could be, Natalie disconnected for some reason. Maybe just if you're still in chat, just back out and come back in. It might be StreamYard bugging. It could be from walking through bushes trying to go somewhere. I feel, like I said, I feel like it went too far. He came to save her. He's the one that handled the situation. So she had plausible deniability, and he wanted to be, the savior. And I think the 911 call, 6:33 a.m. is, I bet you he got back home. I bet you he got back home around 6. Talked with her for a minute, came up with how he was going to do the 911 call, maybe or not 911, but called to authorities, maybe even practiced it real quick. Maybe she even had him rehearse it, and then they called it in to get the ball rolling because they knew that the more time they wasted, the more suspicious it would look.
Where is the link to this picture? Is it on the Discord somewhere?
Oh,
Sorry.
it's in mod chat.
Okay.
And then here's another view. So could be Silky.
The only thing, and
Maybe it is bush. Here,
we're talking about fingernail versus bushes, and this is just my experience. Okay, in my experience, a fingernail is going to have a solid mark. Even if it's short, it's not going to pick back up. You're going to have a one, however.
Yeah, now
long
that
it
I'm
is.
looking, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now that I'm looking at it again, it does look like.
But that doesn't
stickers. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it's just that doesn't look like bushes either. That's a puncture. Like it could be fingernails, but it's not a scratch. It's a.
The one on the right. See
yeah.
how it skips? That's like a fingernail that's being. I almost wonder. There was no cadaver dogs hit.
Right.
Okay. I know it takes some time for that to be dropped for cadaver dogs to hit, but who says he wasn't talked into going into the camper? And then the reason that there's scratches are there because something took place at the camper. And that's why that's like that, because maybe he was fighting for.
To me, that's possible. But I'm just going by the terrain. I'm going by the terrain of the South. And when I get in the sticker bushes, it's more like those little tracks. It looks more like that than a solid scratch. Because like when my cat scratches me, it's one solid scratch. And a bush, like you have the little stickers on the bush, and it grabs you and it lets loose as you're going by. It almost goes like boom, boom, boom as you're pushing through.
Well, what's the address of it? Let's take a look at it on Google. What's the exact address of that?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's go take a Google walk. Let's go take a Google walk and see, even if it's a zoom down, to see the exact terrain. Does anybody? Can you drop the link in the chat here? In the live chat, just go ahead and give me the address, and then I'll look it up, and we'll take a look at the terrain and see exactly what.
Yeah, I guess it's just personal experience, but
I heard it was wide open, so I don't know if there is. Yeah, I don't know if there is those in that area. I don't know. You were searching.
But like when I go, I'm a big, where you like blueberries, I like blackberries. So, I like blueberries, but you know what I'm saying? When I go into the blackberry bushes, that is the kind of scratches that you get from like little thorns. You know what I'm saying? You come back and you have all these little marks, like
little fuzzies.
Yeah, but it's like they're broken. They're not straight scratches across. It's like
it's jagged almost.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the same bushes I was walking around through in Hendersonville. Probably like they're like bushes with little spikes, and they're not hard to break, but they're stiff as hell and they're sharp.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was walking through. So I could, that would definitely. But look at that right arm, man. That's like two something with 2 or 3, because who knows how far down that picture goes. It looks like on the right arm, at least. On the left arm, I can see bush, and on the right arm, I see fingernail.
Yeah. Well, and it could also be if
his right arm.
If Katie and Chris got into it, it could be fingernails from her.
Yeah.
But
she doesn't.
The only thing that makes me think it's not human is that a human scratch is generally straight.
Yep.
It might not be that long, but as you're digging and clawing,
look at it. Those are pretty straight, Silky, on his right arm.
But they're not connected. But they're not connected.
It's like connect the dots. dots instead of a straight line.
Yeah, because you're not, and that's why I think it was probably Sebastain, because he's not strong enough to have straight lines. He's only strong enough to have dots that are connected.
I'm gonna Google it.
Because think about it, it depends on the strength of the grip that determines the wound. So if he's not that strong and he's gripping, he can still dig in, but he's not that strong enough to have that kind of grip that could continue to create that line, because there's something else going on at the same time against his own strength that is fighting him, and he doesn't have the strength to create those. I don't know. I just see fingernails, whether it's from the mom. I think if it was the mom, it would be straight, but I could see him not having, he's just a 15-year-old kid. I could see him, and he's probably scared when it's happening, and he doesn't know what's going on, and he's confused. And yeah, are you looking up some scratches from bushes?
Yeah, I'm looking at from different
Sweet.
sources. That's
Yeah,
what I'm doing.
if you want to share your screen, let me know.
Could it be bite marks too? I don't know. I heard that somewhere, and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, I think teeth would be closer together, but I don't know.
I think it would be more curvy, not straight.
Right.
Yeah. Like he was being pulled off while he was trying to hold on, and like I hate to say it, but I think there's a reason why it was by water.
Okay, let me do this. Let me Google this different.
Because then somebody's going to grab your arms, right? Somebody's going to grab your arms and try and fight you so they can come back up. And
it is interesting how the connect the dots on his right arm are in line in both, almost line up exactly in both.
But yeah, like on the right
lines,
side,
I guess.
you can see like the same angle according to where it is on the arm and the position. Like right here, can you see my cursor?
No, yes. No,
Is this
I can.
what you're talking about, right?
No, I'm talking about on the other side.
These two?
Yes. Well, yeah. So look, so the upper
That's what
one
I'm
and
saying.
the lower one kind of match up, and if it were like a sticker bush or something, you would figure that it wouldn't be dragging at the exact same location.
Yeah, parallel. That's what leads me to say that's fingers. That's maybe some people, because when I say right, I'm meaning his right arm. And so when I'm saying fingers, this is the part that I'm talking about right here. Is these two right here, because they're parallel.
So CJ, are you thinking that they're like this, like that? Like I don't know if you can see me, but
yeah, like he's grabbed. So okay, if I'm gonna just kind of be brutally honest with what I think is what these marks are telling me. Okay, and you mix all of this stuff together, and this is obviously not based on any kind of evidence or anything.
Sure.
But to me, think about where the spot on his arms right there would be in relation to Sebastian's neck. Okay? Where would Sebastian's arms be able to reach, and what would he be trying to do with that area? I feel like he was put under, and he was trying to fight and get stepdad's arms off of his neck while he's being held under. I feel like those marks are from him trying to grab the arms off of him so he could try and come back up from the water. Because those spots of the arms are in the exact position to where if somebody had their arms around your neck, right there. If you're reaching up and trying to grab, it's right there in that position right before the elbow.
Let me try this. Now
I'm
I
trying
did
to picture it.
I found some scratch mark. Most of the fingernails that I'm finding are straight,
Here, hold on.
but there is one that you'd have to see him close up on him. Let me find this one because this one came from a fingernail, but let me see. Let me go back and try to share. Do you want me to share this screen?
Yeah, go ahead. And then I'll show you guys here in a second what I'm talking about with my own body.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm like, your camera's turned off. I can't see.
Yeah, I was just being really comfortable. Oh. You know, when you're on camera, you got to have that back position and all that stuff. I was just chilling back with the thing pulled out, leaning back. So give me a second.
That's a good picture.
Okay, now see, this is sharp fingernails, and you see how it is all the way across, but in that picture, his arm has a distance, so I can't tell unless I saw it in person. You see how you have different parts where it looks like it could be. I guess what I'm saying, CJ, is it could be fingernails because his, like, we can't see if that little tiny line that does connect them, if that connects on his arm.
And who says that right there looks like somebody had two fingers right next to each other as they scratched, and who said his fingers weren't spread apart?
Right. I mean, it could. That's what I was looking at.
But look at the path of the injury, and that's what, don't focus on the distance between them. Look at the path of each one, separate them the distance that you would separate them on Chris's arm, and that's basically the same thing.
Right.
Give it some space. You could literally, cut that image in half, separate it, add some skin flesh tone, and then it lines right up.
Yeah, it could.
Because it's a dot. Like if somebody's that strong, I don't think it was from the mom, because if it was, I feel like it would, like you said in the beginning, Silky, it would be a complete line. But Sebastain isn't that strong, and he could only grip with so much force. And so therefore it would be more of grab, slide, grab, slide, grab, slide.
Yeah.
So a jerking thing, was he struggling to grip?
Huh?
Like, was he, do you think that he was like shaking, or, I know he's not the same strength, but I mean, like, obviously he's not.
Because he's trying to, this is all just speculation based on, I feel like, just think of how, has anybody been underwater swimming and you're down a few feet where you can't come up right away and you start to choke a little bit on water? Your body gives you that adrenaline, okay? And that's where that adrenaline would come from, because you're so fucking scared and you're experiencing that, and therefore what are you going to do? You're going to try and grab his arms off of him, so you know that you're not strong enough to grab his wrists and pull him away, because maybe you had already tried to do that, so you reach down to the arm to try and hurt him the only way that you can think of, so maybe he lets off.
CJ, I have to be very honest. I'm a very visual person, and I can't visualize what you're saying. Are you saying that he was underwater?
Do you guys? Yes, that's what I've been saying.
And
I tried to be delicate with it. That's all.
Just be direct.
Did you guys well, no, Silky, Rosie, did you guys understand what I was trying to explain? I see people in chat are understanding what I'm saying.
Can you show me, Rosie, what you think he's saying?
Me?
Yeah, can you? What? I'm trying to figure out where is Sebastain? Where is the dad? I'm trying to figure this all out, or the stepdad. Where?
The stepdad is standing above Sebastain, holding him under the water, and Sebastian's trying to figure out how he can start breathing again. That's direct. Okay. I wasn't trying to be that direct, because I know that people out there have triggers, but That's basically what I'm saying. Chris is standing above
Okay,
Sebastain,
now I see
holding him
what you're
underwater,
saying.
and
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in chat understands.
He's holding them
Yeah,
together like
underwater
that.
and struggle. I mean, yeah.
And,
I understand
and
what you're saying.
Sebastian's grabbing his arms like
trying to
this.
confirm.
That's what you're saying.
I'm sorry, what?
So, like, Sebastian's down here and grabbing his arms up like that.
Right.
And
Right,
Chris
yeah.
is
Right.
here pushing him down
Right.
like that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I understand what
And
you're saying.
he's underwater because what other position would he be in if he's underwater?
Yeah.
I mean,
The only position that would be what we just explained is that's the only, he's not going to do it sideways, he's not going to do it upside down. He's going to do it from top down.
Unless he's
And
straddling him on the floor. And it would be
No.
the same position.
that too. Yeah, the or even in the camper, but
Mhm.
you got to think there was no cadaver dogs, even though they had cadaver dogs out at the house, right?
Mhm.
And the camper was there when they had dogs there. The dogs would have hit on the camper, but they didn't hit on the camper. So that's what makes me think that it happened outside of the camper, kind of like how I was trying to explain. Because when you look at what's there, what's not, what's in front of you with this, to me, do I think he pushed him off into it? Like I think Riley? No. I think there's something at that campsite. But when you're looking at this and how suspicious it is, there's a reason why there was no cadaver hits whatsoever. They would have picked up, they would have smelled in a little crack of a window or a door. They would have been able to smell that, and they would have hit on the camper, and then they would have been able to go into the camper and take a look. So that tells me, just like there's no scent leaving the property, that tells me no cadaver dog scent inside either. I know it takes some time, and that could explain why there's nothing in the house. But if it happened in the camper, it would be in the camper, and I don't think it happened in the camper.
Mhm.
Whether he was injured, where he was coherent, that's another story. But if you're looking at these injuries, to me, it says that he was lured into the camper to go somewhere, and then if it didn't go too far at home. Because you got to think
Yeah.
about it. Just because you're unconscious doesn't mean that you're past. So when it comes to the discipline and the anger that I'm talking about, the mom going back in there with, right? Who says she didn't slap him one like really hard, and and all of a sudden he's having a violent seizure?
Right.
Then you're gonna da 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 da, and then you got help, and then you're bringing him down. Maybe he still was clinging on for life, and then when he got out there, maybe he woke up. Who knows? It's
Right.
just there's no cadaver hits.
Yeah.
None.
I mean, that makes sense that something would have happened in the house. The thud was her getting reactive and hitting him, and he fell, and with that water on his brain, became unconscious. She freaked out. She's calling Chris. She's like, what do I do? What do I do? And he's like, oh, let me come help you. Brings the camper or truck and picks him up from his room, wherever he's at, puts him in the camper, and then like on the way to Memphis, he wakes up or whatever. Or when they get to Memphis, he wakes up and they're like, oh crap, now we're in even more trouble because he's awake now and he can talk and tell people what we did. And so now we got to get rid of him. Is that kind of like where you're going with that?
I don't know. There's still, you got to look at the injury right there. To me, it says something took place inside when there's no cadaver hits. That is telling me that it didn't happen in the house, and he didn't pass in the house, and he didn't pass in the camper. Because if he did pass in the camper, there would definitely be a cadaver hit. So when you look at the injury, it could be as simple as when you're talking about asking me what could have happened, Natalie. It could be as simple as he said, "Hey, buddy, let's go on a trip." Oh, okay. Yeah, it's going to be really cool. It's going to be really exciting. It's just going to be you and me. Oh, sweet, sweet, sweet. And
Yeah.
then he gets there, and this could have taken place outside the camper. When you're asking that question, there could be so many possibilities of between A and B, so many possibilities. What I'm saying is A took place and B took place, and there could be a lot of what ifs in between just because we only have this little bit. It could easily be he lured him to go on a trip, just a guy's trip. Hey, you want to miss school? Hey, you want to do this? Let's go on a trip, buddy. Oh, sweet. I just won a friend for my birthday, and now my stepdad's going to be cool to me.
Yeah. That would be so sad.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted for his
extremely
birthday.
calculated, though. Like that's worse than there being an accident that they were
Yeah,
trying
because
to cover up. That's
if there's no
horrible.
accident,
My brain doesn't want to go
Right.
there. I have to be
Right.
honest.
But this is where you have to take your brain. Who says
Right.
that the injury wasn't significant enough where that's why he was lured to go down there, because they already knew. You got to think like did you ever cover the Letitia Stouch case at all?
Mm-mm.
Okay. That mom, she went way too far and then realized she went way too far, even though he didn't pass. And then she ended up doing stuff to make sure because she went too far. And if you check out Letitia Stouch's case, because even Charlie was talking about how it was similar to that case. And that's why he keeps saying I-40, because he was checking out the Letitia Stouch stuff, and when it comes to the discipline that she was doing, she was the step parent doing the discipline, and that was discipline that went too far with Gannon, and unfortunately, it's almost like if you look at Letitia Stouch case, you can put the mom, you can put Seth where the dad is for Letitia Stouch, and you can put these two parents where Letitia's at, even though the bio mom is the mom of Sebastain. But if you look at that case, there's so many similarities to it. It's just there's two people on Letitia where it would be Letitia, and one person on where it would have been the father of Gannon, and that's the father of Seth. They're in the same position. And then you got Chris and Katie in Letitia's spot, and that's what's taking place. That's why we're going to the campground, because with Letitia, she went and put, this is what's crazy, Natalie. She went and put Gannon, he was in a suitcase, already passed away. He was shot, he was stabbed, and more. And she left him in the woods until they started to find out that her interviews didn't match up. She went back to the location to pick him up, and then took him all the way halfway across the country and tossed him off the side of the interstate.
Yeah.
And a construction worker is who found.
See, that's what I'm talking about earlier when I was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. When I was saying that people return to the body, they a lot of times will turn to the body. Do you think that? I don't know. I'm trying to think of a case, like what situation would kind of lead
Letitia
up to that.
Stouch. Letitia Stouch. You got to check it out, seriously. If anybody knows about it, did you guys cover it at all, Silky or Rosie, the Letitia?
No, I did not.
I didn't have a channel yet, but I followed it.
It is eerily similar. Like
Yeah.
you got Gannon's dad that didn't know anything, didn't understand what was going on, was blinded by it, about the physical activity that was taking place between Letitia and Gannon and what she was doing to him, and the torture that she was putting him through. And then the punishment that went too far because she was jealous, because she was thinking that the dad was out there cheating. And so she had that anger with the dad that then she would take out on Gannon. And that one instance where she went to discipline, went too far, then she had to finish it, then she tried to hide it, but she left too many tracks. The difference is I feel like if there was a death in the RV, there would be a cadaver hit. And that's why I feel where this is different. I feel like this took place outside of the camper and he didn't pass away. Whether he had an injury or he understood, to his capacity what he could understood, that's remained to be understood. But the fact is that he didn't pass in that camper because there would have been a hit. It had to have happened after.
I think you're right. I mean,
I don't know how soon it is that cadaver dogs pick up scent, so I don't know.
I don't either.
Well, it's a 3.5 hour drive in a camper. It would pick up a scent if he passed away in the camper.
Yeah. Let me Google it.
Right. Why are we just guessing? Like, yeah, online somewhere.
I'm not a medical examiner. I'm just telling you what I think. They didn't search the camper because there wasn't a hit on the camper. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't. When you're talking a 3.5 hour drive, it takes, I think, 3 hours for. I think it takes 3 hours, but it could be less. But you would think, I mean, your body, your organs shut down, and you got to think your organs shut down. There's when your organs shut down, your body has muscles all over the place. Some of your organs have muscle in them. When your body passes and it doesn't have the blood flow, those things collapse. That's why when you pass away, there's certain fluid that comes out of your body because it doesn't have the muscles to keep everything intact, and so it seeps out and it mixes together, and that's what's biohazardous chemicals that you need to be certified in order to even be around. So
this says 24 hours is the least amount of time. So if he took him in the camper and he was only in the camper for 3.5 or 4 hours, then the dogs wouldn't alert to the camper either.
Well, then maybe he did pass away inside his bedroom. But I remember Chris Watts' case where he killed Shanann in bed. The cadaver dogs placed a hit, and you're only talking about a 30-minute time span from when he did it and then took her body out to the truck. So I don't know. I'm just saying.
That was according to Google. Maybe Google doesn't know.
Look up the Chris Watts case because that's why the dogs hit in the basement. And that's where he was dragging her body out to go through the garage to put it in the truck.
Unless.
So I don't know about 24 hours. I just know it was,
Unless there was a drop of blood on
there
the
was
bed.
No blood.
There was nothing. If
he
there was
wrapped her up,
kind of...
he did what he did, and he wrapped her up in a sheet. She had relieved herself because a lot of times that's what your body does.
Right.
Like you said, the muscles relax when your organs shut down. But he had wrapped it up to where if it was feces, it's feces. It's not a hit.
Right.
So, and they hit in the basement, and it was literally he had committed the crime, and like a couple hours later, was bringing her body out into the truck.
Wow. Well, then you just proved
That's
Google
how they
wrong.
knew. That's how they knew. Well, that's how they knew that he was because when they had dogs in the basement, that's how they knew that his story wasn't correct because they were getting hits. It was by the fridge, I think, is what they said. So if you're looking it up, Natalie, I think they said it was by the fridge where they were getting the hits.
They were getting hits? I thought that they didn't get any hits at all. I'm
Chris
so
Watts?
confused.
We're talking Chris Watts.
Oh.
We already
Oh.
switched. Yeah, we already switched to a different.
I just don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we're talking about Chris Watts. Did you ever follow that one at all? Do you know about how they hit for Shanann in the basement?
I remember I remember watching that on Bailey Sarian moons ago. It's been a while, so I don't remember the specifics. I do remember that, but not the specifics.
Yeah, it was in the basement, so it was already suspicious. And then they saw the surveillance camera from Nate, the neighbor, and that showed Chris taking things out to his truck, and he halfway pulled the truck into the garage, so you couldn't see him placing the bodies in the truck because he knew Nate had surveillance camera. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess the American Kennel Club says that dogs are able to pick up a scent within minutes of death.
Yeah, they hit on Shanann. Yeah, they hit on Shanann. So that's what I'm saying. If they didn't hit in that camper, it just like he could have been injured. I'm not saying he went willingly. He could have been injured from the mom, and the mom realized, like I said, he could have had a seizure or something. And the mom's like, "Oh shit, it went too far." And maybe he did kind of wake up out of it during the camper ride. That's the thing. How, like from A to B, we know A happened and we know B happened, but it's like, how could it? We just know what we know. We know there wasn't hits leaving the property. We know there wasn't hits on any of the vehicles. They were on the property during the searches too with the dogs. And we know that stuff doesn't make sense.
But the camper wasn't at their house, right? So they don't know if there was a hit on it because it was in Mississippi at the time, right?
They brought it up and it would still be there. You can go.
Well, right, but did they have the dog at that time?
You can clean. When they brought it back up, they searched again. They've searched that area a few times already at different points of time. And when it comes, you can try and clean it as much as you want with bleach, but you're not getting rid of that. The dog's going to pick up on it because there's little cracks and crevices everywhere, and that scent is going to be on something. And if somebody's going to be able to clean it like that, they're going to be going in there with a power sprayer and hoping. But the power sprayer would probably knock out a really good chunk, especially if they're not allowed to go inside the camper. But if it's outside the camper, I'm sure they would pick up on a scent, even if dude was in there cleaning with bleach. But I think the reason that he wanted to say he needed to go get the camper, because there was no reason to if he was going back to work, right? He would have just left it down there when he came back up. But the reason I think he said he needed to go get the camper was an excuse because they hadn't put him where they eventually put him. And I think that's why he wanted an excuse to go down and bring the camper up, even though he knew he was going to be going back down there in a week or so.
Okay, so can you quickly give me the timeline on that?
The timeline of what?
Yeah, so on the 26th, he came home and then he went back down to Memphis and then came back again and then left again with Katie. Is that what you're saying?
He states he was already down in Memphis, but he didn't leave until that morning. So he was already down there for work, but he was really there before. He said he needed to go down there for work. That's why he went and left the camper there. He claims that in the morning, that's when he was contacted and had to rush back up to come help. So he left the camper there.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
There's a reason why he left the camper there, because he knew it was freaking evidence. Because why would you leave the camper there if you don't even know where the child's at? You don't know how long you're going to be gone. So he left it there and then came back up. He probably left it there because there's something around or he needed an excuse, like with Letitia. She went and hid Gannon in the woods for a period of time So who says he didn't go hide Sebastain in the woods for a period of time, and then he came back and needed a reason to come back, so then he could put him where he put him after he came back.
So did he ever bring the camper back to Hendersonville?
Yes.
Okay.
That's where the dogs never went down. Okay, so the dogs never went down to the campsite. Nobody in LE even went down to the campsite, Natalie. He brought the camper back up, and the dogs. He brought. Well, they could collaborate.
Oh,
this
they
is
could.
An investigation for a missing child. I'm sure they would collaborate. He brought the camper back up, and so after that, there was already more searches since the camper was back, and the dogs didn't hit on the camper when the camper was back, because the only way that they could do the canine searches was if it was on the property. So his camper would have had to be back on the property in order for there to be a hit from a dog, or not.
But if his body was not alive in the camper, then
there would be a hit.
Right.
Bingo. Yeah.
So when he's in, so why does he leave the camper in Mississippi the first time?
Because he needed an excuse to go back down.
Okay.
And finish.
Okay. So you're thinking that maybe whatever happened. He came home with the camper, got Sebastain, took him down. This is all theoretical for people who are just joining. Brought the camper back down with Sebastain there. He must have been still alive because there's no hit on it. And then left the camper there, even though he was still alive.
Natalie,
why would he take them down?
It's all been reported in their interviews. I'm not saying anything that's speculation. This is everything that they've said themselves. This is all stuff they've said themselves on interviews.
But I know, and I'm just questioning that is that what you're saying that the series of events were.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going off of what I'm saying is I'm going off of the parents' interviews.
Oh.
By what they're saying, and that's what I'm saying is what they were saying on interviews. So it's not speculation, it's not a theory. This is what they are telling the general public.
Right, but with your theories behind it, obviously. Like, they didn't come out and say, like, I had to go back down.
No, when you're talking about the timeline of the camper and what took place, this is all stuff that they've said in interviews. So that is not speculation or theory when it comes to because you're referring to the camper and when it was picked up and when it was brought back and all this, and it's not, that's not speculation.
Right. I just didn't know the actual timeline, which is why I was asking. I wasn't questioning you. I was just questioning, is like, am I getting it right? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, okay. No, when you mentioned speculation and then you're asking me about a theory, I thought you meant that what I was talking about was a theory, and it's not. It's everything that the parents have been saying in their interviews. So
right, but I was saying right, I was saying in terms of your theory, you're adding theoretical stuff.
I'm going off well, just like anything that I do in any of the cases I cover. I go off of what the
trying to decipher what part of what you were telling me was theory and what was, because I haven't heard the exact timeline. That's all. I was just trying to clarify what the timeline was because I didn't know.
Oh, well, I mean, we can watch these interviews again if you guys want to. I would I mean, the first one that they're showing, that's a good one. What are some of the other ones, guys, that we've watched? What was the other one? There was a couple. They were on Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace is a really good one because she answers a lot of questions and there's a lot of information in that one. She goes through a lot. That's a good one to see. The first one that they did, and then there was
one timeline in that in terms of going back down to Memphis.
Yeah, we're
the
not
only
talking.
time that I knew, the only time that I knew that he went back down to Memphis when he came up from Hendersonville when it first started on that Monday was when he went back down with Katie. I didn't know that he had gone down in between when he came back to search and left with Katie. I didn't know he had made another trip.
To go get the camper?
Yeah, I did not know that.
He's told everybody, and that's what I'm saying. On these interviews, he's told everybody what he did with the camper and in the timeline.
I have not heard that. I did not hear that on Nancy Grace. I don't know where that source is from. Because I understood that he was in Hendersonville from the 26th until he went back down with Katie.
No, he was down when he found out that. No, he said it in all these interviews that when he found out about Sebastain, he was down at the campground. I don't know what interviews you've been watching.
Right? No. I'm so confused. I thought that you are saying that he, after the 26th, when he came back up to Hendersonville, he left again. He said that
To
he
go
left
get the
again
camper.
to go get the camper, and then he came back and then left again with Katie.
No, I never said. Yeah, they did. He left with Katie at that point.
You're confusing the heck out of me.
Am I confusing anybody else, or does Doki or Rosie? Do you want to try and? I mean, I'm just going off of what he said, and if there's confusion here, I'll go ahead and try and clear it up the best way I can. He was already down at the campground when he got the call. Okay, then he came up to help to search for Sebastain accordingly.
Without the camper.
Then he went back down to get the camper, came back up, and then the only other time that he left, which I never even talked about, is when him and Katie took off to the campground to where they were at. Anything that I've said that took place, maybe this is where you're, because I've said he did this stuff by himself. When he went to go back down to get the camper, that's when he finished what he was doing, because when he was down there already, that's when he first did something and he needed to come back down, and he needed an excuse to come back down, because when he was down there, they only had a certain period of time in order to call 911. He didn't have that much time to think about what he was going to do. When he's up here, he's got time to think about it. And then when he goes down, he's got a perfect excuse to go down there and do what he planned to do, to think that he can try and get away with it.
Okay. Yeah, that was the missing piece for me in terms of what you were saying. I did not know that he had gone down to Mississippi or whatever to retrieve the camper and bring it back before he left again. I've missed that in the interview.
No, it's in all the interviews. I'd check, because they ask him about the camper in the interviews.
I just don't remember any of that, and I've watched so much that the stuff is all getting intertwined. So I'm not saying that.
Oh, trust me, I'm out on the road. I know what I heard. Is there anybody that wants to drop? I mean, all I can say really to save time is just check out the interviews again.
Oh, I totally will. I just didn't know that was a.
That's what's been put out there as fact since they did the interviews.
Huh.
It's one of the suspicious things that's been talked about in all these YouTube channels, is the fact that he went down to get the camper and they didn't have anybody go with him, and they didn't have anybody search down there at the campground.
Where have I been that I have not heard that at all?
Probably hanging out in our show as we're doing on location.
I just haven't heard that.
Yeah, it's there. Like, seriously. Yeah, like even people in chat, or you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I see the chat.
Everybody sees. Yeah,
I've heard that's how I remember it too.
Yeah, just go to the interviews and watch them again. Maybe because I don't know. Maybe you might be doing other things at the same time, and it might be, it might be. But you really got to I had a notebook out when I listened to it again, because there's so much to it, especially with the Nancy Grace episode. You almost have to have a notebook to it, because she's digging into it and it's going so quick. And sometimes to catch those things, you have to write them down because things are going so quick. But yeah, there's the first interview. They discuss it's more like a puff piece, and then as each interview goes on, up to the Nancy Grace interview, they reveal a lot of the information. They reveal it's. I think they were even remind me, chat, isn't it? Didn't he mention that on one interview when he was talking about he couldn't mention he couldn't remember the year of his truck. Right?
Yeah, that was the Nancy Grace interview.
Yeah,
I could
it's
have
in Nancy Grace.
sworn that
Yeah.
he said he was there before. He was like, it was weird. And that's probably why it's confusing for me, because during that entire time, like, he was saying some weird stuff. At first, he was like, yeah, I was.
Thank
Hold
you,
on.
Nick Wilson. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for that.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I have to take care of the dog.
Oh, you're fine. No, it's as simple as this. And it's already been stuff. I'm not making anything up. And yeah, we've already played the 911 call.
Hey, Rosie, I don't know if you saw it, CJ. She was getting tired and she was going to bed. So.
Oh, sorry about that. Good night, Rosie. Thank you.
No,
Appreciate
I'm still here. I'm still here, but I'm gonna go now because it's a bit late for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is here too. We're getting close to 7.
Bless your heart, Rosie. You're a trooper.
Yeah.
For sure.
What is it, like 3 there?
No, it's not that late. It's 12:30.
Oh yeah. It's bedtime.
Yeah.
Iris or Gemini and Iris, yeah, they've lied so much too. That's the thing about these interviews that they're doing. They've done quite a few. That's not your local, you got your puff piece in the beginning, but other than that, it's been on different platforms too. And the stuff that they're trying to say, it just don't make sense. But when they're telling you their timeline of what took place hasn't changed, and they only had a certain period of time. They're not that smart. That's why I'm saying they weren't that smart. And it was something that came out of the blue, which I feel. I immediately. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you, Mo. Or Jessica. Sorry about that. But
yeah,
it's common knowledge. It's common knowledge. He went back down because it's a big deal that they didn't search it. Yeah.
What I will say about that piece of the interview, it confused me a lot because he says, yeah, I went there before the beginning of February and I was back and forth, and then I left at the beginning of February. And she was like, okay, did you make any trips back home between then and when Sebastain went missing? And he was like, yeah, but police told me not to tell any dates or times. And then she was like, so you did make trips back home between the time that you left in the beginning of February to the 26th. And he was like, I came back on the 26th. And I was like, didn't you just say you couldn't tell us the time?
He contradicts himself.
Police?
Yeah.
What was that?
He contradicts himself. Yeah.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I may not have caught that, because it was so weird how he answered the problem. Because then Nancy Grace again, she was like, okay, so you did not come home between the beginning of February and when Sebastain went missing, right? He was like, correct, came back the 26th.
Yeah, he contradicts.
I remember it that right.
Yeah, he contradicts himself, but he also said that he came back up from the camper to help with the search for Sebastain that morning, and then made a trip back down there to pick it up, to bring it back up to the house. And it sat there at the house for a while, and it sat there until they left to go camping and their little trips that they're going on now.
I mean, it makes sense what you're saying, because if,
it's what they said.
Son went missing and I had a camper and I had my GMC that I didn't know, or whatever vehicle it was he said that he didn't know the year for, you wouldn't take that with you. You just go home, like, fastest thing, go home, get there. I'm like, okay, the camper is down. I got to go pick it up because I'm paying for it and I'm not there and I don't know when I'm going to go back. So it makes sense that he would go back, pick it up, and come back home. I mean, it makes sense what you're saying. I just have missed that.
It's a perfect excuse.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just going off of what they've said.
Okay.
I didn't know they had a camper until they said they had a camper. I didn't know they went down to get the camper, and I didn't know that it wasn't searched and nobody came with him until he said that. So, all I can do, and I've been this way since I started my show in the beginning. All I can do is go off the facts that are presented to us from the people that can present them, whether that's LE or people that are involved, and then I just go on what feels. When it comes to any kind of timeline, I think anybody in the community knows that I always stick to the timeline that's given from the people that have the timeline to give it.
Sure. You were also
up.
putting your theories in when you were giving the timeline. So then that added to the confusion, I think, on my part.
Theories about what? When I was talking about the timeline,
about Sebastain being in the camper, potentially taking him down or whatever. Like, you were theorizing all that stuff. That has not come out, that he was in the camper that went down there.
Whoa! I never said that was fact at all. That's why.
No, I know, but you also were talking about that at the same time that you were talking about him retrieving the camper. So I was thinking, because I hadn't picked that up as being fact. I thought that was I don't. So I was so confused.
I know we just met, and maybe you haven't checked out our channel that much before, but that's not what we're about here. We're not about discussing things that are out of the realm of what is beyond the facts that are given us. And so when it comes to facts that are from LE or family themselves that are involved, like this situation right here, the only thing I'm going to do when it comes to any kind of timeline or what is there is go off of what is in front of me based off of what the information and evidence is. And right here, this is evidence to me. And when I look at that and I look at the timeline of how the camper went here and how the individuals that are involved and the pieces moved in different spots at different times, then I'm going to add why I think there's scratches on there. So it's not anything that is like a crazy speculative type of show. This is more of, this is what the evidence is, and this is what makes sense based off the evidence.
Sure. And I wasn't trying to be rude at all. And unfortunately, I have this face, which looks like I'm mad, but I'm not. I'm just thinking.
I just want you to know that we're not about crazy speculative theories.
Oh, no.
And I'm not about twisting any kind of timelines, and I'm not twisting any kind of words from people that are in interviews or what's being reported. That's not what I'm about. I'm about like totally being about the facts, because that's the quickest way to the truth.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what you were saying. That's all, because I wasn't understanding. Just like I wasn't understanding with the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless the dog scratched you from the side, jumped on the side. Yeah, that's not dog scratches.
Not on both arms, no.
Not a Morkie scratch, right? Like, I don't know. They're small dogs. Those seem kind of like big scratches.
Yorkies, yeah, for a Yorkie. Those are pretty huge.
Well, I think it's a Morkie, a Maltese Yorkie, I think is what she said that they had. I think.
Same size?
But yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Let's see. Let me see if there's anything breaking real quick here. We've already hit the 7 hour.
Wow, has it been that long?
Yeah. Well, I wanted to do an extra long show today because I know I wasn't going to be on tonight to do a show because I got to with the drive and stuff. I need to make sure that I have plenty of time to get the rest, because it's going to be. I might not even stay down there tomorrow. I might just head back. So, which is fun. So I just want to make sure that I'm totally rested for tomorrow. Yes. That way, if I do want to come back, then I'll just go ahead and make the trip back.
Yeah, you know your community worries about you when you don't get enough sleep. We all worry about you.
Well, when I slept through my alarms 2 days in a row, that's a
Yeah.
sign that I need to make sure that I take care of my sleep before anything, just 'cause. I did see something about JLR. Mom lied. JLR at 6 p.m. Now I don't usually go hang out in his lives, but I think I'm gonna go check this one out. So here's the link to his video, and I'm gonna go hang out and chat for this one because I'm interested to hear what he has to say. You know, I may not agree sometimes with the approach, but he does get a lot of information.
He
And
does.
so I think this right here is going to be very important. I don't know. I feel like he knows, and and you can analyze these interviews and you can see that, just like the one that we watched that took place this morning, she has that same look right there, and it's all about like serious focus. I'm the one that's in control, and nobody better stand in her way. I wonder, what do you think she lied about? Her own events of what took place? Like, I know she hasn't deviated. He's the one that's, out of all these interviews, he's the one that's been slipping up the most. Now she has slightly a couple times, but if you dig into those interviews, he's the one that's been slipping up since day one.
He's the one who's been talking more too, right?
Right. Yeah, going in depth with his answers as well. She's more quick, short, to the point, just to maintain that control. And he's more of, I need to make excuses, and so I'm trying to pull shit out of my ass, and I kind of fumble loose sometimes because I'm under pressure. I don't know I wonder what he found, or I wonder what he discovered, because she's been, like I said, she's been pretty maintained on her story and what took place.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully it's something that leads to an answer. It's about time. Yeah, I'm gonna go hang out there. So there's the link. If you want to go hang out there, I'm gonna go hang out and chat and do some supporting and see what's up.
What time is that? 7?
No, it's in 20 minutes.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's in 20 minutes, so I'm gonna go ahead and end this, and then I'll take a few break, get a snack to eat, and then come hang out and chat with me and see what it's all about, and we can always talk about it on the car ride up there. I'll put the notifications out for tomorrow's shows. I'm thinking 6 a.m. to leave and probably around noon to stream. And I'll put those out before that episode pops up. But come on and hang out in that chat and go show him some support too, because he's out there doing a lot of stuff for Sebastain as well.
He is.
Yeah. Even though but thank you, Silky. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Najee. Hopefully everything's okay with her. I know she had to drop out. She was doing some searching. So I don't know if she's referring to the bag of bones, or what. I don't know. I don't know if
Was it the bone you found?
I don't know. I don't know if she went back up to Hendersonville today or not. Maybe she met up with Charlie. I don't know. And Charlie, I haven't even heard from Charlie yet either. So say a special prayer for Charlie too. I'm going to try and give him a call. If I do hear from him, I'll make I'll put out a community post, because I know y'all worry about him too. And I'll just let you know Charlie is okay once I hear from him. But thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your guys' theories, thoughts, and opinions. And thank you for the conversation. I appreciate it, and that's what helps us get to truth and justice even quicker for these victims, communities, and families, because that's what this is about. Thank you all so much. Thank you all for everything you do, and I will see you all at JLR.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I appreciate
And
you.
thanks to my mods for hanging in all day, and CJ's, and the ones of my mods who didn't know you were going to be mods. Surprise. Thanks, CJ.
The mods that didn't know they were gonna be.
Yeah,
Damn.
I threw one at Jason V. I'm like, look, because Samantha was in there all by herself. I'm like, you know what? I've been watching him for a week now, and he's always, his comments are fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
throw you a
Yeah.
wrench,
It's,
Jason.
Jason's a good guy. Thank you for all your support too, Jason. Appreciate you. And thank you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. And we'll have a panel open while we're driving again too. So if you guys want to hump up tomorrow, you're more than welcome.
All right, be careful.
Good
Get
night,
some
everybody.
really good rest. Get some really
I'm
good rest.
good.
Nice to meet
Trust
you,
me.
Natalie.
Yeah, you too.
All right.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
everybody.
Bye, guys.
I'm sorry, we're not copying your lunch location. Try that one more time for me. 847 Fulton. 847 Fulton, okay. 10 bucks.